wanna see the way you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Put me on where you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this first day of the Post eSports League's playoffs. We are happy to broadcast live for the first time since the season began, and now we will jump right into it. Now, please consider that there will be a second day of playoffs tomorrow, which means Sunday, where we will cover Clash Royale and FIFA 20. I'm Trax, I'm your host for this playoffs weekend, and today on schedule we will have a recap of the league, a recap of the season, and the MVP announcement and race, plus the playoffs bracket. Now, let's have a short recap of the league. Amidst the 400 players who participated in the online qualifier series, only the best ones qualified for the season. Some in teams, others and individuals. As a result, 8 teams in League of Legends, 16 players in FIFA 20 and 24 players in Clash Royale earned their spot for the season. A total of 450 games were played throughout the whole season for the 3 disciplines together, in just 2 months, which is amazing. This weekend, the top 6 teams from League of Legends, top 12 FIFA players and top 16 Clash Royale players will continue their fight into the playoffs. We are very excited to see the best teams and players allocate their skills and game knowledge to beat their opponents and enter the grand final of the Post eSports League, organized at the Luxembourg Gaming Experience 2020. Now, such a league comes not without any consequences. The ecosystem of the greater region for esports has had a big impact known. So we had an increase of media coverage for esports in newspaper, television and radio. Lots of players and teams joining this experience, proving they are the best, the strongest in the region. And of course, with new players and new teams, new challengers arise from out of nowhere, like players for FIFA, Ivan Nielsen 10 and Fiori Class 27. In Clash Royale, we had Magic, and in League of Legends, Corona Difference. Now, we talk about Corona Difference and League of Legends. We talk about the playoffs bracket. So the next topic will be the teams that made it into playoffs for League of Legends. With me today, I have casters Fresh Tana, who casted the ESL Spring Championship 2019, and Daniel from the Luxembourg Rift Tournament Association based here in Luxembourg. Welcome, guys. I'm happy to have you with us. Let's jump into the next topic, which are the teams that made it here into the playoffs. Now, we have seen North Brownside and that Anna team struggling throughout the whole season. Both teams even had a tiebreaker at the end of the season. Daniel, a question to you. How is it possible, and what were the main difficulties those teams encountered during the season?
Well, I think the season already didn't start off very well for them. Already in the qualifiers, they were only qualifying on the lower tier spots for the season. And also throughout the season, they were not really having the games they wanted. They didn't win much. And so, yeah, in the end, North Brownside didn't make it to the playoffs. And also the Dana team kind of only made it because Team Kaio had to drop out of the season.
All right. Well, Team Kaio, it's unfortunate what happened there. But we have also Royal Family, eSports, Team Knüppel Club, and Team Slick, who has their ups and downs throughout the season. Now, we know that both teams played against each other in the qualifiers, and Royal Family won against them, and they played also in the season, whereas Royal Family won also. So my question to you, Daniel, what can TSK do today to make it better? Because they have to play Royal Family afterwards. What do they have to change to win it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so those are definitely two very interesting teams that have been along in the Luxembourgish scene for quite some time. And they have always been trading wins back and forth. During the season, it was Royal Family. Oh, no, they actually went for a draw. And yeah, I think it's going to be a very interesting confrontation. And Team Slick, we have been lacking a little bit of strength during the season. Not taking home too many wins, and also they said last Thursday in an interview to me that they were actually on the peak of their gameplay at the beginning of the qualifiers, and they kind of lost team play. So yeah, I think they really have to step up today.
Okay, we can't wait to see that. And next on the lineup is Corona Difference. I think it's fair to say they are the black horse of this team. Corona Difference had a great performance throughout the season. They lost against Brotherhood 2-0, but were able to take a game out of Outplay eSports. So now my question to you, Daniel, is how come that a team that strong came out of nowhere, making it difficulties to top teams, and did they improve since the beginning?
I think it's really a surprise that Corona Difference, and they are really the underdog of this this season and this post esports league. And yeah, sorry, what was the question again?
Corona Difference. Why are they the black horse of the whole league? What makes it so strong, this team? Why are they third place out of nowhere?
Mm-hmm. I think no one really calculated with them. I think Brotherhood of the Red Lions, the player were known. They were playing as Impact before, and also the players from Outplay eSports were known in the Luxembourgish scene for being really good players. So those teams were already favorites starting into the season. Corona Difference, no one knew these players, and I think that's why they could surprise so well into the season.
Okay, now you talked about it, the Brotherhood of the Red Lions with a near perfect performance throughout the season. What makes Brotherhood so strong, actually, Daniel?
What makes Brotherhood so strong? I think it's the fact that they know each other for quite some time. They've been playing alongside each other for a long time, and yeah, I think they have a really good team communication around their top, mid, and jungle, and especially their jungler has really good performance throughout the entire season.
All right. So now we can't forget about the dominant giant from the league, Outplay eSports, which went favorite into the season. Now a team that was created for this eSports league, almost we could say, because they have disciplines like League of Legends, Clash Royale and FIFA, but their League of Legends team is strong. Nothing to say about that. They were great at the beginning, but started to fumble actually at the end of the season against Corona difference. So how can you, what is the biggest weakness of Outplay eSports? Daniel.
The biggest weakness of Outplay eSports, I would say, their overconfidence. They are a team of players that know the esports scene, that have been playing esport internationally, and that are all or were at some point master or challenger. So they really know how to play League of Legends, but they don't practice together, as Ginch or their team captain has told us. And they are very, very confident, and I think that's what their losses are the reason for.
All right, so now we've talked about the teams. Let's begin with the next topic, which is the MVP race and announcement of the MVP of the season. Now we have here the 5 best players throughout the whole season, which is Ginch, 420 Let Roll, Team Shady, Damandre, and Happy Freezy. They play all different roles. My question for you, Fresh Tana, how can you carry throughout the different roles League of Legends is proposing to you? So top lane, jungle, mid lane, bot lane, AD carry, and bot lane support. How can you carry in each of these roles?
So for the top lane, for example, you have more or less the pressure game. So you try to split push and you try to team fight. There are some, I don't know, tanks and split pushers, and you can try to play the heavy engage style with an Ornn, or you can try to Fiora game at the side lane and just try to make pressure. That's your kind of task in the game. For the jungle, you have a lot of early game pressure. You can try to carry your team through the whole game. You can try to steal a Baron, you can try to steal a Drake, and of course you are the jungler, so you are everywhere. So you can gank top lane, mid lane, bot lane, bring the lanes ahead. That's more or less your role in the game. As a mid laner, you can roam as well, so you can try to help bot lane, you can try to help top lane. And most of the times you have the wave clear in the team. So you try to hold the towers, for example. You have the control mages there. So just try to control the game in the mid game and late game stages of the matches. And then as a bot lane, you have to carry with the support. So, I mean, the task is clear. The carry tries to carry the game, while the support tries to support his team, tries to get his ADC ahead. And with a good vision game, you can try to carry your game as a support as well. So with a roam in the mid lane, helping your mid laner out, and with good deep vision in the enemy jungle, you can try to help them as well. So each role has a really good standing in those games. So each role can carry games, and that's why we see in the what is it called in the MVP race. That's why we see so many different players there.
So the game is very versatile actually. It's not like in the past. I know that mid lane was dominating in being carry roles, even making at some point APCs on the bot lane, which also is still a thing sometimes in some compositions. So what can you tell us about APCs actually?
Yeah, like for example, the Syndra. Syndra is a really good flex pick. You can pick her in the mid lane, you can pick her in the ADC role, and some mid laner even, or some ADCs even play other mages as well. There was this kind of Soraka, Leona bot lane style, or even you could play some sort of 6 at the bot lane, just wave clear and just push the lane, because ADCs usually just try to get the towers, and 6 tries to get towers as well. So those are those kind of APCs you can play down there, and it gives a lot of flexibility in the draft, because you can just say, okay, we picked the Syndra, but we don't send her to the mid lane so that she maybe get countered in the mid lane. So we send her to bot lane, surprise the enemy team, and just counter pick by themselves.
All right. Now we've talked about the different roles and the players a bit. It's time to announce to you guys, to everyone out there, who is the MVP of the season. Now, I was a little bit surprised in the end because I thought it was another player, but actually he's also on this picture. We congratulate Team Shady from the Brotherhood of the Red Lions, who had a total of 7 MVPs throughout the season. Now imagine 7 MVPs, they played 14 games in total during the season. That means half of the games he carried alone. So Daniel, how can you explain the importance of Tim Shady in his team?
I wouldn't say he carried alone half of the games, but he definitely had a great impact on every game of Brotherhood of the Red Lions, and it's true that in 7 games he had the greatest impact on these games. And I think one game that especially showed that was the game against Outplay eSports. They were the first one to take down the Giants in this season, and that was basically Tim Shady's performance on that cane, taking down Outplay eSports almost alone.
All right, so congratulations once more to Tim Shady from Brotherhood of the Red Lions. We can't wait to see your performance in the second set later today. So now let's jump to the next topic, the bracket playoffs. Now I will wait for the studio to bring the bracket up. Yep. Great, thank you, studio. Now here we have our games for today. We have Knüppelklub from Royal Family against Team Slick in round 1. And we have Corona Difference versus that Anno team who are also playing now, but off stream. First we come to Knüppelklub team and Team Slick. Now, Daniel, you know those both teams. They played against each other. Royal Family Knüppelklub won all confrontations they did against Team Slick. How can you explain what do they do better than Team Slick in their games?
Mm-hmm. Actually, a little correction there. They had a draw during the season, so both of these teams know how to play each other, and they have been on the scene for quite some time. Also, in previous tournaments in the country, they have already been playing each other, and it was always a back and forth. But Royal Family, I think, overall has more wins, and they should be the more decent team. Also, if you look at the other results during the season, Royal Family was always playing for the top seeds, while Team Slick was really struggling to even stay or make it to the playoffs.
Okay, so yeah. You're saying that Royal Family is the better team. Exactly, it was a tie, as you said. A lucky tie, maybe? Or was it earned? What is your opinion about that?
I would say Team Slick definitely earned their win in that tie, but they really had to fight for it. And I think that's also the thing for the next confrontation. Team Slick can win that, but Team Slick will really have to fight for it if they want to take home the first best of 3.
So you're saying they are coming as an underdog into this game?
Yes.
Okay. Now coming to the second game we have today, that's Corona Difference versus that Anno team. Now, Corona Difference, as we mentioned before, they are really strong. They might be even win this whole thing. And that Anno team struggling throughout the whole season. It's like, will we maybe see a fight like Goliath versus David? Or will it be Goliath taking it home this time?
I think it would be really an upset if Goliath were not to take it home, if Corona Difference would not win this game. I've also talked to the team captain of that Anno team a few days ago, and he actually told me that the team is in the process of dissolving currently, so I don't think they really practiced for the playoffs. Maybe it will be their last show up. I think it was still cool that they participated in the league, but I have no doubt that Corona Difference is going to win that set.
All right, so it's always sad to see a team disbanding, especially after they played 2 months together, winning a tiebreaker and stuff. Maybe they could have come back stronger next season, but if they decided to dissolve and disband their team, so be it. We are happy to have them with us. Sadly, not on stream today. If they get the upset, who knows? There's always this 1% you can win, but that's it. So as people can see in the chat, in the brackets, we see Outplay eSports and Brotherhood of the Red Lions. We see them in round 2. So round 2, that means that they were seed 1 and seed 2, which means they ended first and second in the rankings. That's why they got a 1-3 win. Outplay will wait for their opponent to come, which are or Royal Family eSports or Team Slick. And of course for Brotherhood of the Red Lions, It will probably be Corona difference, as our expert Daniel said, but who knows? David is sometimes can bring some surprises with it. Now, before we jump into the game lobby, we have a quick announcement to do. You can win 2 Samsung Galaxies S20 during the playoffs weekend. For more information, you can type in the chat !giveaway and you will get more information. Later today, at some point, we will give you a keyword. You will have to type it into the chat, and with this you will enter the giveaway automatically. More information will come later. For now, you can just type !giveaway. Now, I don't know how far we are with the game lobbies of the games. Studio telling me that we are not ready yet, so we will continue. We have actually Royal Family Knüppelclub versus Team Slick. More from you, Daniel. What was the best performance of Royal Family eSports Knüppelclub, and what was the best performance from Team Slick? What do you think during the season?
I think starting off with Royal Family Knüppelclub, because that's very clear, their best performance was definitely their draw against Brotherhood of the Red Lions. I think no one really expected that a team like Royal Family Knüppelclub would be able to take a draw out of one of these favorite and team of the caliber of Brotherhood of the Red Lions. But yeah, that was a really, really interesting set. On the other hand, Team Slick, I would say their best performance maybe even was the draw against Royal Family Knüppelclub. It was definitely the strongest opponent where they were able to take a win out.
Okay. What do you think now, with more precise words, Team Slick, what do they have to change into their game plan for winning against Royal Family eSports Knüppelclub? Because, as you said, they tied up in the season, but overall, Royal Family eSports Knüppelclub was the stronger team throughout the season. So maybe what are the weaknesses that Team Slick have as a team?
I think one of their bigger weaknesses definitely is their team communication and getting the jungler to do the right things. I think they are lacking a little bit of shot calling on that side of the map, and yeah, also really including their jungler better into plays and getting those objectives, because that's really what they get taken over. Their lanes are most of the time okay, and they get out of the lanes okay, but then they lack going over to the meta game and taking the objectives and playing around them at the right time. And most of the time, other teams are just there before Team Slick even thought about it. That's at least the feeling you get when you watch the games of Team Slick.
Okay, so Team Slick is not a bad team necessarily, you say, but they're missing still crucial skills like communication, which is important in League of Legends. Fresh Tanner, maybe you can elaborate a little bit about team communication in League of Legends, how important it is to communicate correctly with your teammates.
Yeah, information is knowledge. So if you need help, for example, if your top laner get pushed in and then he needs help to clear the wave, for example, then he need to say that. Because if he doesn't say that, he just get dived by the enemy team, maybe dies, etc. So, and other things as well, like in the mid game or late game, maybe a dance around the Baron, the top laner needs always to say how many defend him, or maybe nobody defends him, so then the team needs to back off, etc. So split pushing is really about communication. And in the early game, you need to track the enemy team's jungler, you need to track enemy team's summoner spells, for example. So you really need to talk a lot, you really need to always say what's going on, what do you need to want, etc. And in team fights, it's really important to shot call. What is the next target? Who needs help? Can we back off? Do we even try to play the fight? And that's really important to always talk. And even if you are behind, so even if you maybe lose the game, you still need to talk with your teammates. You still need to try your best. And that's why communication is key in those matches.
Now another point, we've known that now tower plates are now a thing since 1 or 2 seasons. What is the difference now between tower plates? How can they be brought in by tactics, strategy, and what is the difference now than it was before?
So you had in season 5 maybe you had those lane swaps in the early game where bot lane just swapped to the top lane, and because towers were really weak in those times, then they started to make the towers stronger. So usually both bot lanes just stayed in the bot lane and did nothing. And in those times with tower plates, you try to get those plates and then roam to the other plate. So if you get more than your 5 plates, for example, with your bot lane, then you get really ahead. And with the Herald, you can get more tower plates. And then there are some rotations, like if you get the Drake, you can just rotate with your bot lane to the top lane, try to get the Herald, and even try to get more plates. So plates really change the play style of those teams, really make the Herald more worth, because you can maybe even surrender one Drake if you get the Herald, because with the Herald you get plates. So you get ahead in the early game, and maybe you can snowball that.
All right, so I just got from the studio, we are ready to enter the game lobby. I will let your casters take that whole game away. Have fun and good luck to Royal Family Esports Knüppel Club and Team Slick.
Thank you.
So, yeah, we are in the lobby. And I hope they will start soon, right?
Yeah, I believe so. So, yeah, we were talking a little bit already about Team Slick and what win condition they maybe go for, or what they would have to improve. And an idea that just came to my head also after I finished talking, unfortunately, is that I believe Team Slick should, in the draft phase now, maybe more go for a team fight composition, because at least in my feeling of the game, those need a little bit less of those meta communication about and around the objectives. Or what do you think about that?
Yeah, so there are some different team comps, obviously, and some team comps need more communication. Some teams need less. Some combos on the team draft are straightforward. Some are really different to play. For example, a team fight comp where just everybody presses the ultimate and just fights over and over again with hard engage. It's more or less easy to play, while the split push team comp with disengage and just try to get the sideline ahead, it's really difficult, because you need always to say what he needs to do. He needs always to back off, then again he needs to make pressure. So those team comps are a little bit harder to play. Then there are poke comps, for example, where you always need to back off and just try to poke. And you get countered by those easier comps with hard engage, because poke isn't really good against hard engage. And so there are easier to play comps, easier to play champions, obviously. And so you can try to make it a little bit easier for Team Slick with a more or less easier team comp. If that's really a win for them, then we will see. But at least they could have a chance then with those kind of engage comps, and maybe an on, maybe even a second tank, maybe a second jungle, maybe even with a Galio in the mid lane, just to have this hard engage, this cannonball combo, for example. But now we are in the pick and ban phase, and we see the Zekban, Lulu, the Yasuo, and Azillion already.
Yeah, and those are actually really interesting first bans, and I find it really interesting that both teams are targeting the supports of the enemy team. Especially the Zillion ban is really a thing you always have to do against Royal Family Knüppel Club, because Herbie, he was actually only able to play that Zillion once this season, and that was against TSK, so they already have experience with it, and they know that this Zillion is not beautiful to play against, because he's kind of a Zillion OTP, or not OTP, but he has a really strong Zillion. So that ban, obviously a good choice.
Yeah, and the Lulu as well, the target ban against the support from Team Slick. And they more or less banned away their own Ornn, because they played Knüppel played a lot of Ornn in this season, and they banned itself away just to counter, just to ban away this hard engage we talked about. And now they go for this Esri first pick, and Esri first pick means that they want maybe play a little bit of poke. Maybe they want to try to get the Yumi because she isn't banned at the moment. Maybe she gets banned away with some sort of severe or whatever, and then we will see. But Ezreal kind of says we want to poke, we want to play safe. Ezreal is a really safe laner, and we will see how this pick and ban phase works out.
Yeah. So on the other side, we can see the Kayn pick for now for Team Slick.
Okay, so a really aggressive jungler, really strong in the early game, has really different gank paths because you can walk through walls. And there's the Yumi pick, so they want to deny the Yumi from the Ezreal because Ezreal Yumi or Sumi, like they call it, is really strong. And Yumi with Kayn together is a really good combo because Kayn wants to get in, especially red Kayn, and with the healing from Yumi, that could really work for Team Slick there.
Yeah, but I think it's also a really big denial for that Ezreal Yumi bot lane because, as you mentioned, that's a really strong bot lane, and I think maybe TSK also just realized like, oh, we did the mistake to not ban her, so now we have to pick her. I hope that's not the case. I hope it wasn't their plan, but yeah, we will see.
Yep. One question I would think about is Yumi that strong anymore? Because she got really nerfed in the last patch, and so maybe she isn't that strong of a champion at the moment. So maybe you could have let them pick the Yumi and go for another support. Yumi Vayne is a good lane. You can just try to play safe, but for especially Yumi Vayne will get really pushed in and really get poked by Ezreal Bard. So the whole early game, in the bot lane at least, should go to Royal Family there. And with the Volibear pick, they even can try to get some tower dives with the Volibear ultimate in there. So really special pick there. And now we have the Corki ban and a Nunu ban and Nunu ban, especially here against the jungler from Royal Club, because he played a lot of Nunu and the Kayn even. So they picked away the Kayn and banned away the Nunu, so they really tried to target here the jungler of Royal Club.
Yeah, so a pick that I also find really interesting is that Bard pick alongside the Ezreal, and from my feeling it can work very well, but what do you think about the Bard? Because I haven't seen a Bard in quite some time.
Yeah, Bard is a really, he is a champion on his own, because a good Bard player really, solo carries the whole team, and a really bad Bard player does the difference. So your Bard ultimate just stops a team fight, because he just more or less stuns everybody, even enemy team and their own team. So if you hit a good Bard ultimate, you win the team fight, and if you hit a bad Bard ultimate, you even maybe stops the team fight from your own, or maybe you lose it. And Bard is really roaming heavy champion, while Yumi more or less stays with the ADC the whole time, because she is not really fast. So we have a roaming ADC support with the Ezreal, and Ezreal is really safe in those lanes. I mean, the Vayne is kind of a counterpick to the Ezreal because she can save farm there, but because of the safety Ezreal can provide, and because of this roaming heavy style from a Bard, I can really see how he will try to help his jungler, how he try to help his top lane, maybe even mid lane. And I really enjoy this draft at the moment from Team Royal Club.
Yeah, also a very good pick they got right now with that Ziggs, because Ison, he's a little bit known for his Ziggs, and he also got that MVP title in week 3, I think, believe it is, with his outstanding performance on the Ziggs.
Yeah, and one other thing, I mean, this whole comp at the moment from Royal Family says roaming, says map movements because of the Talia. Talia and Bard will really try to roam the whole game, and then with Ziggs, I mean, he doesn't really roam that often, but the ultimate, as a global ultimate, can roam for him, if I can say that. So I really enjoy the draft because they have really a lot of map pressure. They can be everywhere. And with this Volibear in the top lane, they have a really strong top lane at the moment, because Volibear, after his rework, got really strong in my eyes. And now we see the final draft of both teams with the Aatrox. The top lane of Team Slick played a lot of Aatrox in the season, and with the Ahri, so a little assassin in there. And with Kane and Ari and Aatrox, they really have more or less 3 assassins, kind of. So they really try to get in there. And I mean, Vayne with the short range, but with those invisibility roles that she can make. She's kind of like an assassin, as more or less. So they have really this team fight heavy, get in comp, while the other team tries to play around the map and play around side lanes to help them with the Bard ultimate or with Six and with Talia.
Okay, so I think something both of these teams are more or less known for is that they don't close off their games too fast. They kind of like to go into the late game. And so I would like to talk a little about what team composition you just saw do you think goes better into the late game? Who scales better?
Yeah, there's always, if you pick a Vayne, you have the late game, so that's more or less something every player would say. Vayne is a really good, strong late game carry, but she lacks some range, so it's sometimes difficult to play those team fights if you can't get in. And then we have Ari. Ari kinda drops in the late game because she's an assassin. Assassins usually don't feel that great in the late game because they most of the time can't really one-shot anyone because team groups and assassins really want to pick someone out. So I would say that they have some sort of late game, especially the Aatrox can really carry in those late game fights. And Yuumi is a good scaling as well. Kane kinda scales, depends on this road he takes, if he takes a blue Kane or a red Kane. So I like the late game. They have some early game of Kane with Ari, and then even some late game with Yuumi and Vayne. So it's a good composition in my eyes. While on the other side we have Ezreal, who's really strong in those late game team fights, really mobile. And I don't know, Bard isn't really the best late game support. Volibear, he's okay. I think he will do fine. And Six is really strong in late game. So I would say both have good chances in both the mid and early game, and even in the late game. So I think both team comps kind of the same from scaling, but different ideas in the background. So more roaming against more team fighting.
Okay. So yeah, you said at the beginning that Vayne, she's scaling better, but she's lacking a little bit of range, and she has to get into these team fights. And often, what enables an AD carry to get into the team fights is the support, but also having a good tank on the team. Seeing there is no real tank on the side of Team Slick, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, you need some sort of engage to enable your ADC, because if everybody is stunned, your ADC can just auto-attack them and they are all dead. But if nobody gets stunned, then everybody focuses Vayne and she gets killed. So you need some sort of engage, some sort of stun, some sort of crowd control. And they don't have too much. I mean, they have Ari Charm or the knock-up from Kane if he goes red Kane. And that's not really too much, but the Yuumi. And this time Yuumi is more or less the engage, because Yuumi can just jump on Aatrox or can jump on Kane and have this really good stunning field that she creates there. So that could be the engage with them, because Kane can just go through the wall with Yuumi ult, stun them all, and then Aatrox could make some pressure, and then the Vayne maybe can sneaks in with the visibility. That could work. Especially because you can't really ignore the Aatrox, you can't really ignore the Kane, so you need to focus them, but then you don't focus Vayne. So that could work for them, and especially Ari as assassin can jump from different angles into the team fight, so that could work. So Vayne should have some chances to auto-attack them.
Okay. Yeah, you just said Yuumi is kind of their engage and their main CC they have.
Yeah, kinda.
But I think that's also an engage that is quite hard to execute.
Yeah, definitely. Because it's just forward, and they can just, walk out to the left or to the right. And then you need to hit 3 of her waves. And that could be difficult, like if they are really mobile, like Ezreal should never get stunned by Yuumi ult. The other targets, they aren't really that mobile, so that could work. And another really cool interaction in those team fights we maybe didn't talk about is the Talia ultimate. So she creates this big wall, the Pteroduct, and Wayne loves walls because you can just knock one against the wall and then they get stunned. So that could work for them as a little engage if Talia is a bit overconfident. And then Kane loves to go through walls a little bit, so they have all kind of a dash. Wayne doesn't have a dash, or not a dash, who could go through wall, but at least they can try to dash over the Talia wall, so that could work for them. But I don't see Wolfham to really team fight there. They just try to get the Volibear on the sideline, maybe even try to get the 6 on the sideline, and or maybe the S3, I don't know, we will see. Or maybe they just play 1-4. They don't need to play 1-3-1. And then just try to get roamings in. So if there's a 1v1 between Volibear and Aatrox, then just come in with the Talia ultimate and just help him out, make it a 2v1, and then win those sideline skirmishes. And then they have a really good chance to do those team fights.
Yeah, definitely. So, ladies and gentlemen, we started into that first game of Post Esports League tonight of the playoffs, and I'm really excited to see how both teams are going to execute these team compositions right now. Yeah,
some really good trades on the top line. I mean, both have a decently strong level 1. I mean, Aatrox a little bit stronger probably, but no. Good level 2 engage there. And what we saw is that both junglers started at a red buff.
Oh, and on the bot lane we see a lot of action here. The Azrael has to back off, but hit the level 2 just in the right moment. And now on the top lane, TSK Sabo is joining for the gank, but Volibear gets away with a flash.
Yeah, and that was a really cheesy gank there from Sabo. So usually what we saw, especially here from the Talia player, he just did red buff and then walked to the top lane. So he jungled from bot to top, and that's most of the rotations in the jungle, that you take your 1 buff and then...
Oh, and TSK Yasuo, he drops really low. He has to use his flash as well against the Volibear, and he will lose a lot of lane pressure now due to his backboard.
Yeah, he loses a lot of minions, so he needs to teleport there probably. And then Team Royal Family has this teleport advantage then. And maybe he gets even a little bit of damage in there. And now he can just recall, get a good backport, get to the slow push again. And then he has a good time on the top lane. But what I wanted to say is that those jungle rotations normally go from bot to top or top to bot. So this level 2 or level 3 gank there from Kane on the top lane was really cheesy, because normally you don't expect him to gank that way. I mean, you could expect that, but most of the times you will path bot lane while Talia would path top lane, and so he got him there, and Volibear needed to flash there.
Yeah, and now we see the Kane is setting up the gank on the bot lane. The Herbie is the one they are focusing right now, and TSK Sabo, he is overstepping a little bit and the bot lane is not following, and there we can see already Team Slick, they are lacking this communication in those fights. That's what I want. That's what I meant.
Yeah, but and we saw those creative gank ways I talked about in the Champ Select with this Kane pick, because he can just walk over this wall there, and that's really cool for him. And yeah, we had this more or less splitted focus a little bit, but then Wayne Yuumi just can't really walk in there and trade them, because Wayne Yuumi is really the aggressive lane. They just want to scale, just want to farm. Ooh, good stun. But in the end, nothing happens. They just try to farm. So for me, if I would be the Kane, I wouldn't really gank the spot lane, because you have a Wayne, just let her in the lane, just let her farm into the tower and it's fine. Just gank the top lane like we see here.
Yeah, and now we have the Talia joining in on the top lane, but Kane is there too. But the first blood goes to Royal Family Knöppelclub in this first scrimmage on the top lane.
Yeah, really well played. So, and that's something you need always to remember as a jungler and as a laner, if you don't have flash, then you get ganked. So I mean, you have no flash, and that's why I wanted to say that as a Kayn, you don't want to gank the spot lane. You would rather want to gank the top lane because there was no flash, and Talia fought the same, so she ganked top lane, got a kill, and Kayn was kinda too late because of the spot lane gank. And now they are a little bit behind, and we can see it on the farm score as well. Volibear is just ahead, more or less 20 CS in the early game. That's really huge, as a really strong laner Volibear is. And he will just get bigger and bigger, and I mean, with his ultimate he gets bigger and bigger. So, but it's really good for them to have this top lane working at the moment, because that's more or less the win condition. They try to make this 1-4-1, 1-4 or 1-3-1. And then they need a strong split pusher for this kind of playstyle. And if they get the top lane ahead, it's really good for them.
Yeah, definitely. And you were talking about the junglers and what they were what they should be focusing on. And yeah, what do you think they should be focusing on actually? You already said Kayn should not be focusing too much on the bot lane because Vayne and Yuumi, they can scale easily into the bot lane. But now we have on the top lane TSK Yasuo just beating up the Volibear and taking back that kill he just lost in the gank before.
Yeah, and I mean, he was level 5 and he killed the level 6 Volibear, so he was really confident in this play, and I try again to gank the spot lane.
Yeah, and this time the Yuumi is already with the Kayn. The flash of Ezreal is going out, but the Ignite is on, and Plel is going down here. And they even want to take more, but now Kayn has to back off, and Bart gets out alive, and that's just another kill for Team Slick.
Yeah, and there are different kinds of playstyles or kinds of the targets you want to focus as a jungler. So you can always try to... Oh, Bart gets to
Bart
level
is in a very dangerous position, but Talia is there to give him dagger. Yeah,
and here should nothing happen because Ezreal is on the way, gets this farm, and Vayne and Yuumi will just back off there. So, like I said, there are different kinds of playstyles, and for me as a jungler, I try to gank my win condition, or I try to gank the win condition of the enemy team to make this win condition not happening. And in this case, you see that they want to play around the Volibear, want to play around the split push, so you could either gank top lane to get this Volibear behind, or even try to
while we are
get them ahead.
Talking about ganking top lane, the Kayn is approaching the Volibear here now. He pops his ultimate and his Q in order to escape, and does so, but again, he has to use his flash, and that means he will be vulnerable for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, and now we can talk about communication, because now is the time to communicate a little bit, because you saw, okay, he flashed, and now you can try to time this flash. So it's usually the part of the support player, so he will try to wrote into the chat that Volibear has no flash for 5 minutes, so you usually try to write something like Volibear 14, and then you know, okay, Volibear don't have flash until minute 14, and so the jungler just needs to look into the chat and then or to remember that he flashed, and know he has 5 minutes to gank this Volibear over and over again. And especially a Kayn can dive very well, because he can always drop the aggro with his own ultimate, and so they can more or less dive Volibear freely, at least I think so. And maybe even with an Ahri roam from the mid lane to the top lane, they can drive her with 3 members, and then ooh,
that's very unfortunate. Kayn wanted to give the blue buff there to the Ahri, but unfortunately that didn't work out. And now Kayn once again, he's approaching the bot lane for another gank there.
Yeah, and I mean Vayne is your win condition, so that you try to get your Vayne ahead is a good thinking. But for me, Ezreal Bard would be just a little bit too mobile, because Bard can always try to get over a wall with his passage, and Ezreal just has always his arcane shift, so he can always get out of the knock-up or something. So ganking this lane, I don't know, shouldn't really work, but if they are really so far ahead there, then maybe it works. So, and I like the thinking that you just gank your win condition, try to get the Vayne ahead and try to snowball that, because Vayne, Yuumi could really 1v5 those team fights.
Now Talia and overall Royal Family, they are orienting themselves a little bit towards the Drake. Meanwhile on the top lane we have the Volibear fighting the artworks here under the tower and gaining a lot of lane pressure, what might give him the possibility to TP towards that Drake if they want to start it now.
Yeah, and that's what you get with a teleport advantage, but at the moment they both have teleport, so should be not possible to make any teleport play here at the moment, because both would just teleport there.
Oh, and now both top laner really want to know it, and TSK Sabo is joining in at just the right moment. And now Aatrox, he maybe backed off a little bit too far. Kane going in with the ultimate, but this Volibear drops low very shortly, and the tower is taking down TSK Sabo. Or at least I believe so, because the game just freezes.
He should be taken down, yeah. And that there we saw it. And that's exactly what I wanted to say. So you have the timer, 5 minutes, and then just gank him over and over again. It's called babysitting. So just sit this Aatrox, make him fat, and imagine having a feeded Aatrox with a Yuumi on it. And that was a...
Oh, and now the Talia is here on the top lane in order to fight this Aatrox, but this could go both ways actually, and it is the 420 let it roll to take the kill, cancelling out the kill count actually again. On the bot lane we also had the TP from Volibear now, but the bot lane with the Yuumi and so much mobility and healing, they were just able to escape quite easily.
Yeah, and they even used the heal from Yuumi. I think they wanted to get this movement speed out of the summoner spell, but I think they could have just run out because Volibear wasn't really there. So maybe they wasted the heal there, and now it's on the side of Royal Family to time those summoner spells, because no flash on Vayne should be an easy target. We will see, especially with this Pteroduct from Talia, because they can just try to gank from the side, just try to use the ultimate that Vayne can't escape because she has no flash, so she can't jump over the wall. Should be an easy gank, we will see. And at the moment, I don't know, they kind of fight again, like when I wanted to analyze something. Caster curse. Anyway, yeah, I kind of, I don't know, want more roamings, because I don't know if they ever used 6 ultimate on the side lane, or if Ahri ever roamed anywhere, and then Bard never really roamed. I don't know. So if you're drafting those roaming heavy champions or those global ultimates, then use them. I mean, that's why you pick them. So if you don't want to use them, then I don't know, play another support or play another mage in the mid lane, like, I don't know, Orianna or something. But if you have a 6, then try to get the tower, try to get with the Mega Inferno Bomb, just try to get some kills with it.
Yeah, and overall, you said it, towers and drakes. I think objectives have not been addressed too much so far. There's no tower who went down, or not too many turret platings either taken so far, and only one drake for Royal Family. The Herald was not even touched or looked at.
Yeah, I mean, especially tower plates. I mean, it's minute 14, so every turret plate falls down, and I think we only got maybe here on the top lane maybe 2 of them, maybe 3, I don't know. And then on other towers we just saw 6, maybe got 1 in total. So not really the kind of something we want to see, because we want to see tower plates, money, etc.
Oh, the Aatrox is backport baiting the Volibear there.
Yeah, a little bit. But, I mean, they both know the game, so they both know, okay, if Volibear runs to me, I just dash away, throw my thing at him, that he gets slowed, and then he should be fine. But, I mean, with a jungler and with the Volibear ultimate, no on level 2, because he is level 11, they could do something, and now...
Yeah, the Engage on the bot, and TSK Sabo is once more there, and Plal is taken down on this Ezreal once again, but unfortunately the kill does not go to Wayne.
Yeah, and that's something I really don't like to see. They used the Terror Duct from Talia, so they tried to roam with her, tried to fight there, and then Bart just ulted Wayne. I mean, that's okay, so Wayne can't do damage, but you can't do damage to Wayne. So I don't know about this used ultimate there, and then again both bot laners flashed, so no for the Kayn it's really easy, or maybe even for the Ahri, she just can roam sometimes. Just easy kills there because no defensive summoner spells there, no heal, no flash, and no flash on Bart. So I would just roam with the Ahri right out of base, and yeah, okay, maybe you are losing your tower there, but if you get the bot lane, if you get the double kill, you get the Drake after that, you get the bot lane tower after that, and then maybe with a rotation to the top lane, you get the Herald after that. So that would be a worth rotation in my eyes. But Ahri, I don't know, maybe no communication there or something, but that could be a game-winning idea. Just roam with the Ahri now and then make something happen.
Yeah. You can see the Herald is addressed now by Royal Family Knöppelclub here, and it seems like TSK, they are not even aware of that.
Yeah, no vision game for them, so they don't know that. And normally, if there is some sort of a play at an object like Herald or Drake, you try to make a cross-map play, so you try to make, if they make something on the top lane, we try to make something on the bot lane, and that's something they try to do here.
Yes, but it was almost sealed here by Ison on his 6, and now the first real team fight might be breaking out here. No, TSK is going or disengaging the situation.
Yeah, and at least they get some tower damage there on the top lane, because Volibear roamed and took the Herald, so Aatrox could do some damage there. And now with the Herald spawn, they got the first tower at least, Royal Family. So something for them, but this game is really kind of slow, to be honest. I would expect more, but I mean slow doesn't mean bad. Slow just means they are comfortable, they know what they do, and know they engage.
Yeah, and now the NH on the bot lane, and the root from Yuumi comes out, but Wayne goes down in the same moment, and now it is the Aatrox joining in here, drops really low, Volibear is there too, and Yuumi is the last one from TSK to be taken down. Double kill goes to Talia, and Royal Family should be taking a strong lead out of this.
Yeah, I mean some kills, and maybe even the bot lane tower now. And this is a play, I don't know why they did that. Because, okay, they have Wayne and both can ult and they try to fight that, but do it with Ahri or do it with Kayn. I mean, why do you want to force this 2v2? Okay, both the top laners, for example, have teleport, but we saw Aatrox just teleported in there and even died from it. And then, even if this play could work, they lost the 2v2. So Wayne died for Ezreal, I guess, and then they just traded 1-for-1. So I don't know about this play. Just make it with your mid laner, just make it with your jungler. Could be better in my eyes. But the thing we can talk about is the farming score, so the CS. If we look at Ahri, for example, she has a perfect farm score. So you normally say 10 CS per minute. So if she has 200 CS and we are in minute 19, she's pretty good in farming there. And this is a kind of a pro for those slow games, because if you don't fight and if you don't take objectives, you farm. So and in this case, they just farm, get money from it. I mean, if you make kills, you get money from it, but if you farm, you get money from it as well. So you can take it slow. If it works with your team comp, it's fine, but maybe it's too slow for them. We will see.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty good for the Ahri to at least have this farm, but don't you feel like that Ahri would be used better in some roams?
Yeah, I mean, she's an assassin.
Yeah.
She's not the Kassadin who wants to scale, or she's not the Corki who wants to scale, or Orianna or something. She is an assassin and assassins usually do kills. So if it's minute 20 and your Ari sits on 0-0-0, you know maybe something went wrong or so, I don't know. And especially with this, I mean, she has teleport. Some assassins use the ignite or something, but she has teleport, and I don't know. And she has a freeze build, so utility build to help the team, and she didn't help the team at all. So at the moment, I would try to make something with this. But she has money, and she has farm, so I would try to make something with it.
Oh, and now we have TSK Sabo going for the engage here together with the Yumi onto the Asriel, and he's able to barely escape. On the other side, we have the Volibear going onto the Ari, and he's called out now from Team Slick, being left alone by his entire team, basically. And yeah, even though TSK was in a people disadvantage with the Vayne being on the bot lane, they were able to get more out of this team fight.
Yeah, and especially jumped into 4 people alone. I mean, alone with the Yumi, but alone. Survived it, and after he comes out, he was full life. So that was really amazing here from Sabo, and got them a kill at least on the Volibear. And I don't know if the blue cane was the right decision. So usually, if you are behind, for example, and he isn't behind, you mostly don't go for the blue cane. And if you are ahead, you can go for it. And now 6 get caught.
We have 6 getting caught here in the mid lane, being stunned on the tower, but he is able to escape, or more like TSK, leaving him alone to address the wave.
And the 6 not having barrier or not having flash now, I mean, it's food for Sabo. If he sees the 6 will die instantly. So the 6 player really needs to play safe now for 5 minutes. And really needs to respect if he sees Kayn in a wall, for example. And now they do Drake, and they don't contest that. Like you got the 6 to half HP, all of them are full life. Ari has ultimate, Kayn has ultimate, Yumi has ultimate. No, we give the Drake. No, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know.
That's the lack of communication I was talking, or
yeah.
Also the lack of vision I was talking about on Team Slick sides. Like they sometimes are just not aware that their enemies are doing an objective currently. And yeah, I think that's really something they have to work on.
Yeah, and this farming score and the stats in general from the mid laners remember me to season 5, where it was just farming mid lane the whole game and just wave clear victor against whatever, and just wave clear, farm. Kinda reminds me of that.
Yeah, where these control mages was the
that was a meta, because they had those lane swaps, and mid lane could do nothing the whole game, because just always lane swapping, and then they just needed to farm the whole game. And I don't know, with this utility item build from Ari and with the TP, I mean, did she ever use the TP? I don't know.
I think she hasn't TP'd so far, but maybe she keeps
maybe
it for
to the
later.
mid lane. Yeah, maybe she TP'd to the mid lane to get a better recall or something. But picking TP and never TPing, it's, I don't know. Maybe in the late game, but you don't take TP for that then. As a mid laner, as an assassin mid laner. And now with kind of 2 assassins, like Ari is an assassin, and with assassin Kayn, if they really wait too long, it could be hard. But at least we saw what Kayn can do with the Yumi. So if they have a good team fight, it will still work out. But the scaling with 2 assassins isn't really that great.
Yeah, I think they will lack out a lot of tankiness into the late game for those team fights. Where on the other side you have the Volibear bringing that to the side of Royal Family. And yeah, overall, we mentioned it before, but this game is going on really slow. We are in the 24th minute, and not so many kills have been found so far, but yet a team fight is engaged. Ziggs is going down. We can see the TP from Volibear coming in, but Royal Family is not really looking for a re-engage here on Team Slick. And now Sabo is looking for maybe another pick there, but yeah. Again, a team fight going out with only 1 kill falling. I think both teams are playing really slow, really safe here. I guess it's playoffs and they are nervous and they don't want to do too many mistakes or too many risks. Oh, and now TSK was roaming around the Baron, and they are going for the re-engage here. Volibear is throwing down first, and Sabo is the next one to fall, but not without doing a lot of damage to the Talia here, who is going down. Artworks flashing under the tower to kill the Azrael. And now Team Slick, they are able to get some lead here in this game. And might be able to even take the Baron now. Although without Sabo.
Could be risky. It's 50-50, and especially you have this Mega Inferno Bomb on sides of this 6, so we can always try to steal with the ultimate. And in this team fight, we saw just this hit or miss Bard ultimate. So I mean, it came kind of too late, and then even saved them from the S3 ultimate. So they didn't took any damage from it. And so he kind of saved the enemy team. So that's why Bard is really hard to play in a team. And one thing I want to mention, because now I see it, but the whole game, they didn't have any anti-heal. I mean, there's a Yuumi, there's a Vayne with healing, there's a Aatrox with healing, and they didn't bought a single anti-heal item. Now we see at least Morello and the Prebble West, but they I don't know, they needed anti-heal maybe not on Ezreal with the Executioner's Calling, and I don't know how long they have the Morellos, but I think they didn't have it in the last team fight. So anti-heal is really crucial in those team fights because this Yuumi just heals so much.
Yeah.
And the catch on 6 only happened because he has no flash. So, and that's something which says they had a little bit of communication because they could easily catch him, and now Volibear maybe get crushed.
Yes, because there is no tower to be safe under again, and with 3 people on the bot lane, the Vayne crushing him. She is a tank shredder, taking him out easily here. And now the bot lane is coming into, or the rest of Royal Family is coming in too late here. Oh, Ari flashing the Ezreal ult, but still getting hit by it. TSK Sabo is healing up with that Yuumi. And on the other side of the map, we have Artworks casually split pushing the top lane.
Yeah, and this team fights, a lot of things went wrong. And at the moment, nobody's reconning, so they try to get this Drake. At least it's match point for them with the Dragon's Den. But I don't know, they lose the whole base for it, so maybe not that worth. And they can still be stopped, so especially Kayn is looking for stopping the recalls. Now Volibear is alive, so he will try to defend this inhibitor tower, and he will do it. Congratulations. But in this team fight, I mean, Bard ultimate again hit nothing, and that's the point where I need to think about, is this Bard pick really worth it if it doesn't hit those crucial ultimates who are so important? And then Talia just saved the whole team with the ultimate because they helped them escaping with this Talia ultimate and not stopping them with it. So some ultimates really didn't quite hit the mark, like I would say. Meanwhile, Volibear isn't really the biggest threat at the moment. He has 2-5, just tries to split push, get caught, and that's lack of communication, because if your team doesn't have pressure, you can't stay too much forward like he did there. So he kind of need to stay at his tower, for example, and then when the team gets pressure, then he can push out. But in this case, especially Kayn, who can just walk over walls and have the Yuumi heals as backup and as speed up, he can just catch everybody in this game. So they need to be a bit more careful there. And at the moment, if they have communication, then they know Volibear has still no flash and Ezreal has still no flash. So maybe the next team fight could be crucial. Yeah, and there's a Bard ultimate which didn't hit. But Ahri is just the wrong target. Like, she is more or less one of the only ones who can jump out of it that fast. And so just don't try to catch the Ahri there, I don't know.
Yeah, and I really like Team Slick's playing today in comparison to the rest of their season so far. I think they're playing better today, and yeah, I'm surprised to see Royal Family lacking so much. I feel like they are not very well prepared for this matchup today, or at least, or they are too nervous for that first game of the day.
Could be both.
Or still tired. I mean, it's still morning after all.
Yeah, that's right. So Ezreal tries to catch someone. Needs to
and
flash.
now we have Kane gets really deep in. They're taken by the Ezreal and gets taken down by Royal Family immediately. And now Royal Family, they are on the chase. They want to take down that Sabo. Talia cutting off the Volibear for their own team. I feel like there's a lot of unfortunate things happening in this game.
Again, Talia ultimate which did nothing. And at this point, I would even think as Talia just tries to use it for objectives, not for team fighting, because you can always try to aim the ultimate that the enemy team can't defend a tower, for example, because you just cut the lane in half and stuff. So that should be a way to approach that.
Ooh. Now it is Team Slick looking for the Anyage, even though they are one person down. Arya and Talia already went down. And now the Root is coming in. Artworks re-engages here. They want to get that Ezreal because he's so low, but they are taking the Volibear. On the other hand, Ziggs is able to get the Artworks in return. It is a back and forth.
Yeah, and that was a Death Stance kill because he just bleeded out. And at least Ari got the first assassination of the game, so she just hit the charm and got a kill in minute 30. Nice.
Oh, and now Sabo is looking for an assassination as well, but I think he's going too deep again with his Kane. Is able to escape this time though.
Yeah. And the whole team fight started with this weird Ezreal tries to arcane shift forward, tries to catch someone because he has the slow on the Q. And then he just needed to flash out because Sabo tried to kill them. And maybe that was kind of bait because Sabo got killed by that play. So maybe Ezreal baited them. But I mean, arcane shifting forward is never a good play in those team fights because it's your own escape spell. And if you use it in the offense, you really need to know what you are doing. And in this case, he just saw someone and thought, okay, I can slow him. So I need to do that, and that's not really the best call. And now the dragon spawns in 18 seconds. So both teams, and because it's Soul alert, more or less, for Team Slick, they really need to fight and contest the strike, because otherwise Team Royal Family just gets the Mountain Soul, which grants them a big shield. And that could be not the best thing. And this is a good ultimate.
Hits an ultimate for once, and Ziggs orbit and Ezreal immediately falling off, and that's 2 people down from TSK. That's exactly what Royal Family needed. Now they can easily take this grade. Sabo is still up, and he will maybe try to go for a steal here. Or no, he won't even. He is backing off, and that means the Mountain Soul for Royal Family. How much of an advantage does that give to Royal Family now?
I mean that's really huge for them because so many armor and magic resist and such a big shield, especially against those assassins. I mean, with Kane and with Ari as 2 assassins, you really try to one-shot someone. But if this person just has 20 armor more and a big shield, you can't really kill them. So it's really huge against this team comp to have those bonus stats and to have this shield. And this team fight was really perfect for them, and there we could see why a Bard can just solo carry a single game on its own, because if you hit those crucial ultimates and if you really catch 1 or 2 or even 3, and a really good thing there was as well the ultimate from 6, who just blew them up there. So that was really a good communication from both, just waiting out the ultimate and then dropping down the bomb. And no Bards. No.
Yeah, both assassins are looking to get a pick here in the enemy jungle. It's really deep, but yeah, Bard has a lot of mobility.
Yeah. And one thing, just for all the viewers out there, normally because you can't see how much gold you are up in game, but we can see it as spectators. So we see the game is even, and I mean in this case 12 to 13 kills and 5 to 4 towers, it's pretty even. But oh, the flash, that was a really good flash from Vayne. Otherwise
really
she would have died.
Really important also.
And sometimes I think in 5 minutes ago or something, where Team Royal Family didn't had those winning team fights, they still went even in gold because kills
aren't the game, especially. So that this isn't a kill-based game like a team deathmatch or something where you need to get 100 kills or something. This is a game about objectives and about farming, for example. So just because the enemy team has 5 more kills doesn't mean you lose the game. And maybe even the enemy team could be ahead because they have more farm, for example. So a kill is only 300 gold and a possibility. So if you get a kill, you can make a trade. Or if you get a kill, you can take a tower. So the kill just enables that and isn't really that important. So for example, if you watch high-end League of Legends or maybe Season 6, Season 7 Korean style, so maybe 2 kills in the whole game and just on one team won. So kills aren't everything. And especially in the slow early game, we saw that there are no kills, so you don't need 2 kills.
Yeah, I guess kills are never your goal, but they should be the way to the goal.
Yeah, especially. So, and now there's this kind of mid to late game where both teams group and tries to get those good ultimates there. And now they got another flash. I mean, that was a really good ultimate. And I talked about don't try to catch the Ahri, but if you aim it correctly and Ahri dashes into it, she needed to flash. So that was a really good Bard ultimate there. And
yeah, but on the other side, also good reaction from King of Clowns to
Totally.
not get hit by that Bard ultimate.
So, and now this kind of dance begins. So both teams, I mean, especially Royal Family doesn't really have the best macro. I mean, if you look at bot lane, it's not really the best pushed in wave for them. So they really need to try to get the pushing waves.
Or the team fight is looking for the team fight here for the Engage, and they are engaging on the Volibear, trying to play that back to forth. Aatrox is going down on the other side. And now both teams immediately disengaged again as they lost one team member. Ahri is looking for the pick here, the Ziggs ultimate not hitting. Kayn is on there, but he is left alone by his team. Has to flash out here and gets out alive. Now the Talia is coming in with the wall. Ahri dodging around, but still goes down to the Ziggs. And now Royal Family should be in the position to maybe push for that inhibitor tower.
Yeah, and some people would call finish or something, but for me, as a player, as a card, I will always try to make the safest call, and for them, the safest call is just get inhibitor, get base, because they have a lot of gold after such a winning team fight. And I mean, we can see on the timer in the top of the minimap, Elder Drake spawns in around a minute, and Baron is up. So 2 big objectives, and now they have constant pressure in the mid lane because of those super minions there. And I don't really know why they don't recall.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, didn't you say you want them to recall?
Yeah, I mean that would be the best play. You want a team fight, you get an inhibitor, you reset.
Yeah,
because
you want to spend that gold in order to use it.
So now 6 is and they have gold in the bank. And if a team fight would have happened now, they maybe would have lost it. So always reset, always take the advantages you have. Get those control wards in. If you look at the inventory of Talia and Ziggs, maybe they buy a control ward, maybe not. We will see it. And okay, Talia buys damage, that's fine. So because you need those control wards, you need this vision to contest those objectives. And now the dance begins. So for both teams, Elder Drake is huge. For both teams, Baron is huge. Maybe even for the blue team, Baron is a bit more worth because they could maybe finish with it. But if one team gets the Elder Drake, then they can at least win a team fight. And if the blue team of Royal Family gets the Elder Drake, they probably will finish because they win team fight and just finish. And for the red team, for Team Slick, with a one team fight, even with an Elder or Baron buff, you kind of can't really finish. Maybe you get one inhibitor, maybe 2. But it wouldn't be the end if Team Royal Family loses a team fight now.
When I think TSK, they spotted Talia on the other side of the map there, and they were starting the Elder Drake there, and now the team fight escalates. Volibear is the first one to go down on the side of Royal Family. And once again, both teams seem to be disengaging. The red team takes the Elder Dragon, and now they have that big advantage they need for a good team fight. But maybe they should back off first. No, they take the Ziggs with themselves. And now TSK Sabo is following in with the Yumi here. But gets a lot of poke in from the Talia, kiting back.
Yeah, we talked about the pressure on the mid lane, so now someone needs to defend those super minions. And like I said, this Elder Drake isn't really the end of all things now for the Royal Family. I mean, it's bad. Maybe even they lose a Baron from it, but they won't finish from it. So they can try to breathe a bit and just try to contest that, but contesting against Elder Drake is always risky, so I wouldn't do that. And now we can see why Sabo really more or less babysitted the spot lane, because Vayne is the win condition in this game. I mean, if you saw Volibear jumping in and just got killed by Vayne in a few auto attacks, it was really just insane. So Volibear can't do anything. I don't know why he's building Black Cleaver now. He just needs to build full tank and hope that he survives anything, because he can't really survive against this Vayne anymore. And they really try to need to catch the Vayne. If Vayne survives on those teamfights, it's over. And they don't have really threats, so I mean they can try to hit the Bard ultimate and that's it. So and Vayne just will always get full healed by Yumi. So winning a teamfight now, it's if Vayne plays perfectly, it's over. So they can't really catch her, and so they need to hope that Vayne makes a mistake, because then they can win the teamfight. But if this Vayne is Uzi now, then it's over. So that could be finish then for them.
Yeah, especially with also the Baron and the Elder Drakes on their side, which are huge objectives. And Team Slick is now grouping up in the mid lane in order to siege that lane furthermore.
Okay, Ari has no ultimate. That's
for the pick here, and Vayne is just doing so much damage. Talia instantly pops under the tower. TSK Sabo diving deep here. Asriel returning the ultimate, but the Elder Drake taking out another one. And yeah, double kill for the Ari here.
Yeah, and I mean, they still have 6, and 6 is kind of wave clear, but not against Baron minions. I mean, he can't really kill those minions, because Baron minions get some sort of magic resistance, so mages can't really kill them that well. And now with the teleport from Aatrox, that should be maybe even the finish. So, I mean, that could be some risk, but this Vayne just will never die. So it should be over now.
Also can push really fast. The first inhibitor, Nexus Tower, is going down. And the Royal Family is trying to take a fight back, but they are getting taken apart. And Team Slick is taking home the first game of this best of 3 against all odds.
Yeah. I know.
So, what a team fight. What a team fight. That was crazy. Now, that's against the odds, right? Like, Team Slick winning this game, this first game, and I would dare to say with a great performance towards the end. Now, gentlemen, I've had some notes taken for this game. Like, we've seen like the beginning, Royal Family being grouped, getting out of the fountain, and then Team Slick was more like splitted already, so ready to fight in the lanes. Daniel, maybe you can tell me, is that maybe how they prefer to be, like coming out together, and Team Slick like being ready to fight? They had more hunger maybe since the beginning.
I think that's just their starting positions. Normally when you start into the game, the normal setup is to spread out and to cover your jungle. And normally if you group up like Royal Family did at the beginning, you might be looking for an invade, but in the end that didn't happen either. Okay,
so afterwards we had an early gank from Kayn, which was very I would say an opportunist, an optimistic level 2 gank from Kayn, maybe a little bit too early. like it wasn't really the volley wasn't very into the top side of the Aatrox, so maybe he should have maybe go more on the jungle. Like it was too early to gank. I think. What do you think about this first gank done by Kane?
Yeah, so like I said on the cast, it's a really cheesy gank because normally most of the time we saw it with Talia. You just get your first buff and then rotate to the second buff. So those level 2 ganks after just clearing your first half of the jungle, those can bring you something, but don't do that always, because especially with Kane and Aatrox, they don't have really the best CC. So if Volibear just flashes out of that, then he's just safe. So in this case, it wasn't too early in my eyes, so they got the flash. But after that, they didn't really punish the flash. So I would have, I would wanted that they come back. So babysit this Aatrox just to punish the flash users. And didn't happen. And after that, Volibear got the flash from Aatrox, and then Talia came to get the first kill there. So they did it right, and Team Slick, I don't know, it was a good gank. They got a flash, but didn't really pay off for them.
Exactly, that was my next point. Like the gank, the flash was out, and they didn't come back. But in the contrary, Royal Family came back on the lane and took the first blood on Aatrox. And Aatrox responding with a level 5 solo killing Volibear level 6. Like, you have to have some guts to actually try it. Now, what do you think about what was going in his head as an Aatrox? Had he the clear advantage? Or was he just like confident, now if he doesn't back off, I kill him? What do you think?
Yeah, so I can slightly remember that, I think. That Volibear doesn't really had too much mana there, because otherwise versus level 6 Volibear he just ults, and he didn't. So probably he didn't have mana to use the ultimate. And then in a fight against Volibear without mana, Aatrox should normally win that. I mean, Aatrox doesn't have mana costs at all, so we can just spam those spells. And Aatrox is really a strong fighter, especially with level 5. The level 3 Q is really strong there. It's a really good power spike for him. Then he just can kill the Volibear if he has no mana, and in this case it worked.
So overstaying for Volibear there. We have the next was the Volibear TPing in an early team fight in the bot lane. Like he was TPing and it was already, everything was over. Like he came down there and the fight was over. What do you think? Was it maybe too hasty? He panicked a bit and he was like, okay, I just have to go to my bot lane now, and it was already over. It was like a wasted TP. Because during that time, I think Aatrox was down and he just went back to the lane on foot, and Aatrox TP'd back on his lane, so he didn't lost anything actually on his lane, whereas Volibear TPing in the bot side and doing nothing and losing time and farm and stuff. So what happened? What do you think happened in his head at the moment?
Yeah, so there are always, I mean, two sides of a coin, right? So if the team calls TP, then the top laner normally TPs. So that he should do that. And even if the TP doesn't seems to do something, the enemy team backs off because they see, okay, they TP, okay, then let's disengage there. And I think Yuumi and Vayne run away. So in the end, they disengaged with the teleport. It's maybe a really cost-intensive disengage, because if you use a teleport just to not fight there, it's maybe a little bit too much. But in the end, maybe he saved his team with this teleport. And if the team calls it, you do it. So I think it's correct from him. Maybe you could have waited a second more to see if the fight really breaks out, and just TP if the Vayne really commits to the fight. And in this case, he maybe teleported a second too early, but it was fine in my eyes.
So we have at minute 25 the first big team fight, which went for TSK. Team Slick having a great team fight, getting 3 kills, if I remember correctly. It was a crazy team fight. They lost only Sabo, I think, at that fight, but were able to take three people from Royal Family, with Wayne and Yumi combination being very solid, and Wayne just shredding that Volibear down. He was like non-existent in that fight. So, in your opinion, Wayne was the correct pick to counter this Volibear?
Yeah, I mean, Wayne is always some sort of a correct pick because she is always a hyper carry, she is always a late game carry, but you need to get to those stages. So if the enemy team plays correctly, Wayne shouldn't be a problem because she has a really weak lane. That means you can just run her over, dive her, get a lead, and then Wayne with one item, maybe even with 2 items, doesn't do anything versus a real ADC. But then the game shifted and the game was really slow. Wayne got the time to scale, and then the Wayne is just a Wayne with a Yumi on it, so it's just unkillable.
So coming back to bot, the pick early and mid like non-existent, failing every ult. He didn't touch any ults in the beginning, only ulting minions. Now I know that you have some time to dodge that ult, especially Wayne on Yumi with getting the movement speed, but he literally missed people fighting on the same spot and he missed the ult. Like if you pick bot, you should be able to get such an ult on point, and only getting the feeling back after the end game of the game, when he picked up Ezreal with Yumi in it, and where they were instantly blown off with a great combination of Ziggs ult. So, do you think bot was a correct pick, knowing that he needed like almost 30 minutes to land an ult?
I think Bart was not a bad pick into the composition, but I think Herbie just didn't execute it very well. If he would have hit it more ultimates like the one you just mentioned, where the 2 people from TSK were instantly blown up, if you would have landed more ults like that, that would have been crucial for Royal Family, and they would have been able to take so many more team fights on their sides. But yeah. Well, you have to hit those ults, and that's the thing with spells.
But the problem here is more like the player, because Bart is not at fault to not touch the ult. It's the player who missed those ults. Now, I don't know how much, if it's a comfort pick for Herbie to use Bart. I don't know about the pick and ban rates he did with Bart, but it didn't seem like it was a main character for him. So like using a Bart, maybe instead of using a simpler bot carry like maybe Trash, who has easier skill shots than Bard, who is everything is around his ult. If he touches it, as you said, they blow off the team fight. But if he doesn't, he's literally almost useless during the fight because his healing is not as much as Yumi. The movement speed isn't as much as Yumi with his abilities, and his damage. It's questionable that maybe his damage is a little bit more than Yumi, but his poke isn't as good as Yumi's. So in the end, Yumi's was an easier character to play in as a skill character, and but needing to skill shots everything that he has, maybe it wasn't too early. Maybe it was too early to bot. What do you think?
Yeah, like Bart is hit or miss, and I would always recommend players, if you don't play Bart, don't play Bart. So Bart is more or less a comfort pick and a cheesy pick from special support players who sometimes train them, sometimes train them in scrims and stuff, and then you can use them. But just to play him and it's a good pick and whatever, it doesn't work because it's really hit or miss to get those crucial ultimates. And I don't know if I really want this coin flip in my team, just take an easier support there. I don't know, maybe something like Nautilus would have been great. Just point to click ultimate there on a Wayne to stop her, on a Kane to stop him, etc. Could have maybe worked a little bit better. But the Bart, I mean, he fits in the comp with the roaming, with the ultimate from 6 and with this Talia roam. So they drafted a comp where they want to play around side lanes and where they want to play around roaming. and they didn't play around side lanes and they didn't play it around roaming. So just the team comp really didn't really happen, and that's why Bart didn't really did what he wanted to do. And if you play the team comp correctly, then it maybe works. But in this case, if you don't play this kind of play style, then Bart is more or less, I don't know, useless maybe sogar.
So yeah, especially the roaming composition didn't work well. They didn't play around it, so that's maybe one of the big reasons they lost the game. Now the final team fight where they got Elders, where they got Baron and finished the game. Now Daniel, what do you think went into their heads from TSK, because they were behind at that moment and they were like, okay, the enemy has soul. I can't let them get the Elders and the Baron. Let's go for the Elders first to have some pressure to fight the Baron, and they did it. An early smite from Ison, if I remember correctly, missed the Elders. He had 20 HP left, and afterwards, TSK taking the Elders for themselves and being able to push away Royal Family, and that was basically the win condition they had. They won because of that team fight, going over to Baron, and then from Baron pushing the mid lane down, and then resetting, and then finishing the game. It was a great... They had really a great endgame, I would say, from Team Slick. What do you think?
I think it also comes down to their team composition, and they were not really behind. I don't know the exact goal difference there was at this point, but I don't think it was much because they were almost even all the time. But the crucial thing is they had this Vayne scaling into the late game, and with that, they were in a better position to teamfight around an objective. And Elder Drake is an objective you can perfectly force your enemy on. And if your enemy doesn't have the teamfight come to contest that, you are in a big advantage there. And that's what happened, and that's why TSK was able to take that fight, take the Elder Drake, take the Baron, and as you said, with that lead, finish the game.
So now this game went over to Team Slick. Royal Family eSports Knüppel Club has to rethink their strategy because this first game wasn't in their favor at all. We see that they were not so comfortable getting those skill shots. We'll go into a break now. Before we go to the break, I want just a quick reminder that you can win up to 2 Samsung Galaxy S20 during this playoffs weekend. So if you want more information, just type in the chat !giveaway to get more information, and later today at some point you will get a keyword from us which you will have to write down into the chat and post it and enter the giveaway. Now I can't wait for the second pick and ban phase, but before that let's take a break. See you soon.
wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If I'm knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 2 between Team Slick versus Royal Family Esports Knüppel Club. We are joined for the second game by Loic of the Luxembourg Rift Tournament Association based in Luxembourg. Welcome, Loic, to the cast. And let's jump right into it, into the second game. What do you think needs to be done for Royal Family to win this game? Loic.
So, very clearly this game, Royal Family, they tried to pick a comp that was maybe a bit too hard to execute on there. And I think they should pick a comp that is a bit safer to play this time. It also seems like Team Slick, they seem to be up to their game. We had the last 3 matches, they were a bit low on performance. They had not as good a performance that we saw from them on the early on the season. However, they seem to be really top fit today for those matches. So Royal Family needs to be very careful now.
All right. So how far are we with the game lobby? Is it ready to go? I don't know. The studio still waiting. So Team Slick having a blast of a performance on this first game. A little bit weaker at the beginning, coming back stronger, struggling in the middle a bit, but then finally won the crucial team fights. Daniel, now Team Slick, how will they enter? With which mindset will they enter this second game?
I think they have really gained a lot of confidence out of this game, or I think that's at least what they should take from it. I think maybe also Royal Family was underestimating them a little bit based on their performance during the seasons, and I really like that Team Slick is coming back strong now into the playoffs, and I'm really excited for the second game if they can maybe really make it happen to take the win against Royal Family tonight.
So I got the studio now and the game lobby is ready. I will leave the second game into your hands, casters. Take it away.
Thank you, Tommy. Yeah. I guess we will start into the champion select soon. You've seen the first game. What did you think about it?
Well, in my opinion, Royal Family had won the draft at first. They had a very clear comp. They had a very clear goal with that comp, which we saw right off the bat. They wanted to get some poke in, move around the map, take the objectives, etc. However, they did not execute it quite as well. So I think this time they will go for something different. Maybe also try to play for the late game against Team Slick, as that is what they did last game with that Vayne. We have here immediately a Vayne ban, better play safe than sorry, as well as a Lulu ban. So definitely go with something a bit safer this time around.
Yeah, we can see Royal Family definitely adapting to the last game with the Vayne and the Yumi ban. They don't want to leave that up to any randomness here. On the other side, we see the Zillion ban, obviously against Herbie, is a must-be ban against Royal Family. And I think that's also a great advantage of a team if you have those strong champions on one person that you immediately force onto the enemy team.
Yes, especially a player like Herbie, because I feel like Herbie is a very good player in Royal Family. He's got some other very strong supports. Well, Lulu was banned too, but he's also got champs like Zara, with which he's been very good and had very strong performances. So that Zillion ban, it's too bad for him, right? He cannot play his Zillion, which is it's a sight to behold. His Zillion, we saw it once. It was amazing. However, getting it banned is one ban less for the other team, and that is always a good thing to have. There's also the Ornn ban on Dexcore. We've seen him very performant on that champion, and I think he's got a really high pick rate. It's got to be 67% or something like that on his own.
Yeah, throughout the season he has a 64% pick rate actually on there, and yeah, he was basically OTPing that throughout the season. I think teams have realized that by now, and they will be banning it all the time against him. So he has to come up with something new, and that apparently is this Volibear that he already placed last game and now once again is going for that pick. And now we also have the Nunu for 420 Let It Roll. He has been playing that throughout the season also, has a 25% pick rate on that actually. And yeah, overall Nunu is a very strong jungler, preferred by a lot of jungler in the league.
Especially now, because last patch he got buffed immensely. He's got his AP ratios, he's got tremendous 1.5 AP ratio on the shield on his ultimate, on top of the health ratio. He's also got AP scaling on his Q, I think, which heals him even more. So he definitely is stronger now, and he can do a lot of damage now, even more than before.
And we also see the Zyra pick for Royal Family, most likely going for Herbie. And that's a pick he has been showing before also already in Post Esports League. I think it fits him much better than the Bard before. And we saw he was struggling a lot with that Bard. So maybe now with the Zyra, still he has skill shots, but I think Zyra's skill shots are still a little bit easier to hit. And they don't have such a coin flip impact than a Bard ultimate.
Yes, definitely. I saw some nice Bard ultimates from him, but I also think that this game they seem to be going for more comfortable picks. Maybe need a bit of a morale boost on there. On the other side, we also have King of Clowns with his Corki, which he has packed quite often during the season, actually. And once again, Sabo probably on the Kane, which he had a quite good performance around the end there, getting some nice picks here and there.
Yeah, and we can already see also from the orientation what they have picked. Both teams this time around, they want to go for more teamfight oriented comps. With the Zyra, with the Nunu, both of them, their ultimates are just such strong teamfight tools. On the other hand, Trash, a teamfight beast, and also Corki can be very useful with those packages, engaging team fights, maybe disengaging again. Also brings a lot of poke and disengage to a team composition. So yeah, very strong champion there. And we see maybe the Artvox is again picked for TSK Yasuo on the top lane.
And for Plalitz and Ash, I think we saw him on Ash quite often too. So once again, maybe a bit of a comfort pick, and also quite. Now rounding up with the Diana, I guess we have it confirmed. They probably want to go for a team fight comp there, where they can just wombo combo all of their AoE abilities in one to take out the enemies. Final pick for TSK is going to be a Syndra. So they also have quite a bit of pick potential here with the Kayn, the Syndra, Corki too also. He's got quite a bit of mobility and range here.
But I think same counts for Royal Family with that Ashe and the Ashe ultimate. That's an amazing tool to take picks. And I think you could also play not only around team fights, but also if you want to play more of a pick composition, try to get the jungler out maybe, deny objectives and then go for the objectives themselves. Or send that Volibear to the off lane to split push.
Yes, that could indeed be quite damaging for them. We also have on the other hand Nunu, who can go around the map quite fast with his snowball and get some very nice engages here. I can see this coming together as a very good comp, actually. Who, in your opinion, here has won the draft? Who's got the better comp for now?
I think that's really hard to say. I think both teams drafted very similar team comps with similar winning conditions also. Both of them wanting to go into team fights. Both of them are able to contest those objectives, and both of them are also contest this objective still later on into the game. And I think that was the crucial thing in the first game, that Team Slick was able to dominate on important objectives like the Elder Drake at the later stages of the game. And now, this time around, I don't see that so much. However, TSK, of course, they are lacking a real AD carry, and they have a Syndra instead. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Syndra has been played 3 times, I think, during the season on the bot lane. Once by Outplay, where Daikara has an exceptionally good performance on that champion on the bot lane. I feel like she can be very strong because Syndra has an incredible damage output with her ulti, constant poke with that Q. However, last time we saw it was in the hands of Team Slick and Royal Family. Both teams did pick it, and they did not have such a good performance with it. And I don't know how good they're going to be on the Syndra bot lane. In my opinion, Syndra is not the easiest champion to play either. She's very skill shot heavy. She's got the Q that's a skill shot. Her stun is a skill shot. A very skill reliant champion. So I'm not too keen on it, to be honest, but we'll have to see what they can bring out of it.
Yeah, and also Magic X, he hasn't been playing that throughout the season of the eSports League. So it is a new pick he's bringing to the roster here. we will see what it will bring for them. On the other hand, we have a Trash from Banana Jumper, also not shown throughout the season, but a very strong champion overall. Overall, the bot lanes, what do you think? Who is going out ahead of that bot lane later on?
Well, on one hand, they have the Thrash, which has very strong engaging potential and works really well with Syndra on there because, I mean, if someone is hooked, Syndra is going to easily hit her attacks on it, and then boom, ult, that person is probably dead. On the other hand, you know, I'm always a fan of classical bot lanes, let's say this. A marksman and a support. And that's what Ashe and Zyra are. And they also have quite a lot of poke, so during the laning phase, I guess, in the lane itself, when nothing happens, I think they would have the upper hand. On the other hand, they are at risk of being engaged hard by that Thrash, a Kayn gank too. That could turn out very bad for them because both champs have absolutely no mobility.
Yeah, that's true. If they get ganked or if they get engaged also by the Syndra Thrash, they are lacking a lot of mobility to disengage those situations. And you were talking about pokes. Zyra, of course, she has a lot of poke, but on the other hand, Syndra can bring a lot of poke to that lane too.
That's true.
So another thing, maybe the junglers, because throughout the season we have seen how important junglers can be or actually are, and also Sabo had a big impact on that last game and on the win for Team Slick. So as he is getting that Kayn again, and on the other side we have a Nunu, who do you think of the junglers could make a bigger impact towards this game?
Well, I know for a fact that, especially during the whole season, whenever Nunu was picked, Nunu had a big impact. Nunu is a very strong champion, and he can go around the map very fast. He's got a great stun, actually. He's got big AoE ultimate, and I think he can have a bigger impact on objectives itself, while Kayn has a bigger impact on lanes, because it's so easy to gank as a Kayn, and maybe even get away with it if it went bad. So I think they're, in that sense, kind of tied, and they each have their strength to bring out.
Yeah, and we are about to start into the second game of this confrontation. Royal Family, against all odds, lost the first game against Team Slick, and Team Slick has to prove themselves now once again in this best of 3 in order to take it and be in the semi-finals against Outplay eSports. An opponent you don't really want to play against, but if you want to get to the finals, you have to do that. But now we have the game here ahead of us. Team Slick against Royal Family. We see the team comms. Both teams are setting up their jungle coverage here, so no invades are being planned. And yeah, with those team comms, overall, to whom do you give this game?
To be honest, I'll give this game to Royal Family. I really like their comp. I feel like they round up very nicely together. However, there's this issue of Dexquan, the Volibear. I feel like he won his lane. He was very strong on the top lane, and he was able to hold his own ground against that Aatrox. However, he did not move as well around the map as he could have, and that could be fatal for them. Like last game, he did some rotations that were not worth it, where he lost more time to the Aatrox, which was then able to come back into the game properly. So I would give it to Royal Family, and also for a third game's sake. However, that, in my opinion, highly depends on how that Volibear plays out.
Yeah, I think both teams definitely have a big chance here in this team or in this game too. And yeah, I think both mid laners also might be going for some roams early on, or at least their champions can do that. But we see that both teams are quite roam lazy in the first game.
Yes. Even though they have the potential is there with their champions. Corki can move around the map, and Diana too, as you said. Two champions who really like actually to roam, because they can quickly snatch a kill, go back into their lane, and have a big impact on other lanes that way. And yeah, so overall, we're gonna have, I think that Sabo is gonna have maybe an early gang on bot lane if he wants to. He's going to his blue buff right now.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have the Nunu jumbling downwards up. And do you think Nunu will go for an early gank? Because it looks like he wants to go for a full clear so far.
Well, Nunu can clear quite well, in my opinion. He likes to clear with, yeah. You can see here the safe ward against a Kayn. But I think Nunu could go for a gank. However, top is pushed in quite a bit.
Oh, and Yasuo has to flash under the tower here. And Volibear is taking the kill. And yeah, I was calling him Yasuo, but I'm not stupid. I know that this is an Artworks, but he's called Yasuo as a summoner name. Yeah, so no flash, no TP either for the Artworks. And Volibear once again able to take the more comfortable backport in the early stage. And I feel like I have a déjà vu from the last game.
Yeah, I mean, Volibear is a very strong champion in lane, and if he keeps up the lane to his advantage, that's really great for him. But there's not only that, and that's the problem here. That was the problem last game. We also have here Sabo setting up a lane gang and bot lane, but they're just pushed too far back under the turret. I don't think that's gonna get to anything.
But once again, we can really see the bot lane focus of TSK Sabo, and I don't know if that's the right call this time around.
I feel like Sabo should probably go to that volley, try to shut him down, because I don't think Aatrox has much of a chance against Volibear. Because Volibear is a really strong champion in 1v1s. And if he does not get shut down early in the game, he can be a terrific force of nature against the others.
Yeah, and also on the other hand, you have an Artworks, and we saw how well Artworks can do if he gets a few kills and he can scale better into the late game. On the other hand, obviously, Royal Family's bot lane, they are very keen to gank because they are lacking a lot of mobility. But once again, the flash of Volibear is not up, so you should always go for the gank on the lanes that don't have a flash. Oh, and now we have the bot lane of Royal Family looking for the engage here. Trash has to flash out, and Zindua is able to save him with her stun.
Yes, and I feel like in general, Royal Family's bot lane is not a good lane to gank, because after last game, they're gonna be very cautious of that Kayn. They had a very early ward around the Tribush, and however, they are very careful right now. They also play quite defensively. They've been a lot under their own turret. And here we have the Nunu going on the Kayn, who tried to counter jungle.
Yeah, and Sabo has to be very careful there because Diana is joining in as well. But he's able to disengage on the top lane. We have a lot of fighting now. Yasuo taking down the Volibear. And that's the second kill of this game. Going towards TSK this time around. And Yasuo, or Artworks, cancelling out his disadvantage on the top lane.
Yes, unfortunately, he was out of mana there. That is one advantage that Aatrox has against the Volibear. Aatrox has no resources to spend his abilities. However, Voli has mana issues sometimes.
Yeah, and Volibear was TPing right back onto the lane, tries to get the return kill now, but Aatrox, he's very, very strong. Props the ultimate on the bot lane. Fighting is going on as well. Banana Jumper dropping really, really low due to the tower shot. Nunu flashing in, takes the kill. And Royal Family, yeah, losing their jungler. No, gaining their jungler a kill. And TSK losing their support.
Yes. And once again, the equilibrium is there. We have 2-2 in terms of kills. 100 gold lead, so it's pretty irrelevant. And yeah, that was quite bad for Volibear to engage on a level 6. Aatrox should have played it way safer, because now Aatrox picked up 2 platings, is level 7. Volibear is still level 5. He's now real far behind, and that could cost him quite a lot for this laning phase. Meanwhile, blue team picks up the first Drake, which is an Infernal Drake.
Yeah, and there once again, Team Slick was not even aware of Royal Family doing it.
Yes, very quick movement. That's also an advantage of Nunu. He can do those objectives so fast.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
fast.
And also at this very early stages of the game. I mean, 7-minute break is not a thing you see every time.
And that puts them in a very good position. We have Sabo prepping up a gang on the top lane here. And Dexter has to play safer right now. He's able to escape, fortunately, but he is behind and he just has to play safe, clear the wave, and wait maybe for a gank from the Nunu, I think, because I don't think he can fight Aatrox 1v1 anymore right now.
Yeah, true. And we have Royal Family bot lane pushing in here, and the Nunu is also there as a backup if need be. And Sabo is also not on the bottom side of the map to dissolve that, so that will put TSK's bot lane into a little bit of a disadvantage here.
Yes. However, we have Herald, which just spawned, and both junglers are on the top side, maybe preparing to go for it. We have Aatrox, who went very deep in the jungle. That's too bad. I think both teams are now going to play around that Herald. And Royal Family's bot lane doesn't engage.
And now we have Ashe with the arrow, but immediately gets cleansed by the Syndra. Yeah, cleanse, a very important summoner spell you have to take if you're playing against an Ashe on the bot lane, because that 3-second stun, that's such a long time. 3 seconds, that doesn't sound like a lot, but in League of Legends, 3 seconds is life or death.
Yes, definitely. And using the arrow to take out the cleanse, also quite a good move in my opinion, because once she gets her arrow back up, Syndra's not gonna have cleanse, and is gonna be is unable to defend herself against another arrow. Also, alongside Zyra's, in my opinion, very strong CC. She's got her root, which is also quite strong at a very nice range. So, no good check on there. Volibear still getting pushed back, which is too bad for him. And we also have a very deep ward here from Team Slick, which is very good because they can know where Nunu is at in his top side jungle. Aatrox is going to pick up that Scuttle Crab, and that vision around Herald is very important right now in my opinion, because Herald is such a strong objective, I feel like, when used right.
Yeah, especially with the importance of turret platings early on and how much gold you can drain out of them with a Rift Herald. So yeah, Rift Herald, very important objectives at the early stages of the game. Not addressed so far, but at least TSK has coverage around it and knows if Royal Family were to do it.
Especially against a champion like Nunu, who could technically do it quite easily with the damage he's got. Yeah. However, we have here Volibear still getting pushed in. That's too bad. And meanwhile, Kayn is...
Oh, and now we have the next Ashe arrow hitting the trash this time around, who is taking his flash to be definitely safe. And that once again puts the bot lane of Team Slick into a bigger disadvantage. And I'm really waiting for Nunu gank now on the bot lane.
Yeah, Nunu has not shown his face at all during this match up to now. I mean, he's barely got one kill. He's not... In general, Kayn too, he has not been ganking a lot up to now. And I think he is doing Herald right now, by the way. Seems to be dancing around it. And that could be very strong for a top lane. Top lane is pushed in, and that turret is half live already.
Yeah, and if you look at the map, Royal Family doesn't have any vision around that. Volibear even gets put very low here on the top lane. So if Kayn immediately goes to that top lane now, and he does, with the Rift Herald, they might even still be able to dive the Volibear, but if not, they will definitely get that top lane tower out of it.
We have Corki also with the package coming in towards the top lane. Diana TPing here.
Yes, but if she is alone, that is just suicide with Corki coming as well. And Sabo immediately getting rid of the tower aggro here with his ultimate. Diana is going down, as does the tower. And the Rift Herald is still up, and they might even get a second push out of this on the tier 2 tower.
And we have the bot lane of TSK also moving towards the Drake, probably to ward, as that one is going to spawn very soon. Royal Family is taking some hits a bit everywhere right now.
Yeah, and I really like the playstyle of Team Slick. They are really aware of the objectives currently. Oh, Trash with the hook over the wall! And Herbie is the one to go down here. Uses his ultimate, deals a lot of damage, obviously, to the Syndra. That's what Zyra can do, but yeah, it's just not enough if you are hooked, if you have a Trash against you with so much CC.
And that was such clutch hook, she barely came over the wall.
Yeah, and it is crucial because TSK, they are now 5-man up. Aatrox has the TP, is going to the top lane, but in case needed, he can TP down. But Royal Family, they are not really in the position to contest that dragon right now. And that's the second Drake, or the Mountain Drake, going towards Team Slick. Yeah, and they are currently gaining everything they can.
Yes, and they're as you said, they're playing really well this time around, and they seem to be communicating also quite a lot, and that's what I like about Team Slick. Also Royal Family, usually they have quite a good communication, because they're teams that have been set up some time ago already here in Luxembourg, and I feel like they have some experience together already, and that's what makes them strong, and seeing Team Slick use that so well is really nice to see.
Yeah, I think it also comes down to practice for both of the teams. Both top laners fighting here in the river now. Sabo wants to join in, but so is Nunu and Diana immediately flashing out here the Kane of Team Slick. In the bot lane, we have Royal Family pushing for that tower and maybe being able to cancel out the gold difference. Oh, they are unfortunately not getting... Yes, they got another turret plating. Very important. But yeah, we were talking about communication of those teams. I feel like Team Slick and communication, that's like their always their thing. Like sometimes it's really good because they practiced enough, and sometimes it's really bad because they didn't practice.
Yes, that's the thing we saw clearly during the season. During the talk show, they also said at the start of the season they were at their peak. They had played a lot together. They had some very good matches. And over the season, that seemed to degrade, kinda.
Oh, and now we have Nunu coming in on the mid lane for the gang on the Corki. He is able to save himself with the W. And TSK, they maybe want to turn this around. Aatrox at least with the TP. But I think that TP was a bit of wasted, and he might even be in danger here. Trash is there to shoot him a lantern. And Volibear used his TP as well to come down here. But no kills falling. And TSK fortunately being able to disengage the situation.
Yes. I feel like Dexco in this Volibear is very shy on using his ultimate. I feel like he seems to keep it to disengage something. He uses it very passively, I feel like. I don't think... I didn't see the whole match before, but I feel like he did not do a single tower dive with it.
Oh, and now we have Royal Family engaging the bot lane. Sabo is there too, and Syndra takes out the Zyra, but so does she being taken out. Sabo, oh, nice with the lantern, gets still out of the situation. And overall, that's a 1-for-1 trade, even though TSK was in a disadvantage here. Corki has to use his flash here against the Volibear, using his ultimate for once.
Yeah.
But Aatrox was therefore able to push the top lane. Tier 1 already fell before, so that's quite a long way if you until you can get something there.
Yes, and in the meantime, Royal Family is able to take that bot lane tower, and they played this really well. They had the chance and the possibility to leave that top lane open for a bit because the turret is down. So using their problems, let's say, to their advantage here really well. That was nicely played from Dexco, in my opinion. And yeah, we have a bit of a reset here, as Ash is also going to go back with some new gold. She's got her Bork done. Oh yeah, you don't like it when you say Bork, right?
Yeah, no, that's Blade of Doom King. But yeah.
You know, we have both teams setting up some vision quite nicely. There are no objectives in immediate sight. We have Herald, which is going to spawn very soon.
And Diana is going deep here into the enemy jungle. Finds Sabo, but he has the back up there. And both teams are gathering around there, but I don't really understand why. There's no Drake up.
Yeah, no, maybe they misread something.
Well, it is spawning soon, and they definitely want to gather the vision around that area for now. And well, Family is doing so very well. And yeah.
I think Royal Family wants to force a team fight. I feel like they feel like they can win a team fight if they engage it properly. We saw it on the bot before. They did win that fight there clearly. They had it was maybe just one kill for none, but they have the potential to take down Team Slick's team.
Oh, and I really like the call of Team Slick here. They say, okay, you want to get a division around Drake? Well, get it. Go get the Drake even. We take the Herald.
Yeah. And that would be the second Herald for them, and that's just too bad. Drake is also about to spawn, so Royal Family can at least take that as revenge, so to say. Gathering up their second Drake. I feel like, though, a Herald right now will have more value than a second Drake at this stage of the game.
Exactly, but because the Drakes, they get stronger later in
Yeah.
the game when you get that soul. And of course, every Drake is more pressure towards that soul, and it gives you a little buff. But this Herald, it gives you an immense immediate buff. Once
Yeah.
you've deployed it and got a tower with it, maybe, it gives you gold. And
Yes.
gold is always power.
And nobody is toppling to defend against that Herald. It is taking down the second tier turret. It's probably going to get a charge on the inhib turret too. And I think Royal Family did a big mistake there. They should have had someone top lane to stop them a bit, because this is going to hurt.
Yeah, I think maybe they thought there would be more contestment around the dragon. But yeah, that was to be expected, to be honest, from Team Slick, that they would set their
Yeah.
focus on the top lane now, getting that tower, and even getting the push on the second tower, on the inhibitor tower.
Yeah, so there's also already quite damaged. The mid lane turret too. So Team Slick is slowly getting closer to that base. And Royal Family is getting pushed back by a bit, but they use that Ashe also really well to push. We have some damage falling on the mid lane turret here. And yeah.
Yeah, but I think also Team Slick, they are kind of on a timer.
Yeah.
They have to be pushing right now, because otherwise that Ashe will get very strong later on into this at the later stages of the game. And if they can protect that Ashe later in the team fights, oh, the Ashe arrow unfortunately barely missing here the Corki, otherwise that would have been his destiny.
Yeah. However, that cost him his package, and that is really bad for him. Package is always a very strong tool, in my opinion, on that Corki.
True, but better lose your package than lose
Then
your
die.
life.
I guess. That waves it out, kind of. And we have Royal Family is putting a lot of pressure on that mid lane here, and having that Diana move out towards the top lane to get some pushing. And they have to push back some lanes and get some turrets back too, because if they get pushed in too much this early in the game, TSK can just pick that up and start snowballing very fast once again. Especially with that 3-1 Aatrox, which can move freely around because top lane is pushed through to the inhibitor.
Yeah, that Aatrox will be very scary later on. And once again, Volibear not in the best position to keep up to that. However, what TSK this time around is missing towards the later stages of the game is that tank shredder they had with the Vayne in the first game. And Volibear, sooner or later, he will be tanky, and he will be a front line. And I don't really see Team Slick taking down that front line anymore later on. Also with the Nunu, who will also be tanky.
Yes, that's true. That might be quite problematic for them. And yeah, indeed, as you said, the longer the game goes, the more chances Royal Family is going to have to win. Alongside with those tanks and that Ashe that will be able to shred through the enemy team. And she also has quite a lot of peel, I feel like. Diana, which can do a lot of, can disrupt the enemy backlines by going just in, pulling the enemies in.
Ashe hitting the area on the Corki here. He uses his W, but Volibear is there to engage under the tower. Corki already did go down. Sabo gets saved by the Lantern. Maybe once again Diana engaging now under the tower as well. And they are able to take out the Kayn as well as the first tower. No, it's their second tower, but it's the first tower on the mid lane, opening the map, of course, a lot more for them and their roaming potential.
Yes, and that's what Royal Family needed. They can take those team fights, and they win those team fights. They just proved it to us. And they're now also even moving for Baron. With Kayn and Corki being down, TSK is going to have a hard time contesting it, especially against the Nunu, who basically has 2 smites, right?
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't think they should even contest it. They should try to go for Quasma play here. But however, the Aatrox engages almost solo. Zyra ult is... Oh no, Zyra... No, never mind. But yeah. Fight goes off without a kill, actually.
Yeah.
And
Well,
TSK was able to stop that Baron. I'm surprised.
Yeah. Very good. Well, they did that quite well. Aatrox came out barely alive. And I think it's that Corki also arrived just in time to be a threat for Royal Family, because he may not be that far ahead, but he's the one with the most farm in the game, and it's the Corki. It's he can still do damage. He's also just finished his Trinity Force, which is a great boost for him. So they definitely gotta watch out for him now.
Yeah, also on the other hand, the Zindua stun was really important in that team fight. I think she hit 3 people, or at
Yeah.
least 2 with her balls, and yeah, that was really important to not get that Artworks immediately bursted, because he was really in the middle of all of Royal Family. Now Royal Family starting the Dragon here, and once again Team Slick, they want to contest that. Drake is down now, and the fight starts. TSK Sabo, he is in the middle of everyone, but this time out he will go down. No Trash Lantern here to save him. And yeah, TSK kind of gifts the way currently to Royal Family.
Yeah, they seem to not be as much on the edge as they were at the start of the game, and I think losing that fight might have shaken their morale quite a bit, and they seem to be disturbed now, because they should have, once they finished the Drake, they should not have gone in. Sabo should have stayed out of range, because that was really a useless stuff.
Yeah.
He put himself in a very vulnerable position, and that cost him quite a bit there.
Yeah, as we were talking in the game before, kills should never be your goal. Your goal should be an objective, and the way to go there can be kills. And Team Slick engaged basically after the goal already did go to Royal Family. So that engage was quite useless.
Well, at least it was just a jump, because if the whole team had engaged, I don't think they would have won that fight. Because Royal Family just has the better team fight potential, in my opinion, and they will win fight. They need, what TSK needs is taking out 1-2 picks, and then they can have a nice engage.
Yeah, true. But on the other hand, with Baron being up, losing your jungler is always crucial.
Yeah.
Because losing your jungler means for the next 30-40 seconds, you are in a big disadvantage around that objective.
Yeah.
And now we have Royal Family trying to catch the Corki here, who once again has to use this package defensively. That's so unfortunate.
They really pick out the great moments to go on him, and although we had a very nice lantern once again from Banana Jumper here, he's doing some clutch lanterns over there. Diana getting caught here.
Yeah, nice pick there, and they even proc the Baron to get that little bit more damage onto the Diana.
Pushing her to back off, and meanwhile we have the Aatrox pushing on the bot lane.
Oh, now they try to catch the Ashe here. The stun is there, but the rest of Royal Family is joining in. Corki drops really, really low, is able to escape through the Lantern. Zindua is also very low, goes down here, as does the Zyra. TSK Sabo being taken out by the Volibear and the Nunu here. And TSK overall gets steamrolled by Royal Family. No, there is nothing to grab. You cannot save yourself with the blue buff. Very unfortunate. Trash going down as well. And only Artworks being left. Casually taking a tower on the bot lane. Why should I help my team? No, but at least he gets something in return for this team fight. But that means Royal Family will get a Baron now. And that is huge for them at this stage of the game.
Definitely. I mean, even after that Baron, they might have some time to get a lot of damage on that top lane turret in, because they have the wave pushing there. They have the mid lane wave pushing too. And how the tables turned. I mean, TSK is now in a very dire spot, and they're getting pushed back by a lot. And as time goes on, they will just get pushed back even more. And Royal Family is just going to gain even more and more power, up to a point where they will just be unstoppable. Ashe is already doing a lot of damage. However, that's quite unfortunate. Plal has 6 assists. It is always a sad sight to behold on an AD carry who does not get kills.
Yeah, true. On the other hand, Nunu has 4. That's quite unfortunate. And he is currently building his 3rd item, and he will be very strong once he finishes that. And yeah, overall, Royal Family team comps will get stronger and stronger later on. And TSK's winning conditions are currently shrinking. But what do you think still is their winning condition? Do they even have one?
Well, I'm not too sure. I think rather than a winning condition for now, what they should focus on is just defending. Especially with that Baron being up right now. And that's the problem, because now they're forced to defend. And that means they cannot win right now. They cannot focus anything to win. And that plays against them, because over time, as we said, they're just going to lose more.
Oh, now they try to go for the catch here onto the Diana, who immediately goes for the engage. If you want to take me down, okay, but I take someone with me. TP also from Volibear came in, maybe to help the Diana, and he is able to take the Kayn out now. Advox TP'd as well, wants to get the return kill on the Volibear, baby, but Volibear is just so tanky right now. And now we have TSK Yasuo here scaring the minions away, but not scaring the Volibear away. Ashe taking out Banana Jumper, who was on the way to help his Aatrox on the top lane. And Aatrox also does look very bad for him. He goes down to Royal Family. So strong in the second game.
Yes, and right on time for the Dragon Soul. Royal Family just gets a free Dragon Soul, and that, I think at this point I can say that game is probably over.
Yeah, that's huge for them. They also have a 6k gold lead by now, which is, yeah, pretty huge. Almost.
It's very substantial lead. They're getting second tier top turret, and I don't know what they were thinking, but man, you don't fight that Volibear like that. They should have been two people could have worked, but that was just badly done. They went in one after the other.
I would love to have a Baron play gold data, or Baron power play gold data right now, because that Baron play was huge, definitely. I think Royal Family just gained at least 3 or 4k gold over the course of the last 2 minutes.
And Isson also on that Diana, he did a really good job on there on the top lane, putting out a lot of damage and preparing the way for Voli to be able to take down the turret in the end. And yeah, as we said, I don't think they now have a winning condition anymore. They passed the timer, they have to play defensively, and
I think they would have to catch that Ashe off guard in order to be able to still do anything. Yeah. Because if Ashe is out of the equation, they definitely have a chance in the team fight. Yeah. But yeah, getting that Ashe will be very difficult, because she will always be accompanied by at least one person of Royal Family, and that alone makes her already very protective, because she has a lot of damage and she can easily kill people, and the other people of Royal Family obviously have a lot of CC being able to save her.
Yes, and the problem is TSK is not playing enough on that pick potential they have. Overall, they did not have that many picks during the game, and in general they should have maybe focused more on that earlier on, and that could have worked. But now it's too bad. They always get clumped together, or even if they are split up, Royal Family always comes in the end with the advantage of numbers, and it ends up in what was a 1v1 will end up in a 2v1 or a whole team fight, which Royal Family wins without any issue.
Yeah. Now with their Baron buff not being up anymore, Team Slick, of course, they have to move around as a team, but they at least can maybe get out of base again.
Yes. Only getting some waves cleared. We have the Diana always split pushing on the side lane. And I think they're gonna prepare for a fight here on bot lane, as both teams are there.
Yeah, and now it is the engage from Team Slick here, but they get taken apart. Ashe dealing so much damage, as was the Diana with her really nice ultimate in. I think she was standing in 3 or 4 people at least, and that's so much damage for her, and that means Royal Family will get another tower on the top lane. Unfortunately, there are no objectives currently up. Baron will be spawning soon, but I think not before 30 seconds, so Team Slick's team will also be up again until then. But they are at least able to take a tower on the top, on the bottom lane here.
Oh, maybe even 2, maybe
should
even
be able to take the second one as well. And now they dive really, really deep here into Team Slick. Getting the inhib, and that's really important also for the upcoming Baron.
Yes, indeed, and they can now go back, reset a bit, and be back on time for that Baron, which is just about to spawn. With their newly acquired gold, Ashe got 2 kills in this fight. That's gonna be heavy for her. And yeah, I think they're gonna force a fight around Baron, and they're gonna win it. TSK can either just entirely give it up, and they would probably give up the whole game by doing so, or they can try and contest it, but can they? That's the question. Can they really? Nunu just casually doing 2 cams at the same time because he can. It's Nunu.
But I think they have to contest it. Even if they can't,
Yeah.
they have to.
That's the
because
problem.
not contesting the Baron also means you are going to lose because
Yeah.
you're just going to be over pushed and dived at some point because Royal Family's team comp with that Volibear, with that Nunu, they can dive very well
Yeah.
as well. With the Diana also. And now we have them diving deep into the jungle of Team Slick, catching the Atox off guard, dying here on the chase. Corki is able to disengage here. TSK will landing the return hook here now, but it is the Nunu and he's too tanky at this stage of the game. And with the Atox being down, Royal Family is in the position to once again put pressure on that Baron, maybe even start it and get it. And TSK once again has to react, but this time on with 1 person less.
And not only that, but top lane is also pushing and bot lane is pushing heavy. We have the second wave crashing in with a super minion. And that can also hurt quite a lot if they're occupied here.
Oh, Diana is very low, and she goes down to the Syndra. TSK gets a return kill, but Kane did go down as well, and that means that the Baron is surely going to Royal Family. Syndra also died now on the side of Team Slick, and now they don't even need the Baron anymore. They should be able to close this game off right now. Atox unfortunately just respawned, but with the tankiness of Team Slick, of Royal Family at this stage, they should be able to dive Team Slick easily. First
Maybe not
inhibitor
on
tower did go, Nexus tower did go down, and now they are at the Nexus. Royal Family taking the second game of this confrontation towards them, cancelling it out 1-1.
What a fantastic game it has been. Crazy stuff there going on. Royal Family turning the tables completely around. Literally killing Team Slick at its best. With the composition, they almost won the game. Game 1. So now game 2, this critical Nunu pick coming back, biting them and giving them the win conditions they needed. Also the top lane with a way better performance than he had. Louis, my question to you, they didn't ban Nunu this time. That was probably a mistake. What do you think?
Well, we've seen a lot of Nunu overall during the season, and we know that Nunu is a very strong champion. I think they might have done a big mistake by not banning that Nunu, and I think they're probably going to ban it during the next game because he has just so much power over his objectives overall, and you cannot wrestle control over an objective against a Nunu because he's always going to have the superiority.
So basically that was one of the reasons Royal Family's eSports Knüppel Club was able to tie the result 1-1 on each side. Now we had almost a deja vu from the early game. Top lane gets Royal Family gets the first blood, revenge kill as Aatrox solo kills twice in a row the Volibear, but afterwards just the Nunu difference when he started to gank, because he didn't gank as much in the beginning as he should have. Afterwards starting to rotate left and right and starting to get kills, starting to bring his bot lane towards it. Ashe, fantastic game she had throughout the game. She didn't die, I think, maybe in the end, but I'm not sure. So what a game, what a turnaround actually from Royal Family, just be able to turn the tables around. We have like minute 18, a great Baron fight from Royal Family, killing the jungler and another player from Team Slick, with Nunu, who has, as you said, a double smite almost with his attacks, getting that first Baron and then getting the Soul Drake and then getting the second Baron fight. Do you think they you said they had to contest that final Baron because they would have lost either way? Were there no possible actions they could have done after the second Baron would have been taken by Royal Family? Daniel?
Thinking about it, I don't really believe so, because also their team they had a Syndra, but also Syndra cannot clear waves against the Baron buff, so the idea was either contest the Baron and maybe have a chance, or not contest the Baron and being up against 3 pushing lanes with Baron buff. And no real wave clear to counter that, as you're lacking an AD carry who can better clear out those waves with the Baron buff. But they didn't have one, so yeah, TSK really didn't have much options there.
So we've seen that in the early to mid late game, Team Slick was the stronger team. Got 2 Herald very early on and pushed the top side very early. Atrix starting to push on the lanes wasn't enough at the end, because Riot Family stood strong on their feet, and after getting those drakes, after out-rotating and catching by surprise the Team Slate composition, Ash with great arrows on several members losing their flashes early on. It was just simply overall a better performance by Riot Family eSports. Now, coming back to third game afterwards, what do you think Team Slick have to change, and what does Riot Family have to do to actually keep up this performance they did in game 2, Loic?
Well, I think both teams have shown through those matches that they are quite strong with those teamfight comps, kind of, and maybe stick to those. That would be a long match eventually, but I think that would be taking your chances. Play it safe now, because everything is on the line on this match. The ones who win will go into the half final, and the others will be out, unfortunately. So they have a lot of stuff riding on this match, and they should play it safe, in my opinion.
So you have been talking just before we start the game 1, Daniel, that both teams actually had issues closing early games. They actually are late game closer teams. Do you think that maybe changing that fact for game 3 can change the outcome of this set?
I think that both teams are not really comfortable with this. You could see that once again in this team, because Team Slick, they were able to get that early lead a little bit, and they just weren't able to keep that snowball rolling that they needed. And yeah, I think they should basically, because for this last game, everything is at stake. They should, for further seasons, maybe practice closing games early on. But for this game, please draft a team comp that can win late game. And
definitely
draft an AD carry.
Definitely. Getting the APC wasn't the right choice, sadly, for the bot lane of Team Slick. Now, we are going to game 3 after the break. It will be an intense game, a game with a lot of pressure on the shoulders of both teams. So let's get right along into the break, giving some opportunities to the teams to strategize some new moves, the pick and ban phase, which will be crucial. And we can wait to see what the outcome will be of this amazing game between Riot Family eSport, Knippel Club and Team Slick. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon after this break.
I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you still make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Take my hand, come on, babe. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. That's my life. Put me away. You understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, we're toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. And we can.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on, moving on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this post-eSport League playoffs brackets for this weekend. Now, we had now two amazing games between Riot Family Esports Knüppel Club and Team Slick. Getting now for the third game, the pressure is big, the pressure is on. The decisive fight will be now. Joining again with me is Loic and Freshtana. Welcome back. Now, we have a third game coming our way. Riot Family being dominantly strong at the second game. And in the third game, what will Team Slick have to do? Will they ban Nunu? Freshtana, what is your opinion about that?
Yeah, the Nunu was a strong pick, definitely. Good engages here and there, and especially with the snowball, and then with the Ash ultimate, Zyra ultimate, just a really good wombo combo there sometimes. So you could definitely ban the Nunu. I think he played a lot of Nunu in the normal season as well, so of course you can do it. But if you ban Nunu, maybe something else is open, and then maybe they get a stronger pick, so we will see what they decide there.
Maybe picking themselves Nunu would be a solution, actually, also. Now, before we get started, I don't know how far we are with the game lobby. I have a result to give to you guys and girls outside here on the chat. We have Corona Difference, who stumbled about that Anno team 2-0. So a decisive battle before the first game we had on the stream. We said that Corona Difference was very strong, and indeed they proved it. It is 2-0 now in their favor against that Anno team. They move on to round 2, playing Brotherhood of the Red Lion afterwards. So this will be an amazing game to watch, because both teams are more or less on the same level. I can't wait to see that game. But before that, we have game 3, Knüppel Club versus Team Slick. I can't wait to see who will come out victorious in that. Loic, Riot Family was strong. What do you think would they pick now for the third game? Will they ban maybe the Atrox, who was indeed a difficult opponent on the top lane against Volley, because Yasuo was the stronger player between them? What do you think would they ban now in the third game?
Well, I think they don't have to necessarily ban Atrox. Atrox was a problem early on in the game. It was mainly also because Dax Squad did he did that really bad TP early on the game, and that was fatal to him for the whole laning phase. However, they were able to handle that Aatrox really well. around mid and end game, once again, he was not that much of a problem as he was in the lane itself. So I don't think it's necessarily a ban they have to take.
So we will now see what will happen. The teams are ready in the game lobby. I will give it to you. Away, casters. Have fun.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I don't know what your input is on this. Daniel and I, we talked before, and we both thought that both teams should go maybe for a team fight comp and play it safe this time around. What is your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely easier to play with those teamfight comms, and now we even see a side switch. So last 2 games, Team Slick played on the red side, now they picked the blue side, and so maybe we see something different in those pick and ban phases, because now they have the first pick, and now the enemy team has the last pick, so there are some possibilities to be flexible in this draft now, and they indeed banned the Nunu out.
Yeah. So as it was said before, and we once again also have those bans on the Zillion and the Lulu. They always come through because they're very... Irby is very strong with the Zillion, and Lulu is overall a very strong champion on the bot lane. Lulu has been played a lot during the whole season. I think it's the most picked champion throughout. We have people picking her every game almost. So definitely a worthy ban on there. And the Yumi ban from last game as well as the Vayne ban. Very understandable here.
Yeah, the first pick secure the Ornn there, so really strong engaged champion, really strong tank in the top lane, and maybe even pick away this Volibear, this Ornn from a royal family, because their top laner played a lot of Ornn. And so no Aatrox in this game, and Volibear and Kayn got picked, so Kayn from the other team got picked now, and the Volibear on the top lane like the last 2 games, so he is comfortable on his bear, and now we get the Sejuani in the jungle for Team Slick. We see what she can do there.
Yes, also a very strong jungler who can move around the map. It's once again one of those champions. Sejuani is really nice because she's very strong in team fights with her ulti and a lot of AoE damage, but she's also very strong to get some picks out if needs be, because that ulti's got an amazing range on itself. So definitely a very strong champ on there. As you already mentioned, also the Kayn pick, maybe as revenge because they stole that Ornn. Could be.
Yeah, who knows? And now with Sivir, I guess Volibear and Kayn gets a lot stronger with the Sivir in place, because she just gives them movement speed, and Volibear has a really simple engage, just run to people. Kayn as well needs to run to people, so with the Sivir, with the On the Hunt, they can really chase and really engage those team fights. And like you mentioned, the Sejuani is just an amazing jungler. I always play her if I get autofilled in the jungle, just a strong jungler there. And for me, if I draft for teams, I will always pick Sejuani because he's just such a stable champion there. And now we see the Morgana and the Zyra ban. So now we will see some support bans and maybe even here an ADC ban, but the mid lane ban, and we will see what Team Slick will do. But I think the Zyra ban is really important, yes, because last game was just really good from Herbie with the Zyra there.
Yes, he has a very stable Zyra, and also the Nautilus ban comes in against Herbie. He's played some Nautilus. He has a 21% pick rate on him during the season, and he would indeed also fit quite well in that comp because he's got such a strong engage, and overall a very good ability to keep the enemies in place if needs be. However, he is going to pick a Leona, which is just as heavy on CC.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would rather have picked the Braum, because I can see an Ornn, so you can always stop the Ornn ultimate with your big shield. And Leona kinda will want to play an aggressive lane, but Sivir really doesn't want to play that aggressive, so maybe the Leona isn't really the best champion here in this team comp. And now Braum gets picked from the other side of the rift, and with Braum and with Sejuani, it's such a big front line there with the Ornn. So many stuns, such a tankiness, such a bulk, and with Kaiser in the back line, really amazing ADC there. And we will see what the mid laner will be. Maybe an Orianna, just to have a little bit more damage, and it's the 6. I mean, it's more or less the same with less shields, but more or less a better damage output there.
He has very big burst damage, and overall it seems like they have taken what we said before into account. They are both playing more of a team comp that is focused around team fighting. both teams this time around have an AD carry also, which was definitely a point that Daniel brought up before. And yeah, we now have the last pick for Knippelclub, which is going to be a Syndra. So second game we see a Syndra here. We also had some very nice plays last game from that Syndra, so let's see what Isan is going to be able to do with her.
Yeah, and the Syndra normally picked as a flex pick, now just picked as a last pick against the 6, so kind of a little counter pick there from Team Knippelclub. And now the question is, could you have just picked the Syndra before the Saber, then could you have used the flex pick for your own, maybe would have been a little bit stronger, but in the end we have 2 solid team comps. In my eyes, the team comp from Team Slick a little bit easier to play, just 2 good carries with 3 tanks, and just an easy to make engage with the Ornn ultimate, Sejuani ultimate, Prom follow-up, so you can't really miss that. And so you will be engaging those team fights in the end, and I hope that Team Knippelclub can get something up there.
Yes, and also definitely we have the Ziggs, which on one side can do a lot of poke from the backlines and be very effective in the backlines. Meanwhile, we have a Kai'Sa which can come in, and with all of those tanks in there, she's going to get a lot of peel. We have a Braum, which is really good at peeling. Sejuani, who is just tanky as hell. And also the Ornn, which tanky as hell once again can peel very good. It's got some heavy CCs that are really nice if well placed. But also, most importantly here, they have the Ornn, and Ornn, it's always very interesting to have an Ornn in the game, because as the game progresses more, his team is going to get even stronger than the other one, no matter what, because of his item upgrade. And that is always a key element in those games where there is an Ornn, and it can really bring out an AD carry even more.
Yeah, it's free gold for the team, so the upgrade's almost 1,000 gold worth each piece. And in the end, the left team side, so the blue team, is all about stacks. So we have this the Sejuani stacks, we have the Kai'Sa stacks, the Prom stacks, and so much CC for the Kai'Sa. So if someone hits the CC, Kai'Sa can just jump in and try to get into the backline. So it's a good team draft from them. And then on the other side, we have this full engage with Sivir, we have the Volibear who runs in, and it's maybe a little bit harder to play because the engage isn't really that strong. They still need to walk in while the other team can throw stuff at you. But maybe with the movement speed you can dodge the stuff, so could work. Who knows?
Eventually with a lot of movement speed heavy champions here. But also I feel like Knippelclub, they will have to try and take the win earlier on. They have more pressure early in the game. They have to be quicker than TSK. TSK. Because of, on one part, the Ornn, but also those tanks, it's going to be really hard to shred through them, especially with another champ like Syndra, which is not that effective against those tanks. So I think Knippelclub is going to have to play the early game, and we know that has been kind of an issue for those 2 teams during the 2 last games. Whenever one team had an early team comp and the other one had a late game comp, the late game comp always won, because in the end they were stronger.
Yeah, and we just see it with the Leona and with the Kayn. They all drop down in the late game, so you really need to be active in those early stages of this match. And the thing I want to mention is that Volibear can really be a split pusher in this game, because if the enemy team really tries to be the engaging part of this game, then just send Volibear on the sideline, send Syndra on the sideline, just dodge those full engages and maybe get those towers out there, and you can play easily 1-3-1 maybe, and especially with the Sivir, she can just always pop the ultimate and you can run out, you can disengage, and with the split push on your side, you maybe win the game from it. So it's really important that they don't mess up in the early game, because then it's really hard for them. But if they get the Volibear ahead and maybe he gets Trinity or something, then he will just split push, kill the Ornn over and over again. And if the Ornn needs to defend the tower, he can't full engage. And if the 6 needs to defend the tower against Syndra, he can't wave clear. So you have especially those 2 important key points of this team, that if you can send them to the side lanes because you force them to the side lanes because of your own split push, then the enemy team comms really can't do too much.
Yes, indeed. So definitely they'll have to move quite quickly around the map, and Sivir is really good at that. So it once again depends a lot on deck score here in the top lane with his Volibear. he needs to take the right choices. He needs to be on the top lane to push. On the other hand, if his team needs his help, he can always TP there and have a very big impact on there. So we're arriving in the game, ladies and gentlemen, and both teams are spawning here.
Yeah. And one thing I want to mention is the Sivir pick does really well against those tanks, because with the spell shields you can either just dodge the Sejuani ult or just dodge the Ornn ultimate, and then on the other side Sivir just wants to auto attack and with the ricochets hit everyone, and when she can focus a tank, it's okay for her because all the damage will still get into the backline. So Sivir really likes those tank compositions just to hit everybody, so that could work for them.
There's also with her Q, which, if not blocked by the Braum, because he can easily do that, that would cost his shield, which could be used for something better. But in case, her Q can also hit the backlines quite easily. That could be problematic for Ziggs and Kaisarion in a fight.
Yeah, and we see something really, I don't know. So Ornn had a control ward in his back pocket and started with this refillable potion, but doesn't really have a starting item. So he decided to, I don't know, I don't need a starting item. I just want this early control ward, maybe to spot the Kayn or something. So it's really interesting tactic from him, and we will see if Volibear maybe can punish that, because the starting item is really strong and really gold worthy. So if he doesn't have that and now the control ward just gets cleared, then this Ornn is just in a deficit.
Yeah, he just lost 75 gold, giving more gold to the Volibear. And he's just gonna have to be very passive. In the lane early game, we have Volibear immediately taking advantage of that and just going on him, putting the damage he can on the Ornn. So yeah.
I mean, one good thing about Ornn is that he can just craft the starting item in a few minutes. So if he really wants that, then okay, you can do that. And I mean, they lost just the control ward, so they lost more or less 40 gold because they got a kill with the a ward kill with the control ward. So the control ward was kind of worth, not really, but a little bit. So they lost 40 gold or something. So it's not really that bad, but in the end, it's a really cool tactic, and we will see if it's paid off or not. And at the moment in the early game, Volibear is just a little bit stronger than the Ornn, pushes him in, and Ornn at the moment only with 1 CS needs to CS under the tower.
Yes, that's a real issue here, because he cannot really gain much gold early in the game, and if Volibear abuses this, that can turn bad for the Ornn in my opinion. But at least he's got the turret.
Yeah,
and there we go.
Yeah, now he crafted his shield, so it's good for him.
You have the very early aggression, as always, from Dexquan, the Volibear, using the champion has a very strong kit to do a lot of damage early in the game, in my opinion. He uses them really well. Even against the Aatrox during the 2 last games, he did that very well, putting a lot of damage on him, pushing him back.
Yeah, and you need always to take care about the W of Volibear, because if he bites you twice, he heals himself. So you need always to make short trades, then go out, so that you aren't bleeding when he will bite you. So that's really important in those trades. Just back off after the first W and then try to trade after that. And one thing we can already see is that they have pressure on kind of every single lane. So Volibear is pushing in, Sivir is always pushing in. And in the early stages of the game, even a Syndra can more or less push a 6, and later 6 can really good wave clear by himself. But at least in the early game, he will get pushed in. So Kayn has a lot of free time, can just roam around and maybe even steal camps, while Sejuani has all the pressure on the world.
Yes, and we also have, in general, Royal Family seem to be taking over kind of this river area. They have more vision in there, and with, as you said, those lanes pushing the bot and the top, they can quickly get to the rivers if need be. So they definitely try to wrestle that control early on in the game here.
Yeah, but it's a really slow early game, so no early ganks like in the first game where the Kayn just did this cheesy level 2 gank. So we have a really slow skating early game, and we will see how both teams go with that.
Yes.
We saw the Sejuani getting pinged, so they know that Sejuani is top side. And maybe she can gank, but Volibear should be safe.
Yeah, so now we have the Drake spawning. It is there, and Kane just backed and is moving probably towards his bot side. As Sejuani is top lane, ganking the Volibear, going in. Here comes the stacks. The stun is there. He's getting a lot of damage, has to flash out, and is able to walk back safely to his turret.
Yeah, that was a really good play by the Volibear, so he could survive that. But in the end, I would question myself, why did I even trade with Ornn if I knew because of the pings that Sejuani was there, so it was really risky from him to go for those trades against the Ornn because he could have ganked. And in the end, both Sejuani and Ornn still had flash, so maybe they could have gone for the kill after he flashed away, so maybe you could have gotten this first blood. But what we see on the minimap is that Kane does this Drake at the moment. So he makes this cross-map play, this important play to make something. If your opponent jungler is on the top side, I want to do something on the bot side. So in this case, I will just do the Drake and my team just gets the Drake for free.
And this is definitely what they need to do. He needs to go early on and take those objectives quickly so they can quickly gain in power to execute their early game advantage against TSK here.
Yeah, and we see the first items, so the first backports, like the BF sword in Sevia's back pocket, or the lost chapter on both of the mid laners, so some mini power spikes there from both sides.
Here come the ultis on the Volibear, who is forced to use his ulti to flee. And they keep at it. He's fleeing through the river and they're just chasing him. Flashing through him. Here comes the dash. He drops really low, and that's first blood for the Sejuani here. TSK Salvo picking it up. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, we have Herbie preparing for a full engage. And Magic X is forced to flash out.
Yeah, and this was some overstaying here from the Volibear. He doesn't have the flash, but still tries to contest vision in the enemy jungle, so it was just not a really good call from him there. And in the bot lane, just a little small communication thing that Kaiser flashes so that Braum can jump to her. I mean, sometimes in Sotoki or something, both will flash there, but in this time, both knew, okay, I can flash and you can jump to me, so no flash burning from Braum, so a little bit of good communication there.
And we have here Royal Family Knippelklub using the tempo they gained by backing their bot lane, by backing earlier than the others, using it to their advantage, because Sivir is also ahead in farm by a bit, and was able to pick up almost 2 platings on that turret on the bot lane here. And they're putting a lot of early pressure on TSK during this game.
Yeah, and then we just see something that we know the buffs respawn. So Kane, for example, gets his second red buff. So Sejuani will get the second red buff as well. Now it's spawned. And the whole early game after this track got taken.
The flash engage here from Herbie on the Kai'Sa, who gets quite a bit of damage, but they're so close to the turret, and Sivir gets stunned here. However, they do not engage further in, as that would be quite dangerous.
Yeah, and they traded 3 summoners for 3 summoners. So in this case, it was worth from both sides, kinda. But now I want those junglers to gank this lane, because there are no defensive summoner spells up, and now you can maybe kill them. And in the meantime, we have this Kane doing the Herald, so the objective control with Royal Family is there.
Yes, and we also have a very strong presence from Royal Family in TSK's bot jungle. They have 3 wards covering the whole jungle, basically. They at all times could know where Sejuani is at there. So they definitely intend on having the possibilities here and knowing what's going on and gathering that information, which is key in this game, especially if they want such an early game win.
And one thing I just see at the moment is that this whole Team Slick team has more or less a lack of AD damage, because you have an AP caster in mid lane, 2 AP tanks, in top and jungle, then a Promo will not really do too much damage. And then a Kaiser, and most of the Kaisers will build the AP build. I mean, okay, she can build the more AD heavy build, but
You have the gank on the bot lane, and Leona gets taken in, gets stunned. Sivir also really low, is escaping, however, Leona really low and in a bad spot, gets taken down. That's first kill for TSK, King of Clowns, on his Zig, who moved towards the bot lane in the meantime. Syndra at least pushing the wave to get some damage on the turret.
yeah, and maybe get some turret plates for this roam. So she tries to punish the 6 for his roaming, which is pretty good, but in the end, I mean, they just got a kill on 6, which is always bad. And now the dive maybe.
The dive here from the Volibear, who gets a lot of damage from the Ornn. Ornn was able to stall him for long enough, so he got the damage from the turret in the end.
Yeah,
And turned sour for
and
him.
it was almost the whole play. Because if he just, I don't know, moves out instead of pressing his W and just try to get the auto attack in, he could just run away. And then Volibear maybe got killed by the tower and he would still live. But in the end, I mean, trading 1-for-1 is alright for him. So nothing too bad. And now we see that he will go for this more or less damage build, maybe with a Black Cleaver there. And my point with having no 80 damage could mean that Volibear could just go for With's End, for example. So just going for this aggressive magic resistance item, which gives him good stats for his 1v1 potential in the top lane, for example. And in general, this Kaiser really needs to go for some sort of crit build or whatever. So not the AP route. And then she really needs to do this damage. So if this Syndra, for example, or the Leona with the Syndra just kills this Kaiser, then they have almost no damage.
Yeah.
So that's really important that Magic stays alive in those team fights, because he is the only AD damage source that they have, and that will be crucial in those later team fights.
And we have once again Dexco trying to engage here on Yuhun, but he's able to escape. But yeah, as you said, they just need to be stacking that magic resist, and well, immediately we have Herbie after finishing his bulwark and getting those boosts of swiftness. He is just immediately doing a Nagatron cloak, which is really strong against that team comp. So they know what they're doing. We have the Herald on the mid lane as Drake is up, which is really good diversion eventually if they want to take the Drake. One drops some platings, getting taken down. You have a lot of attention turning around that Drake, and we have here the engage on the mid lane. Magic going all in, and the Sejuani ult, but why?
Yeah, they just threw out 3 ultimates and 1 flash on the Syndra, and all she needed to do is 1 flash. So that was really not worth here from Team Slick. And now, because they are lagging all those ultimates, they can maybe not defend this Drake. So maybe maybe Royal Fam can just do this Drake without getting contested there, which would be bad for Team Slick.
It's a clear division, and they seem to be doing the Drake, I think.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much a free Drake, because we have the Ornn TPing, but gets interrupted by Volibear here. Very good call. We have Leona engaging all in to stop the bot lane. Kai'Sa is stunned here. Braum has to use the ulti to disengage, and they should almost be safe. Ooh, flash in from Kayn. Magic is forced to flash on a turret. Herbie drops low, goes down, as well as Magic. Sejuani goes down here. We have a lot of damage falling on the Kayn. He goes down too, as King of Clowns is on the mid lane, on the bot lane now. And Isan is able to flee really low under the turret. We have a flash Q from Ziggs here. And there we go, the concussion that hits Syndra. Very nice kill here from King of Clowns, who's now 3-0, and he's in a really good spot now.
Yeah, that was a really chaotic team fight there. So many summoners got burned, and just really amazing team fight, more or less, by Team Royal Family. In the meantime, on the top lane, I could have even seen that Ornn just could have killed him, but he didn't decide to do that because he still had ultimate up and stuff, so he could have tried to kill the Volibear, but didn't want to. And so both teams just got some kills in the bot lane there. And the Drake. So the Cloud Drake went to Royal Family there.
As I feel like they played that quite well. Unfortunately, they were caught up in the middle of it, we had King of Clowns coming in from the mid lane. It was too unfortunate for them. But that is quite alright.
Oh. Kaiser's there.
As on the top lane. Ornn pops his ulti against the Volibear, who is forced to disengage with his own ult. Kaiser goes under the turret, gets a lot of damage, gets taken down. However, at least Volibear is also taken down, but that was way too ballsy from Magic here.
Yeah, and he doesn't have really too much damage at the moment in this stage of the game. But they tried it, and at least they got this kill. But now Kayn gets at least a flash and some melee stacks. And I think that's really important because it's a team with Ornn, Sejuani, and Braum, so many tanks. And if this is a red Kayn, I mean, how can you probably kill a red Kayn with 3 tanks? So it's really a task for them in the late game. So if this Kayn gets a little bit feed and this red form, then it's really difficult for our team on the blue side.
Yeah, as I'm talking about the Kayn, he's now doing the second Herald. However, TSK is aware of this. There's a lot of pings falling around the Herald. Now they definitely know he's doing it. They're going in, but it's a Kayn. It's Kayn. He just goes away. And they take it over. Royal Family seems to be giving it up. Yes, there's 4 people now around the Herald. They cannot contest it.
And it goes to KST there. TSK, yeah. And Sejuani doesn't hit quite the mark.
A lot of damage falling on the Syndra, but I think she's gonna be able to escape. And once again, 3 ultis for her. And the re-engage here from Leona as Braum drops very low. Here comes the volley, and he goes down. We also have King of Clowns, who's very low on his Ziggs. Meanwhile, we have all of Royal Family on the mid lane, but TSK is split, and Magic has to be very careful by walking back. Definitely gonna take the safe route here. Yeah. They're now able to put a lot of pressure on that mid lane, as bot lane is also pushing.
Yeah, at least you have 6, so you can more or less wave clear the whole time. So that's something. And imagine just using 3 ultimates again. And I mean, she doesn't even had the flash, and still she's just survived that. So amazing side steps there from the Syndra player. And in the end, they just wasted again so much resources just to get nothing out of it.
Yes, it even cost them because they got a death from it once Leona came in and re-engaged there. TSK definitely taking to some hastily decision. Ooh, the Ornn icon was right there. The Ornn ult.
And now we can see, I mean, Team Slick has more kills, but is behind in gold. And if you look at the CS scores, for example, Sylvia is 20 CS up, Wooly is 20 CS up, even in jungle 20 CS up. So that's why they have the 2000 gold lead there.
Yes, they also got the turret first blood on bot lane. And Herald was popped on the bot lane, but Siva was able to clear him in time. No real damage to the turret, just a dash. Drake is also about to spawn. And Kayn is still in the base. That is too unfortunate for Royal Family.
Yeah, and that could be the first Drake for Team Slick. Or they re-engage.
The engage here on the Leona, who drops really low. Volibear taking out isolating 3 people. They go on the Ornn. Ornn goes down. And now they lost the front line. We have Kayn who came in now. Ooh, Magic X in the back lines, but all alone is forced to flash away. Ooh, Let It Roll is here out of position and gets easily taken down. Ooh, Herbie with the re-engage, forced to use his stopwatch. We have Braum going down, and now very low life TSK falling back on the mid lane. Royal Family is just barely not as low, and it's safer to not do anything here. Ooh, Sabo going in quite deep to clear that ward.
That was such a close team fight from both sides. I mean, and it was really important that Let It Roll was in the base because he got his red Kayn, and then we could just saw how big of an impact that is. He just kept 3 people attacking him, then went in with the ultimate, survived a long time, and just imagine him having 2 or 3 kills at this stage. He would have just wrecked them all, survived it, getting the Drake or something. So this red cane will really be a problem, and they need to start to think about some anti-healing against this red cane, maybe even against this Volibear, just to get them not too healthy.
Yes, and we have on top lane Volibear pushing while TSK did take that Drake now. And as you mentioned, the anti-healing, we already have the Oblivion Hope on the Ziggs. Very stable item, which already opens the way for that Morellos.
Definitely. And one thing I want to mention is about this Volibear. If he goes, and he will go for the Spirit Visage, then he has a massive healing with his W. And if he even goes for the With's End, then he even gets more healing from the auto attack. So that could be working for him. At least that's the item build I would suggest for him there. So Spirit Visage a really key item for him there.
Yes, and there he finishes it. And he's stacking up that magic resist against that team comp, which does not have that much 80 damage. Except for Magic X, who can easily get into the backlines, and he's a real danger. He played that really well last fight. He even survived, barely, but seems to be knowing what he does.
And he goes for this Rage Blade, a really important item for a Kaiser. And at the moment with Rage Blade and Mana Mune, it's okay, but oh, the stopwatch. Oh, that's not good from Saber.
That hurts.
Yeah, that just lost the stopwatch for nothing. And I mean, that could be the difference maker in those teamfights. If he survives a little bit longer, gets a stun out or something, that could do something.
Yes.
And losing that for free is not good.
With Ornn on the bot lane, and RFE takes the advantage and engages. They take down Braum, Kai'Sa, Ziggs in a matter of seconds, as well as the turret. And Sejuani even goes down. What a steamroll was that? They just annihilated the whole team, and Ornn could not do anything about it because he was bot lane, no TP up. They can now move for free Baron. Nobody can contest it because almost nobody is alive. And Royal Family playing this really well up to now, actually. Picking the fights they need to pick and rotating really well around the map.
Yeah, and even if Ornn had to teleport, he could have done nothing in this fight. I mean, they just all popped up, and this is really a good team fight from Team Royal Family. Because of this little bombo combo, those stuns from Leona and von Sintra, all of them are really fast through the Sevier, and then just the knock up and the damage from Volibear, just amazing team communication there to win this team fight, and they just got caught out, got caught there. And maybe Banana Jumper with the shield could have done something, but I don't know.
It all went too fast, I think, for them. There's just a myriad of CC, Volibear jumping in, and oh man, Dexcore is actually doing some really nice ultis on his Volibear right now. Hitting, I think he hit 3 of them with the ult, which is massive damage.
Yeah, and to be honest, even a Death Stance could be working on this Volibear. I mean, they have so much AP damage that you can just build those 80 magic resistance items and just will never get killed from them. And now they try to engage.
Oh, missed ulti from the Sejuani, Ornn ult, and the Leona ult hits 4 people! Banana Jumper is really low, magic goes down immediately, and we have a very low life TSK Sabo, and Herbie is just going under the turret. That's a triple kill for Plel, quadra kill for Plel, and we have an ace for Royal Family. After this already devastating fight they just had on the mid lane, TSK takes a fight they could not have won there. I mean, Royal Family is ahead in every single point, and it's too early in the game. TSK has no chance against them. They're peaking now. Sevier 707 has Infinity Edge. Essence Reaver is, I think, gonna go for a Death Stance there even, but oh man.
And that was exactly the same team fight like 2 minutes ago or something, but with an Ornn, and he could do exactly nothing. I mean, he engaged, so they tried to fight, and that was just the wrong decision. I mean, they I don't know, feel forced to do this. Maybe they thought about, if we don't engage there, then maybe they scale away or whatever. But you can't engage if you lost a 4-0 team fight. You can't engage as 5 there and just think, we will do that. So that was just, I don't know, And now, maybe they're fast enough to get this Drake. Would be good for them.
There's at least that. I mean, they just got ace, but at least the reset from Royal Family lets them get that Drake, I guess. Ooh, Herbie's ulti missing here.
Yeah, Magic with an important flash there.
And in general, TSK is trying to flee here. We have the ulti from Dexco, who goes all in on the Sejuani. He takes a lot of damage. He's midlife by now. And here's the whole team stacked together. That's not good. Magic getting a lot of damage. Here comes Syndra ulti, and he goes down. And now, TSK, they have no damage left.
Yeah.
They have no damage left. Ooh. Something I don't understand is that Volibear is going for Bramble Vest right now.
I mean, just getting tanky is fine as well. I mean, if you don't die, then you will do a lot of damage. So either you buy damage to do a lot of damage, or you just never die, then you can do a lot of damage as well. So it's fine to go for the Bramble Vest in my eyes. And I mean, Kaiser will auto-attack a lot, so you kind of try to make that a little bit worse for her.
Unless she gets taken out in a matter of seconds right now. That was
I mean, this team fight got won, even if they don't got the Wombo combo in there. I mean, it was really slow team fight. Some ultimates got missed there, and they still won this team fight because they are just so far ahead. If you just look at the Sivir, she's ahead in farm and 7 kills. So she's just really good in this game. And
a massive 12k gold lead also.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the one-sided game we had in this match. I mean, in the first game was really close, second game kinda close, but they won it. And this game is just more or less stomp. Yeah, not really a stomp, but it feels kind of like that.
Yeah, I mean, Royal Family is just TSK cannot fight, and here we have TSK Sabo forced to flee with his dash here because else that would have hurt. Dexco running through to him. In general, we have also Royal Family is setting a lot of vision in TSK's own jungle, and they must feel really unsafe right now because they're watched from every angle. A lot of vision also on the top side, as Baron is the next big objective to spawn here.
Yeah, and that's why you should maybe push the bot lane just to have the pressure on the bot side of the rift to make the Baron after that. So that could be a plan for them. Normally I would say, yeah, just make the split push, get Wooly on the side lane, get Syndra on the side lane. But I mean, you are so far ahead, you can just engage them and kill them all in 2 seconds or something, so that works. So they don't need to play around the side lanes. Maybe it's a little bit cleaner to play around the side lanes, but to be honest, if they are so far ahead, you can do more or less everything you want.
Yes, and well, as you said, they just pushed in the bot lane. Sivir and Kayn are backing now, and I will guess that they're gonna go towards that Baron. They can, in any case, just start Baron and force a fight there with TSK. I think they would still win it without any issues.
Yeah, as something needs to really get bad for them to lose any team fight. Like nobody is hitting everybody, who knows. But I mean, if they really catch the Sivir, maybe, but so much damage comes from the Kayn, so much damage comes from the Volibear. The Sivir is nice to have in those fights, but I mean, if they kill her, they will still lose the team fights probably. And I don't know how they want to approach her. She's so fast, you can always cleanse something with her spell shield. And even Syndra can cleanse something because she has cleanse. So you can't really catch those carries in the backline, and then you can't really win those teamfights.
Yes, and also their Royal Family is far ahead in levels. Kayn has 3 levels more than Sejuani. She cannot test anything, and they just take that inhibitor for free because they can, and TSK cannot do anything.
I mean, what did TSK there? I mean, they walked top lane to clear wave S5 or something. I don't know. So they just danced a little bit bad there and just lost the inhib. And now it's more or less simple. Do the Baron, but don't finish it. More just engage them, because if both junglers live, then it's always 50-50. So you can always mess up that. And if they just approach you, you just kill them and then finish. So that should be the easier call. Don't finish the Baron. If they don't come, then finish the Baron. But if they approach you, engage them, win the team fight, and get a win.
TSK is on the way. There's a lot of wards. They know they're coming, and they know they cannot contest it. It's just We have Herbie going in here. And Banana Jumper getting caught, and he's really low. Barely escapes. Clow has to be careful not to go too far ahead because he's still a bit alone there. And yeah, now they can just siege. Oh, Drake is up, so they're just gonna pick up that Drake because they can.
Yeah, but a little bit bad map movement there because Volibear has teleport, so I would send the Volibear top lane to push it with the Baron buff. Mid lane gets pushed anyway because of the super minions, and then the team can push as for the bot lane, and you would have perfect macro there. No, they just, I don't know, wanted to reset or something. That's totally fine, but I think you could have done more pressure in this situation if you want to.
Yes, they could have at least pushed out the lanes. Well, they were already quite pushed, but getting some damage on that mid lane to get that wave already going, that would have been great, but...
And because of this reset now, they lost a little bit of the Baron timer, so... I mean, yeah, okay, they still have their 2 minutes or something, but... I mean, you could have just gone for some sort of an innie push there if you wanted.
Yeah.
And now at least Volibear's top side, so now they do the macro play they should do, and probably Ornn needs to stay on the top lane just to defend this giant bear on Bear.
Yes, we have Kayn and Leona here walking through a jungle, keeping the enemies at bay, while Plel with his Sivir on the bot lane is pushing quite fast as Sivir does.
Look at those ricochets. I mean, they just attacked a minion, and 6 just
Exploded.
lost 300 damage. So that was really... That's Sivir.
Sivir is such a beautiful champion, in my opinion. A good Sivir. When you see that Sivir kite an enemy to death, that is just outstanding.
Yeah. And to be honest, Volibear could just get the tower. He doesn't need to fight there, but he wants. Get a catch.
Uses his ult defensively. We have Magic X following up. However, now they have 2 people on the top. You have Kayn on the middle. They have only 3 people on the bot against 3. Volibear is forced to back, but he still has TP up. And we have Kayn in the base already pushing them back. TP on the bot lane. First inhib turrets get taken down. The inhib is going to go down in a matter of seconds. They have 2 waves in the base. And I think this is just a matter of time, and Royal Family is going to take it out here.
Yeah, to be honest, you can just tank the tower on the top lane, just take this 3rd inhibitor, and then, I don't know, win a team fight and finish the game.
Yeah, we heard the engage from Yasuo X, but is forced to disengage. Nah, Jumper's ulti comes in, the Ziggs ulti comes in, but it's not enough. Dex squad drops really low, actually. Gets a lot of damage shut down on him and on Kayn. And what happened here? TSK was able to pick 2 kills, and Royal Family is now forced to back because they don't have the numbers right now.
Yeah, that's the problem if you let this team scale, because a tank composition, I mean, okay, they did nothing in the most parts, but now in the late game, the Ornn items are kicking in, and you have just 2 carries with 3 items each, and 1 item more or less on the ADC, okay, it's fine, but this Kai'Sa does damage, and the 6 with the Void stuff just deletes people.
Yeah.
So if you just let them attack you and just try to go for the objectives, they will just delete you. And so they lost the team fight, but it's not neck breaking for them. They can just reset and just go again into the base because they have cracked open the base. I know it's just a matter of time to win this normally. But there's still hope for TSK.
Yes, they just have to stall it a little bit more right now, and hopefully maybe not let Royal Family get the next objectives, because they're gonna get the soul if they get the next Drake. And I think another Baron would be fatal with those lanes pushing in. They have mid inhib is back up, but both inhibitors, mid lane and top lane, are open, and the bot lane one is not up.
Yeah, 6 is more or less the Vayne of the mid lane or something. So if you have a 6, just down surrender, just let him scale, just let him wave clear, because he can stall so long with his wave clear. And it's like in Anivia, just wave clear, wave clear, wave clear, come to the late game, and then maybe he can do something. So in this case, he can clear the minions, but enemy team can just walk up and try to hit the inhibitor, so that's a little bit dangerous.
Ooh, here we have the ulti from Herbie going on the Braum. They cannot focus him. This is a team fight here. We have Herbie going on to King of Clowns, but drops really low. Falls down. We have 420 Electrical really low with his ult. And they take down X Yasuo Zed. We have a very low King Flounce. The volley ulti here, all in onto them. Meanwhile, his team is taking out the rest of the inhibs. Taking down the first Nexus turret. Jumper drops really low and he goes down. However, Plal is in a bit of a tight spot here. He's really low. Sejani gets taken down. X Magic. X is also really low. Gets taken down. Very low King of Clowns here. And he goes down at the hands of Isan. And that's the game, ladies and gentlemen. Royal Family takes it away in this third game and advance to the half-finals.
What a fight. Seriously, now I was so in the game, I forgot to take off those. Wow, okay, now what we have seen now is Royal Family progressing, getting better throughout the 3 games. Now, losing first game closely, winning the second game closely, and then stomping actually TSK on the third game. What an amazing improvements they have made. Even though Nunu was banned and stuff, great pick with Leona, Syndra in the mid lane, and Volibear finding his way throughout those 3 games. Like, he evolved into a real bear here, right here. So, what a great performance from Royal Family Esports. I have some questions to our casters and analyze desk. We had an early laning phase, like they were farming a lot, up to 7, 8, even 10 minutes. They didn't even try to be aggressive. Do you think it was the correct way to play this matchup? And what could have they done better actually in the early game, or was that the correct way to play it? Trash Fana.
I mean, yeah, I mean it was more or less the correct way, because they with this pressure they had, Sivir was constantly pushing, Volibear was constantly pushing, so they had those pushing lanes, this pressure on the map. So Kayn could did the first Dragon, did the first Herald, so they got something from this pressure. And I mean, kills are one thing, but farming and those objectives are the other thing. And I think a slow early game for them was worth for them, and they did a good job there.
Yeah, especially coming from early to mid, TSK had their strong moments, showing they had thieves, but they didn't last actually, because as soon as we hit the mid-late game, it was over for Team Slick. They was like just like spectators watching their demise falling upon them, and Royal Family closing with the first Baron call and then getting the quadra kill on Sivir, which was crucial for this lane, because Sivir on kills, we know how it is. She is a hyper carry, shredding everything in its way, especially with W, hitting off those minions and passively attacking champions. And we saw with Ziggs, like he got 2 mini shuriken on his, and 300 left health was just gone. So Sivir, obviously the correct pick, the best pick possible for them on this game. And Leona, what do you think about this bot lane matchup? We had like, on one side we had Kai'Sa and Braum, which were playing around getting the stacks from Braum and then hitting fast with Kai'Sa, getting some armor and just push in. And on the other side we had Sivir and Leona, way more easy to play actually this lane. Leona just getting in, Sivir pushing its ultimate and just auto-attacking everyone in its way. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, I think that the Kai'Sa Braum, they have synergy like rarely any champions, right? They have very good synergy together. They work quite well together. Leona and Sivir, they have less of a synergy between themselves, right? However, the thing is, the lanes were very passive. So that synergy between those two champs was not relevant for most of the game. What was relevant for the game was that Leona was able to ult, followed up by a Volibear ult, and you had this wombo combo, which won them fights. You had that one fight on the mid lane, which was over in a matter of seconds just because of that wombo combo. And I think that's where Leona rounded off this comp very well.
Yeah, especially when On was on the bot lane, he was like, I will just push the lane, and he couldn't even TP. Like, it was basically over in 2 seconds. I think this team fight lasts for 2 or 3 seconds, and that's how we said in the game 2 when Daniel said, yeah, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds are a lot in this game, even though people think, 3 seconds, it's nothing, it's an Ash-ult, we can forget that. But here we saw 3 seconds were enough to eradicate 4 players from Team Slick. Like, they did a wombo combo and it was over in seconds. Afterwards, getting them the second Baron, great Baron control again, playing around it. It was like over for Team Slick. They had not the tools to enter it, and they tried to get into a late game with zoning away Royal Family with Ziggs. Ziggs had a good game. It's not that he was bad. The problem, I feel, was they couldn't really play around the Herald using Ziggs' passive W to get those early trades. We also see that early plays are important, especially if you can snowboard correctly towards mid-game. What do you think about Freshtana? Those early plays, were they really that crucial for Royal Family?
Yeah, I mean, it's a small snowball who gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And so platings maybe doesn't have too much impact in right away, but with the snowball getting bigger, they have really a crucial impact there. And especially then later the rotations from this team was just insane to get the lead further and further. And so they really did a good job there. And for me, as a little analysis as well, the Sivir pick just... if you look at the Leona and the Syndra and the Volibear stuff, they don't have really the best gap clause, so this Sivir just make them fast, and so they could win all those team fights. So it was just really, I think the whole team worked well there to win this fight, and the platings was one part of that.
It was a fantastic performance by Royal Family eSports Team Knüppelklub. Now 2-1, the advance on round 2, playing Outplay eSports later today. We will shortly go in the break, but before that, I just wanted to say that you can win up to 2 Samsung Galaxy S20s during the weekend. Simply, if you want more information, simply write in the chat !giveaway to get more information. At some point in the chat, at some point in the stream, we will tell you a keyword, and as soon as we say this keyword, you will be able to post it in the chat correctly the way we asked you to do it, and you can enter this giveaway to win one of those fantastic S20s. So now we will have Brotherhood of the Red Lion versus Corona Difference. I think that's one of the biggest game we could have hoped for in the playoffs, in semifinals. 2 teams that have strengths that none other has and played amazing throughout the whole season. I think everyone can't wait for both teams to clash once against the other. Now let's take a small break and come back even stronger and with more hype for this second set, Brotherhood of the Red Lion versus Corona Difference. See you soon. Don't go anywhere.
If I'm knocked out, I'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off, and we can.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this first day of the post eSports League playoffs. We had an amazing game between Royal Family Knimpel Club and Team Slick. Now it's time for the second set. Let's see the bracket which we have now. We see now it's playing Corona Difference versus Brotherhood of the Red Lion. Now that's one of the top games we expected to come. Being the difference level between Corona Difference and that other team. We see it was a clear 2-0 from Corona Difference, so they did that clean and quick. Now I have with me Daniel, who comes back on the caster desk. Welcome back, Daniel, and let's jump right into this game, this first game. What do you expect Corona Difference, who now won already a game, coming in the second set for today?
Well, I guess Corona Difference, as they already had a game today, they're obviously warm, and they also have a boost of confidence as they really stormed 2-0 against that other team, so that might play into their advantage against Brotherhood of the Red Lions, but Brotherhood of the Red Lions is of course a team that is never to be underestimated.
Okay, so we have Brotherhood of the Red Lion now waiting since this morning to play their first game. Now, how do you think will they react on Corona Difference in a boosted and motivated state? Fresh Tana.
Yeah, I think they will take them seriously and they will try to not mess up with their own because they are waiting, so they maybe are a little bit, uncomfortable instead of Corona Difference, who already played 2 games, so they already have sets done everything, so they know how to play the game. They have a pick-up ban phase already, so it could be a little bit of an issue for Brotherhood of the Red Lion, but I think they will do a good job there and will take them seriously.
So a hype game is awaiting us, and we will see, of course, our MVP of the season, Team Shady from Brotherhood of the Red Lion. It will be amazing to see this player in action now, live here for the first game. The lobbies are ready, if I understood, so let's jump right into the game. Casters, take it away.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Twex. Yeah, you already mentioned it now. We will see the MVP of the season for the first time. And we had a little talk show on Thursday with them, and it's quite interesting that also Otter's jungler mentioned that they had a lot of issues playing against Team Shady.
Yeah.
Because he often comes up with very inconvenient jungle routes. So that's definitely something to look out for during this game.
Yeah, I would always fear a good jungler, especially if he is the MVP. So if I would be the enemy jungler, then I would have a hard time, I guess. So, but we already have pick-up ban fights going. It's like the new ban against Corona Difference. I think that's nothing usual. And then we have the Kane ban against Tim Shady, who got an MVP with his Kane. So some bans, some target bans here and there. So nothing nothing too bad at the moment. And the Lulu ban as last ban. Both supporters play a lot of Lulu, so good ban there.
Yeah, definitely, and also an important ban against or from Corona Difference on this side. On the other side, we have the Yasuo ban, and that's also a very interesting ban against Corona Difference every time, because they play a lot around this Yasuo. They used to play in the earlier stages of the season, and then it got banned out, obviously. They used to play a lot around this Yasuo. They had a Zac on the top lane, and just had this heavy teamfight comp relying on the Yasuo. And their mid lane is kind of a Yasuo OTP, or not OTP, he can play other champions well, but the Yasuo is definitely his strongest champ, so banning that out against Corona Difference is very important.
Yeah, Corona Difference always played with this Ornn, so most played for this top laner here in the top lane, so that they go for him was pretty clear. And on the other side, a Karma, so something new here from Brothers of the Red Lion. I mean, they played the Karma in the support already, but Karma is always a flex pick. There was a time with Karma top lane, you can play Karma mid lane as a supporter style, and you can play Karma support as well. So a really good flex pick here from Brothers of the Red Lion. And on the other side, we have the fresh pick for Corona difference, and he played fresh second most of the time, and so he is a good fresh player, I guess.
Yeah. And I also think on Trash that already shows Corona Difference's strength. We want to go for team fights.
Yeah. And now the Urgot, most played for the top laner from Brotherhood of the Red Lion, so he is comfortable on his Urgot, and Urgot into Ornn is a really okay matchup for both sides. Both teams, both top laner can win this matchup, but in the later stage of the game, in the late game, Urgot should handle the Ornn quite comfortable.
Mhm. And this also already shows that Kinetic will be the top laner of Brotherhood of the Red Lions, because Brotherhood of the Red Lions throughout the season, they have quite often switched positions. And especially their top laner, Kinetic and Impact Rakuzi, have been switching between AD carry and top lane. So yeah, but with Kinetic being a good Urgot player, I think it's safe to say that Kinetic will be the top laner in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Now the Javan gets banned out from Brotherhood of the Red Lion, so that was the most played jungler from our MVP, Tim Shady, so banning him out makes sense on this side. And they picked Aphelios for themselves, so a really strong ADC there in the bot lane. 200 years of game design, is it called, so he is really strong at the moment, and I'm pretty sure he will do a good job. And Flamir.
That's actually a really interesting pick, because with this Aphelios, Corona Difference was able to take down Outplay eSports, which is considered the best team in the league, obviously, because they were unbeaten for, I think, 6 weeks in a row until they were facing Brotherhood of the Red Lions. But also Corona Difference was able to take one game from them, and that's due to the Aphelios and G420's insane performance on it.
Yeah, and the RC ban versus the mid laner of Brotherhood of the Red Lion. I mean, he plays mostly those control mages like Orianna. He played Rumble, so I would rather ban the Rumble out than the Azir, but we will see how it works out. And Corona Difference is more on those melee mid laners like the Diana, like the Yasuo, like we mentioned. So they will probably maybe go for something like this. And so Brotherhood of Corona Difference should go for the mid lane last pick, and they should secure a jungler now. Maybe something like the Echo, because they are lagging at the moment AP. And it's a Crave.
It's
Okay.
a Graves. Yeah, that will be the jungler then, obviously.
Yeah.
So they want to keep that mid lane pick for the last pick. And what do you think would be a good mid laner here? Fitting the composition, but also maybe countering.
I mean, you really want to kill this Aphelios, so, and Craves as well. And Craves gets this bonus armor, so bonus stats and armor. So you want maybe an AP mid laner there, something like the Diana, and Diana can always kill the Aphelios, so Diana should be a good pick. And Corki as well. I mean, just a hyper carry for the late game with a Karma together, so just a lot of damage. And we see the Wukong, so it is a Wukong jungle, I guess, for Team Shady.
Yeah, should be, and I think that's something we haven't seen of him in the entire season. So, yeah, maybe something he prepared, especially for the playoffs.
Yeah, really interesting. And now we will see what. And there's the Diana, but I messed up with the sites. I was thinking about Diana for Brotherhood of the Red Lions, but so I just messed up there. But it's Diana in the end, so at least I was right with the pick. So not with the site, but with the pick.
Yeah, and I think it also fits the team comp of Corona Difference very well, because it gives the team fight even more potential.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of pick potential through that Diana on something like the Corki maybe to get him out of the way if needed.
Yeah, and especially the Ornn can try to set up the Diana, so because she wants that everybody is in here, because if she ults, then the stars drop down and then she does tons of damage. And if Ornn gets a good CC there and knock ups everybody, then Diana can deal massive damage in a huge area of effect. So that could be working for them. And yeah, that's a pick of one phase. If you look at both teams here, which team or which team comp is better in your eyes?
I think the team comp of Corona Difference is very straightforward. Like, it's obvious what they want to do, and it's not too hard to execute that. You want to obviously fight for the objectives, build pressure around those objectives, and have good team fights. And the team comp is pretty good at that. And it can scale very good into the late game, but that's also their weakness.
Yeah.
They have to get to that late game, and they have to get that Aphelios rolling. And if Brotherhood of the Red Lions is able to deny that from them, they will have a really tough time.
Yeah, and especially if Aphelios has a tough time to get away from this Wukong. He will always try to jump on him. Then maybe a Kaiser jumps into him. So Aphelios is not really mobile. So so it depends if Fresh can save him, for example. And then you have always this threat of Corki. So Corki can just wreck those through those team fights, especially in the late game. So they have a good late game as well. And they have the split push with the Urgot. So maybe Corona Difference can't team fight because On needs constantly to be on the side lane to defend this Urgot. And then they can't team fight because they don't have engage without On.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to how much pressure can Brotherhood of the Red Lion build up early on. And I think with a jungler like Tim Shady and a pick like Wukong, fitting him or his playstyle overall very good, I think they should be able to do that. So I think we are up for a really interesting match now that could go both ways, depending on how long it takes. And
yeah. And I think the Karma pick is really insane in this team comp because Urgot needs to get in, and with the Karma movement speed, he can get in, and the Urgot as well. So Urgot and Wukong are both, they are kind of okay to get into backlines because both have a dash. But if they get the movement speed from Karma, they can get faster into the backline, deal the damage, and then it could be crucial for them to win those team fights. So the Karma pick is really good in it, and even good with those two hyper carries with the Kaiser and with the Corki. So the whole team comp from Brotherhood of the Red Lion is really good in every single stage of the game. Wukong does the early to mid game as well as the Urgot. And then for late game, we have two carries with a good support behind them. So good work. Yeah.
So we have been talking a lot about this Urgot now, and how do you think the lane will go out between Urgot and On? Because On can be very strong in lane, but Urgot too, so...
Yeah, I think it depends if Graves or if Wukong ganks them. I think in the 1v1, both can kill each other, at least in the early game, and then some around 2 items, 3 items, the Urgot should have lane pressure against the Urgot because he against the Ornn, because Ornn can't really kill him, and if he has the death stance, then he just will constantly heal himself with the Conqueror, with the death stance. So he can't be killed, but he will kill Ornn at the end of the game. So I think in the early game there's the chance for Corona Difference to bring the Ornn ahead, and if Ornn is ahead, then he can probably even solo kill this Urgot. So Graves could work around the top lane, but should also work around mid and bot lane, because there are your carries, you have the Diana, you have the Aphelios, and they want to get fed as well.
Yeah, I think especially for Graves, the focus should more rely on bot lane, getting that Aphelios ahead, and also, as you mentioned, the Diana. So yeah, I believe On will be in the defensive then, as it is very probable that Tim Shady, however, will play a little bit around top lane. That's also Brotherhood of the Red Lion is kind of known for their good communication between their jungler and the top lane and the mid lane, and that they play a lot around this area of the map. And yeah, just let their bot lane be. They perform very well as well, but yeah.
Yeah, and especially the Corki. I mean, yeah, you can gank him, you can try to get him ahead, but if he just safe farms in the mid lane, he will get in the late game anyway. So you can try to focus your resources with Tim Shady around this top lane pick, because if Urgot gets ahead, then it's pretty much over on the top side. And Kaiser as well just will scale, so you can really focus around the top lane. And then there is the objective control with the Herald. So if you get some good ganks top lane and just get both Heralds, then you have the gold from the plates, and that could be crucial.
Oh, and both teams were looking for the invade here, but none of them was really setting up the usual cover, and so they only met there in the river, but they decided not to go for an early fight. So yeah.
I mean,
No
I would
early
I would
aggressions
always
here.
gone for a mantra Q if I would be Karma, but you don't need to, and you don't need to force something there. I mean, in the end, maybe you get killed, but maybe you get aced, and then you lost the game in minute 1. So it's more, it's better to play safe there and just don't risk anything there, because both teams try to invade. So both teams, I don't know, grouped, and 5v5 in the early game in minute 1 is always difficult to play.
Yeah, and I think we are in the playoffs. We have two teams that are really on a very equal level here, and I think then you really don't want to give it up to luck or a minute 1 fight to decide your game.
Yeah, and there are some insane montages on the internet with a pentakill in minute 1 or something, and then, I don't know, the game is over because someone just got 5 kills or whatever, so you don't want to risk it. And we have an in-game pause, so both teams are able to pause the game with a chat thing. And for example, if someone has internet problems or whatever, then they can pause the game to stop those problems. And that's maybe what happened here. We don't know. So we need to wait until the pause is finished. And so we can talk a little bit more about those picks. For example, the bot lane matchup. What do you think about the bot lane matchup?
What do we have? We have Trash, Aphelios on the side of Corona Difference, and we have
Kaiser Karma
on the side. Yeah, I think Kaiser Karma definitely should have the early aggression,
Yep.
and they should be winning the laning phase. On the other hand, Aphelios and Trash can be very good if they're ganked, I feel like, because Trash brings a lot of CC to the lane, and then Aphelios can adopt to that with his immense damage.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But like always, they have more or less more poke because it's 2 ranged champions against 1 melee in form of Thresh. I mean, Thresh is ranged as well, but mostly melee. And now
Here we can already see the early aggression of the bot lane of Brotherhood, of the Red Lions. Aphelios fortunately could save his flash here, but dropped really low. And on the other hand, we have Trash, who already had to lose his flash here. And that's really unfortunate for Happy Freezy. And the bot lane of Corona Difference, who is under constant pressure now. And Team Shady might now be looking into this lane.
Yeah, and messing up those level 2 fights in the early game is always something people need to learn. After the bot lane gets the first 3 melee minions of the second wave, they get level 2, and people push for that to have this power spike. And some people forget about that and then just get caught, like Thresh, for example. And that's just always a mistake you don't need to make, because you know that it will happen.
Oh, and now we have the engage from Corona Difference here. The Exhaust and the Igniter down. It's first blood for the Aphelios. That's very important for him. But Trash goes down on the other side. And Aphelios has to use his flash to get out alive.
Yeah, and that was a good play from both bot lanes. So Thresh got the hook, really good punish against this Karma, and then just killed them. And now Graves is on the hunt.
Come to the bot lane. And Rakuzi has to pay a lot of attention here. He doesn't have his flash. No, he has his flash up. Why did he not flash?
I mean, Graves has flash also. So maybe you just trade flash for flash. And another thing, maybe even Jacuzzi could have outplayed that, because Graves is a champion who can hit minions if he just auto-attacks you. So if you just walk through the minions, you can outplay a Graves in those early levels. I would have maybe tried it, and if it doesn't work, then flash over the wall or something. So that could have happened, but in the end he just thought, okay, I will die, it's fine. Save my flash for the next gank. I mean, that's important as well. And now Karma wants to know it. But couldn't stop him from taking the crap.
Oh, and now we have the Urgot engaging onto the Ornn, and we can see Urgot a lot of pressure on the top lane in the early stages against this Ornn.
Yeah, and it's ranged versus melee, so he has ranged out attacks. And that means that he has always pressure on the lane, and at the moment we see that Urgot even freezes the lane, so it's a slow push to him, and so he can do nothing, and the wave will crash to his tower where he then can freeze and just be safe for ganks, while Ornn will lose minions. And now, because of the teleport, Urgot needs to stay, but at least he got the teleport advantage for his team, so if a team fight breaks out, Urgot can teleport while Ornn can't.
And on the other side of the map, we had the wave pushing towards the bot lane of Corona Difference, and I feel like that's exactly what they want, because they want the wave pushing into them, but still be able to take the farm and enable Graves to gank.
And what we saw on the top lane there was that we had a massive wave for Urgot to take because of his slow push, and so he just has a little minion lead now, just one wave, but at least it's one wave. And this lead will get bigger and bigger how longer this game works out, because he is just a good laner with this Urgot against the Ornn.
Oh, and now we have again the fighting on the bot lane. Thresh was landing the hook, but it was Waddled of the Red Lions going for the engage here. Thresh already went down, and Aphelios is still under pressure under this tower. He doesn't have flash up, and Tim Shady comes in and takes the kill under the tower. On the top lane, however, we have Happy Faker taking the return kill on the Urgot with his own.
Yeah, and that's what I meant in the pick and ban phase. In this early stage, Ornn can kill Urgot, so maybe at minute 40, Urgot just will thread through the Ornn, but in this early game where both champions just has base damage and both champions just are tanky like everyone, he can, with a good play, for example with those 2 knockups, just kill the Urgot there, and that's just a good play from Happy Faker.
Yeah, on the other side of the map, due to their good bot lane play, now Waddled of the Red Line was able to save the first Infernal Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, and Tim Shady just did a good job there, diving the Thresh, I guess it was, or maybe the Aphelios, and after that just doing the Dragon, so a really good play from our MVP of the season, so good job from him. And now the Herald is the next big objective, so there are even the ideas to rotate the bot lane now to the top lane just to secure the Heralds with the bot lane together. I don't know if we will see that or not, but that's a play you can do, just swapping top and bot lane to get this next object.
For what bot lane you think that would be more recommendable? Because I feel like Thresh Aphelios, at this stage of the game, they don't really want to do that.
Yeah, but most of the times you need to swap then anyway, because if the enemy team makes this lane swap, you just want to counter that with lane swapping on your own, because if you don't lane swap, then you just lose the Herald for nothing. So most of the time the other team gets forced into the lane swap then. But in the end we don't see it anyway. Maybe later, maybe after the second Drake, maybe then this play will occur.
And Tim Shady went really deep here and gets found by the bot lane of Corona Difference. However, Aphelios is being taken down. The rest of Corona of Waddled of the Red Lions joined. Double kill for the Kai'Sa. And now even Urgot TP'd down. And it is, with the ultimate taking out the Graves here as well. Waddled of the Red Lion taking a very early lead in this game. And now even taking the entire jungle with them from Corona Difference.
Yeah, really well played. Lots of communication there. I mean, and that's something I mentioned earlier. Ornn just teleported to the top lane after he got slow pushed there. So he doesn't have the teleport, and now Urgot could just teleport freely on the spot lane, just make the play happen with your team and just get those kills in. So we are 1000 gold ahead at the moment. It's nothing, but it will get bigger and bigger probably. And I think one important thing is that Happy Faker just, after this teleport, just got plating and just got more farm out of it. So at least something for his team. Meanwhile, this Urgot just got one kill with his own ultimate, so he got a little bit back into the game after getting solo killed, but he lost a lot of minions and tower plates there.
Yeah, but I think what is really important also is that Brotherhood of the Red Lion is currently denying these Aphelios very well. And on the other hand, getting their own AD carry, the Kai'Sa, good into the game with a 5-0-1-2 already.
Yeah, that's so much gold for the Kai'Sa. And we all know if a Kai'Sa gets fed, it's really hard to play against. So she just always jumps into your backline, kills everybody, and she even goes for this kind of scaling build with the Muramana there. So if she gets more kills, then maybe it could be over just from this early feed. Who knows?
Yeah, and Brotherhood of the Red Lion also just secured the Rift Herald for themselves, so another objective going towards them. And I feel like Corona Difference is sleeping a little bit on the objectives here.
And no little engage there.
Oh, and now we have another engage on the bot lane. Aphelios is already really low, but so is Karma. And he tries to get her with the ultimate, however that fails. Now the Corki is coming down from Brotherhood of the Red Lions. And already Graves was able to take the Karma for Corona Difference.
Yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa had her ultimate, so she could always jump into it, and even the Corki could have used the package to dive there, but I think that was just be too risky, and now the double kill maybe.
Oh yes, Kai'Sa. That's when a Kai'Sa is fat. She can do stuff like that. Gets the double kill. Graves is there in time to take the return kill and the shutdown gold. That was quite a big bounty, I think. But still, very nicely played from the Kai'Sa there. On the top lane, we have the Ornn going for the tower dive on the Urgot, being successfully in taking down Kinetic. And Happy Faker is just... He's a really good player for Corona Difference.
Yeah, and I mean, what you saw was just the assassin Ornn on the top lane, just tower diving, surviving it. So that was just an insane play here from Happy Faker. And Kinetic tried his best with the flash of the ultimate for the slow, but in the end, it didn't work out for him.
But also look at the mana that Ornn has left.
Yeah.
That is really good mana management.
Yeah. Knowing how much mana I need for the all-in, knowing how much mana it costs everything, so just from the mana bar itself, knowing that I can do that at the moment, just insane from him. And now there's even the lane swap. I mean, the dragon is spawning. Because they took the dragon. I'm sorry, because they took the dragon, they now swap this bot lane to the top lane. So a really good macro play there for them.
They go really deep here, try to get the Graves. On the other hand, we have Diana going down as well. And that's 2 more kills for Brotherhood of the Red Lions, who really want to get that early lead in this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, the snowball doesn't stop. Now they will get the first tower of the game with this Herald spawn. And I don't know, they really want to close this game fast.
Oh, and Ornn tries to go for the engage here, at least gets the Corki, but the Rift Herald is still up, taking down the second tower for Brotherhood of the Red Lions. And I feel like the second tower getting the second tower in the mid lane even, that opens up the map so much for you, and that's quite crucial.
Yeah, and just remember though, the first game of the day where in minute 14 nothing really happened beside of those 2 top lane ganks or something, and here it's minute 14 and they just destroyed 2 tower, took some tricks, the Herald, won some team fights. So it's just a really fast game if we watch the first game.
Yeah, and I think that's something that suits Brotherhood of the Red Lions playstyle also more, playing a little bit faster, and overall we are also on a bit of a higher level here than for the first set we've seen today, and obviously games on higher level are also a little bit shorter in average.
Yeah, I mean, we have just 2 completed items on this Kai'Sa. I mean, that's okay. It's not a really complete item because the mana, the tier just needs to stack a little bit more. But here's a team fight.
Yes, and we have the Ornn engaging here on the top lane. Graves is really low, has to flash here from the rocket in time. And now Ornn is under a lot of pressure. He goes down to white. And on the bot lane, we have the Aphelios pushing for the tower to get at least something in return. But Urgot is there to attend to that. And on the top lane, Brotherhood of the Red Line once more is able to take another tower for free after getting the top laner of Corona Difference.
Yeah, and Corona Difference isn't really rotating with their own bot lane, so no, Tim Shady is...
Oh, now we have Tim Shady diving under the tower. Diana has to flash out here, but she still goes down. On the bot lane, however, we have Kinetic falling to the Aphelios. That's a good thing for Corona Defense. At least they get one kill. But Brotherhood of the Red Line, with the pace they are going forward towards that base, that will not be enough.
Yeah, and I mean, at least they got the tower in the bot lane and got one kill in the bot lane, but not swapping this bot lane like Brotherhood of the Red Line did is just a mistake, because you should always try to swap with the enemy team swaps, just to have this 2v2 versus the just to have this 2v2 going, because yeah, I mean, you can push against the top laner there as 2 versus 1, but you lose so much from it, and maybe swapping with them is a mistake as well, because you can't defend the tower with your Aphelios fresh, but at least you have some sort of pushing there, and I don't know. It's a different call. It's a difficult call here for Corona Difference to make those decisions.
Now the next Rift Herald will be the next objective to spawn, and with the bot lane of Corona Difference still being on the top lane, they are once more in the better position to fight for that. Although Aphelios and Trash, they at least rotated towards the mid lane now.
Yep, but they need to be careful, because okay, they get this Herald now, but Dragon is spawning, so they should move all to the Dragon now, just to get every single object there. And a good thing for Brotherhood of the Red Line is that they have the Corki package. And Corki package is really an insane ability for him. Can decide whole team fights alone, just because it makes so much damage if you stand in this fire.
But to be honest, on Corona Difference's side, I think I wouldn't even fight for this dragon now.
Oh, the face check.
But they do, and Tim Shady is engaging on Cheesy Crispy. He's the first one to go down, and they are chasing behind. G4 for 20, or Aphelios is being taken down as well. On flashes out, but gets taken down anyways, as Wukong is flashing behind. Happy Freezy is the next one to go down. Double kill, and that will be the ace from Urgot here, and a free Drake for Brotherhood of the Red Lions.
Yeah, and just amazing team control there from Brotherhood of the Red Line. Just waiting for them to walk into them, so not starting the Dragon, just playing with the vision, waiting for them to face check, and then just full engaging them with the package, with Tim Shady. And then, I mean, you have always the follow-up from the Kaiser. She can always jump right into it, and it worked out very well for them. And now a little, I would say, macro mistake, because they could have gotten maybe the bot lane tower already after the Dragon, but they decided
now
to...
they once more find Aphelios here in the jungle, but this time what Brotherhood of the Red Lions is in the undernumbered. Kaiser has to flash away, and it might be the shutdown here. White comes in just the right time to maybe save her AD carry. Has to flash, however, for that.
Yeah, it was a bit too cocky there. Just trying to steal the red buff, trying to steal those jungle camps. Wasn't really the best decision there from Brotherhood of the Red Line. And like I said, if they took the bot lane tower before they would go to the base, then they would have a little bit more tempo in there, but it's fine. Now they got the spot lane tower, now they got the pressure from the ward. So in the end, all worked out. They lost 2 flashes, and that's really crucial for them, but they will still have a huge lead. I mean, we can just see it's 7,000 gold there for them.
Yeah, I feel like also just Corona Difference not... Brotherhood of the Red Lions not resetting after that huge dragon fight was maybe not the best idea.
Yeah.
But as I wanted to mention before the fight already, I felt like Corona Difference didn't need to take that fight, and now it really turned against them. But it was only the 3rd Drake, and you can still give up a 3rd Drake, in my opinion, if you have a late game composition that will scale anyways. So I feel like it's better to maybe give up an objective or 2 then, and wait for your time to shine.
The question is, do you really scale too much better than the enemy team, because okay, you have the Filius, which scales really good, but your top laner will get outscaled by the Urgots. Mid lane is kind of the same. I mean, both haven't really the best. And
now we have Kaiser full engaging here
one-shotting.
on the Diana, and that's an AD carry being an assassin at the same time.
Yeah.
And now with the Rift Herald, they will be taking that bot lane tower as well, pushing towards the wave base of Corona Difference. And now Corona Difference is looking for that engage on ultimate, already misses. However, Kana is being taken out now. Team Shady joins in with the ultimate, taking apart Royal Corona Difference here. Graves goes down, as does Team Shady. He is being shut down, but still it is a 2 for 2.
And only Orn was alive, now he is dead. Godlike stats on this Kaiser. She even more or less outplaced this Diana. Holy shit, with a really good killer instinct there. And meanwhile, Corki just got a whole tower on its own, got the inhib, so they won this team fight 4v5. And more or less only lost Team Shady there, right? Maybe Karma, I didn't see it, but just an amazing work from Brotherhood of the Red Lion. And that will be a fast game, I guess.
Yeah, because both inhibitors are down also for Corona Difference now. And at such an early stage of the game, that really forces you to basically stay in your base, because you have to clear that super minion waves. You can already see they try to push out the lanes now as far as they can, so they get that pressure a little bit later on. But yeah, Brotherhood of the Red Lion will be in a really good position to start a Baron now.
Yeah, and look at all those control boards they have, so they can really secure the vision around this object and really be safe there. And meanwhile, we have the split push going on the bot lane. I mean, that's a really good decision to have this Urgot with the teleport on the side lane. Maybe you could place him in the mid lane just to push it. But I mean, the bot lane is fine as well. And Baron goes down, so now we have the dragon spawning, and with it the soul spawning, maybe for Brotherhood of the Red Lion. And this game should be over in, I don't know, 2 minutes maybe.
Yeah, I don't even know if it takes that long.
Okay,
because
we will
Brotherhood
see.
of the Red Lion, they are known for being very cocky if they get ahead. And I feel like at this stage, well, maybe they aren't today, which would be good. But yeah, I feel like if they finish it, they can finish it also very soon. And now they are going for the engage. Graves is already going down. Wukong again with a very nice ultimate. Happy Freezy in the backline, but that's not enough to do anything here. And Team Shady is flashing onto that Aphelios here, taking him out immediately. And it's again the ace for Brotherhood of the Red Lions. And as I said, Brotherhood of the Red Lions is going to finish that before the 2 minutes. And now Corona Difference even goes for the surrender.
Oh man.
Yeah, Brotherhood of the Red Lions taking the first game of this best of 3.
Wow, okay, now that's one game we will remember in the post eSports League's playoffs history. 22 minutes and 50 seconds. Daniel, you won your bet.
Sadly.
Yeah, under 2 minutes, like almost only 1 minute needed to finish it after the Baron. Now, we have to start with the pick and ban phase, I think, because there's so much to say and the game wasn't that long actually. The Urgot pick, like meta-wise, I don't think that Urgot is still in the meta, and he just did it so right actually. Fumbled a bit in the early game against Ornn, where Ornn got the early kill on him, solo kill, and then actually just this bot lane. What the hell, man? What the hell? What happened? Like, Kaiser completely snowballed this whole game. Like, she had 5 kills after 10 minutes. After 14 minutes, 8 kills. And then after, I don't know, after 17 minutes, 18 minutes, she was like 10. 10 kills in 18 minutes. And it's not like that Corona Difference feed it, like they played well, actually, but the constant pressure they put on the bot lane, Aphelios didn't have any time to scale. Frashtana, explain what happened so fast and so quickly, and Corona Difference couldn't even respond. Why?
Yeah, I think they've just played really well around the spot lane. Like, for example, they got this teleport lead in the top lane because of well playing Urgot, and with this teleport lead, they could have they make the bot lane play there, and then they got a flash from Fresh in 2 minutes or something because of this level 2 play. Tim Shady came 2 times to the spot lane, and they just played really well around the missing summoner spells from Corona Difference. The teleport was missing and some flashes was missing, so they just played around those mistakes and just feeded her Kaiser over and over. And after that, with the really good rotation after the Cloud Drake, they just got more out of it. They got all the platings with Shelly in the mid lane and 2 towers, and then this was just a snowball from there, and just a really clean game from Product of the Red Lion.
Yeah, well, we see that the difference of high-level gameplay changes the whole game, right? We had 2 middle-level teams on the round 1, and now we have 2 upper seeds, like people who know how to play the macro games and just how quickly they can snowball out of a small advantage. We see a 17-minute ace coming down for Brotherhood of the Red Lion, destroying Corona Difference early on, didn't even give them time to build some lead or build any items. Like the Kaiser was 2 items in 50 minutes in. Like, what do you want to do against such a fat Kaiser? Daniel, how could they have stopped Kaiser?
Good question.
Not getting her fat so early, I guess. No, but as you mentioned, the level of gameplay is really high, and once one team gets a little bit of a snowball on any lane, basically, that can be huge if the other team does not find an answer to that. And Corona Difference in this game, I think also due to their team composition, was not able to find an answer to the early aggression of Brotherhood of the Red Lions. But I think that's nothing that cannot be totally the other way around in the next game.
Yeah.
And talking back, like, as we said, it was a stomp, 20 minutes in and it was over almost. The Herald was still in. Like, the use of the second Herald on the bot side was just fantastic. They got 2 towers with it, a second tower and an outer tower, like an inhib tower, and they got an inhibitor out of it. So at the same time, Corki pushing in the top lane all the time was just a fantastic use of this whole play. They had, after 20 minutes, a 10,000 gold lead over Corona Difference. That's crazy how fast they built this lead up. So a great snowball from those Brotherhoods of the Red Lion team. Team Shady, our MVP, with the small but important play while hiding in the Dragon's Pit, was quite interesting. Like, because of the Mountain Drake dominating the field, he was just hiding behind this small wall, and Corona Difference didn't see it coming. Frashtana, can you explain what happened there?
Yeah, they just had no vision about the dragon, so the vision control was really crucial there for Brotherhood of the Red Lion. And then you need to face check that because you have no vision, and they knew it, so they could just wait and trap there. And that was just a really masterpiece, more or less, this trap from Tim Shady and the team. So just no chance for the enemy team, because if they don't face check, then they lose the dragon, and if they face check, they probably lose the dragon. So lose situation there for them, and Corona Difference just wanted to face check there and then just died.
A final question there. Corona Difference, what could they have done better coming from the early to the mid stage, because they had no chance coming to late game. There was no real late game. The game was over in mid game. What could they have done better in the early? Because I feel like they were like a bit hasty at some points, trying absolutely to make a play, and it just backfired all the time. And Brotherhood of the Red Lion are using this for their advantage. Daniel, what could they have done better, Corona Difference?
I think you already mentioned it, Corona difference, they always wanted to make a play. And I think that was their mistake, to be honest. Because with their team composition, they needed to go to the late game with their Aphelios. And I feel like they should just simply have taken less fights. And maybe I also mentioned it at that dragon fight, that I would not have decided to fight there and maybe let go another dragon and reside on my time to shine. And I think Corona Difference was just trying to compete with a team composition at a stage of the game where it was not meant to compete yet.
Yeah, absolutely right there. They should have been more careful and have more patience. They tried to overstay and try to contest a dragon that they couldn't contest because they were so far ahead, like the bot laner from Brotherhood of the Red Lion, almost with a 5,000-6,000 gold lead over his opponent. Now, before we go to the break, we just have to watch what will Brotherhood of the Red Lion do and what needs to change from the sides of Corona Difference, Freshtana.
Yeah, so I think Brotherhood of the Red Lion did everything right in this game, and Corona Difference maybe don't pick this too much scaling of the Aphelios, but to be honest, they had a really good mid-game champion like Diana. She can one-shot people in the mid-game with just one item, so they really didn't draft the hyper late-game comp, so they just got outplayed in the early and mid-game, just got out-rotated. For example, with bot lane swapping top lane to get a Herald to then destroy the 2 mid lane tower, while Corona Difference just sitting down in the bot lane with Thresh and the Aphelios. They didn't roam, for example. And I don't know, maybe those macro plays, they could try to improve that to win the game, but it's really hard to play against Brotherhood of the Red Lions, I guess.
So we can wait for the second game and see what changes Corona Difference will do to maybe try and win one game out of this best of 3. Now, before jumping into the break, people in the chat, reminder, you can win one of 2 Samsung Galaxy S20s during this weekend. Just for more information, write in the chat ! giveaway so you can get more information how to participate. Later today, we will give you the keyword which you will be able to post into the chat. And once that's done, you will participate automatically at this giveaway. Now, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We will have a short break so the players can reassemble themselves and the castles can have some fresh air. Don't go anywhere. See you soon.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on, moving on.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this post eSports League's playoffs second set in League of Legends between Brotherhood of the Red Lion and Corona Difference. Now, game 1 was a clear stomp from Brotherhood of the Red Lion, using the advantage correctly. Coming now to the game 2, what picks and bans do you think, Daniel, will Corona do for the second game?
I think the Wukong might be a thing they want to ban now, because Team Shady was really performing on that champion. And for the rest, I don't know, the Urgot might be a ban they could be looking into, but overall I feel like Corona Difference just... It comes more down to their playstyle and their own composition than to the composition of Brotherhood of the Red Lions that they would have to ban out, because the champions that Brotherhood of the Red Lions were picking, they have a lot of alternatives that can do the same thing.
So, Frashtana, maybe a word about the Kai'Sa, which we've seen in the bot lane for Brotherhood of the Red Lion. Do you think it will be banned, first ban from Corona?
Well, that Kai'Sa that was just in the game was really, really strong. I mean, I watched it from outside and I just saw that kill count go up and her items just stacking up, and that Kai'Sa shredding through the enemy team with that insane amount of damage he did. So I do think there's an option to ban that Kai'Sa, definitely, because taking into account that the AD carry is also really strong with Kai'Sa in itself. So it is bannable, but I think, as Daniel said, it's think less about the bans they will do and more about what they pick and how they play it out during the game.
Sorry, by the way, I called you Frashtana. I just seen Luig. It's of course who's back on the caster desk. My bad. It's getting sometimes a little bit confusing here, but it's no worries. I will try to remember it. So now for the second game, what we've seen is Brother of the Red Lion stomping Corona Difference. Of course, we want to see a third game afterwards, because those teams are playing at a high level. I hope to see Corona Difference showing some teeth throughout the whole game and not be so passive all the time and not being scared, building a more compact composition around maybe their jungler, who was very strong in the season, and of course their bot lane. But Daniel, what do you think Corona Difference have to change drastically to just not getting stomped the second time?
I think they want to play an other team comp that has other winning objectives and that can do more early on in the game, if they want to compete against the kind of team composition Brotherhood of the Red Lions was going for in the first game, or they will have to play more their team comp and try to not fight so much in the early stages and be more patient.
So let's get it started. The studio telling me that the teams are already in the game lobby. I will give it away for the second game, Brotherhood of the Red Lion versus the Corona Difference lineup. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Trax.
Thank you, Trax. So, yeah, you've seen the first game. Quite a stomp for Corona Difference, or for Brotherhood of the Red Lions against Corona Difference. Do you think this second game will be the same, or do you think Corona Difference will step up?
Well, I believe in Corona Difference in that sense. I know that they have a lot of potential. They came out of nowhere in this season and they did a lot of damage to other teams. They're a very good team, in my opinion. They might have a little less experience than Brotherhood of the Red Lion, and that's might be an issue here. However, I do believe that they can take it back if they focus and, as you said, take it slow. They have to be clever about this, very clever.
Yeah, and also I think something that might play into their hands is the cockiness we have already seen on the side of Brotherhood of the Red Lions sometimes after they were able to take a win or something like that. So, yeah, I hope that Brotherhood of the Red Lions will not be too overconfident now. Going into the pick and ban phase now, we can see that Kane was once again banned against Team Shady. I think after that insane performance against Outplay eSports during the season, you will never see that Kane again in a post eSports League game.
No, and I think that Team Shady also, alongside that Kane game and another Javan game earlier in the season, it gave him the MVP title, which actually now ended up in him being called the MVP of the whole season. So there's definitely, he is an immense threat on that Kane and able to carry a game.
True. On the other side, we once again have that Asia ban.
Nazi and the Corki ban. I'm more interested actually right now. Corona Difference were able to pick Yasuo, and it's been told by them actually that their mid laner might kind of be seen as a Yasuo TP, and he is really strong on that Yasuo. We've seen him play him sometimes, and that could actually be kind of devastating for Brotherhood of the Red Line, because he's not to be underestimated. Depending on what they get else in their team.
Definitely, they have a Your Name has a 43% pick rate on that Yasuo throughout the season, and most of the time he was not able to pick it. It was banned against him. And something to mention as well, the Zac is being left open as well. That Happy Faker was able to perform on the top lane very well in the early phases of the season before it was banned all the time against Corona Defense. This time around it is not banned, and maybe it will be the comeback of that composition.
Yes, and we know that he's very comfortable on that Zac. He plays him with quite a bit of AP on the top lane, so he can do a lot of damage. You pair that with a Yasuo ult, boom. Tons of damage can go out very quickly there. Both champions synergize really well. However, they do go for the AP AD carry pick here.
Yeah, maybe, and we also already see the Karma once again, but this time around on the side of Corona Difference. Are they picking it away from Brotherhood of the Red Lions? I'm not sure, because Morgana is already picked.
Morgana is already picked. Yes, I suppose they would not pick it away. I think that just Karma is a pretty strong champion in its own right. She has a lot of utility. She can poke quite a lot and is overall a very strong champion. And as you said, Morgana is already picked, and now we have a Nico. We're entering the second ban phase from this pick and ban phase.
Yeah, Morgana Nico, so that already means Morgana will be going to the support position, unless we will see a Morgana jungle, but I think that's not too viable anymore. So yeah, and Nico in the mid lane against the Yasuo. What do you think of that matchup?
Well, one hand, it does a thing with Yasuo. This wind wall can be so busted in some moments. It's such a strong tool, which alleviates him from the problem that he is a melee range champion, plays very often against ranged champions, mages, AP carries, and wind wall is such a strong tool in those cases. I mean, you can just easily deny Nico Z, and then what is Nico gonna do? Nothing. Her Q does no damage if the enemy is not CC'd, and to get in the range with her ult, she'll have to either be close range at first hand, in which case Yasuo is probably going to win the fight, or she needs that root, that damage coming in on the Yasuo boom ulti. And I don't know if Nico is that strong of a pick against Yasuo, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe a Syndra or something like that might have fitted better, but who knows what Brotherhood of the Red Lions has on their mind for their entire team comp. Their bans are actually really interesting, banning the Caitlyn and the Varus, which both would have been very strong AD carries to put together onto the bot lane with the Karma, because that would mean such a strong lane for Corona Difference. So both really important bans here.
Yes, and they were also already hovering Caitlyn, so either they baited the Caitlyn ban, which would be clever by hovering it, or they should not have hovered it and have a good ban. And they pick once again that Wukong.
Yeah, so now it's definitely sure that Morgana is gonna be on the support position, because Team Shady will be going for that Wukong once again. He has such an insane performance last game on it, so yeah, I definitely can see that pick. On the other hand, we have the Kai'Sa being picked, and Kai'Sa Karma was working very well for Brotherhood of the Red Lions last game. This time around, Corona Difference wants to make that work.
Yes, that shield from Karma can be very strong paired with Nod and Senza and a champion like Kai'Sa, as we saw last game. Can they utilize this as well as Brotherhood of the Red Lions did? That's the question now.
Oh, and now maybe the Lee Sin pick. Yes, it's gonna be a Lee Sin. So Corona Difference really this time around wants to match fire with fire in the early game. And overall, again, a team fight composition. A composition that can have really good fights, but that can also take good picks with the Lee Sin and the Yasuo working together. Or the Karma and the Lee Sin working together. And together with Kai'Sa also. So yeah, I really like Corona Difference's team comp here, and I think this time out they can match Brotherhood of the Red Lions playstyle with that team composition.
Yes, and also I feel like Lee Sin is here quite a good pick against that Wukong in the jungle, because he cannot get juked by that invisibility if he plays it well, and Lee Sin can have so much pressure in the early game in the jungle. I feel like he can one almost any jungler in the jungle. It's just terrific. So if they use this well, they could shut down Tim Shady quite early in the game, and that would definitely play into their hands.
Yeah, definitely. I think getting the MVP of the season out of the way would be a good idea. On the other hand, we have the Kalista and the Morgana on the bot lane for Brotherhood of the Red Lions. What bot lane do you feel like is the stronger one here?
It's very hard to tell. I feel like both have their strength. Definitely, we've seen the Kai'Sa Karma bot lane. It works really well together, but I feel like Morgana and Kalista can work just as well together. You can chuck in that Morgana with Herald in there. She's in the middle of the enemies. That can do terrific damage in terms of CC. You can just easily stun 2 of the enemies. And they also have, it's a very strong poke in my opinion, with the Morgana pool, which she can set at any time. She has the Q, and once an enemy gets rooted, oh man, that Kalista is gonna chuck so many spears in there. That's gonna hurt. So
yeah, definitely. And I think also Ritio, he has been playing some Morgana throughout the season already, has a 20% pick rate on that champion, and I think it brings something to the team composition that together with the Nico also, they get a lot of pick potential also out of that. So yeah, getting there another winning condition or another condition to maybe catch the Lee Sin off guard, who has to play aggressive, obviously in the early stages of the game. And if Nikio and Morgana work well together, maybe in the early stages of the game, put pressure onto that Lee Sin when he tries to go deep into their jungle, that can be crucial for Cheesy Crispy here. And on the other hand, Kalista also is an AD carry that can be left alone from time to time, because she can move with every auto attack. She can jump around, so she's pretty mobile and pretty safe most of the time in lane.
I also really like that aspect of the team comp from Brotherhood of the Red Lion. Their team comp is really versatile. They can easily pick champions, as you've mentioned before, with that Morgana, Nico. Wukong is also quite good at picking champions, moving around the map. And then they also have really great teamfight potential with champions like the Wukong, Nico, or Morgana. They all fit quite well together. So it's really a very strong team comp there. And honestly, I feel like they won the draft this time around.
Yeah, I mean, I can see both team comps here, and I can see why they've been picked like that. I don't know if the winner is that clear, but Brotherhood of the Red Lion definitely has a strong team composition that can do a lot in every stage of the game, and also in every aspect of the game. They don't have a clear split push, but I don't think they need it.
I feel like Kalista is still pretty good at split pushing. She usually has quite a lot of attack speed, and as you said, she can be left alone. So, and knowing how Brotherhood of the Red Lion, they can play very well together if they leave people, they don't need to be clumped together. And they're always quite good, even if they're just a bit away one from the other. And they always react quite quickly to that and join each other up for bigger fights. So,
I also find it interesting that Happy Faker decided to go for an Artworks pick, because that's more of a bruiser champion, and he hasn't been playing those at all throughout the season. He has been playing a lot of Ornn, he has been playing a lot of Zac, and a Gnar once or twice, I think. So, yeah, those bruiser champions are normally not the kind of champions that fit this top laner. Do you think that might come into his disadvantage?
Well, I don't think so. I think Happy Faker is actually a really good player, and I think the rest of Corona Difference, they actually kind of agree or think that he is the best player of their own team. That was some consensus that they had during that talk show a few days ago. So he is a good player, and however, as you said, he's not the kind of player to play bruises, or at least he didn't during the season. We never know what does he play off season, what does he play usually, but it could be a very strong pick, and Aatrox can be a bully, and that's always a good thing to have on the top lane.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to start into that second game of this confrontation. Brotherhood of the Red Lions against Corona Difference. And we hope to see not yet another stomp of Brotherhood of the Red Lions. The team compositions are really interesting for both teams. Both teams can do their thing. And I think a lot of comes down to the early game and the mid game again.
And it seems like Brotherhood of the Red Lion might be going for an invade, or at least a very early catch here. They're grouped together in the mid lane brush. Very close to the enemy. Yasuo. Oh, they do not move much.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for their moment. However, Your Name and Happy Faker are also grouped together there. So they might have a little bit of disengage there.
Yes, but with champions like Morgana, they could get a very nice pick here. Oh, here comes the Karma close. Oh, and they know it. Here comes the Karma Q. Here comes the Morgana Q.
Aatrox loses his flash here early on, and that can be crucial for the top lane, because now that is definitely a lane Tim Shady will attend to at the early stages, as he also no, actually he will be starting wet buff. Do you think that might be level 2 gank?
That could be a level 2 gank. Flash is already down, and Aatrox is the kind of champion who can easily get a lot of pressure on the lane, so he might get pushing towards the turret, and that could be a very good opportunity for Tim Shady to eventually gank on the top lane. He seems to be finishing his red buff, and he's going for the Krugs.
On the other hand, Ornn did start with the greedy build, not going for an item, so that might play against them if they want to go for that gank on the top lane early on.
Yes, and in the meantime, Lee Sin is also already on his top side. He went from the red buff immediately to the blue buff. He might be anticipating something going on the top lane here. And he is close by at the ready.
Yeah, so I feel like top lane is definitely the one we have to look out for now at this first few minutes of the game.
Engage here. Both top laners hitting level 2, and Wukong, Tim Shady is actually going now for the Raptors. By giving up on the idea of potential top lane gank. However, we have Cheesy Crispy rotating towards top lane in that Freibush.
Yeah, maybe they want to get that flash at least out of Ornn too, so he is in the same disadvantage.
He knows.
Oh, and now Lee Sin is coming on. Ornn drops really low, and immediately the game gets paused.
At such a moment, man.
At such a moment, that is crucial, because Ornn still has flash up, so he might be able to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe it was the Ornn DCing, we don't know.
We don't know. There were already internet issues a bit earlier between us. Maybe Ornn is going to be like this, pressing his keybind for flash on the keyboard the whole time. And maybe that might be the same for the two others. Maybe there's going to be another flash out from Lee Sin to get that kill. We don't know, but so if this goes on soon enough. Oh, we have it. I hear you have a disconnect here. But yeah, it's already a lot of action here in the top lane. And I think Lee Sin, at some point, he did kind of have to decide between, am I going to gank top lane? And he at some point just went into the jungle a bit. So I think he is intent on going in the enemy jungle and maybe just put some sticks in Tim Shady's forgot the word, roads? No, not roads. Wheels. To stop him a bit. So there's definitely that intent there, and we have to reconnect.
Yeah, I think the crucial pause timing there is also, I mean, if the DC was not on the top lane, I think the referees will look into that, and there might be a penalty for that, because that's really
I'm here,
unfortunate.
flashes.
Oh.
We need screens.
Yeah, and
first blood.
it was first blood, but the Lee Sin is being taken in return as well. Fortunately, we were not able to see it right now, but yeah, 1-for-1, and Corona difference with an early gold lead.
And we immediately have a TP on top lane from Kinetic here, so he is out of sums right now. We have the cage bind curve hitting.
Yeah, and Atrox fortunately was able to stay, as it was Cheesy Crispy who went down. And that gives him, of course, a lot of pressure towards this top lane from now on. And yeah, that's really strong, because he's the Atrox, he's the bruiser. So he has the stronger duelist potential anyways. And yeah, this On will maybe get a tough time from now on.
Yes, and the wave was pushed in, and Ornn is actually clearing it under the turret. And Atrox is coming right in time with the next wave, so he does not lose too much pressure on there.
Oh, now we have action on the bot lane. Exhaust is pulled on the Kai'Sa, and the Ignite is slowly taking her to death here. And also Morgana is in a lot of danger. Kai'Sa, such good health management, deciding to re-engage here and taking the kill, and Corona difference taking a strong lead into that early game with that bot lane scrimmage.
It's a very bold move here, in my opinion, from GV420 to go back in. He was really low and was able to kill that Morgana quite fast, luckily. And now they push in the wave, go back, and definitely with a big tempo advantage on here. Also, Rakuzi has still not used the spear, so he still has to choose his soulmate.
Mm-hmm. I think he will save it for Team Shady later on, because throwing in that Wukong with the ultimate, and then the Wukong immediately pulling up his ultimate, that's such a CC chain, and that can be really strong.
Well, definitely. I think he's gonna maybe see who is gonna come ahead in the whole match and give it to them, because there's a lot of potential with most of their champions actually on such an ability. As you said, the Wukong with the ult. Ornn does not really need it, but if you can throw in maybe a Nico.
Oh yeah, with her ultimate combined, true. That can also be really, really strong.
And yeah. Now the pace is going back a bit after this few confrontations. Once again, we have the first Drake, which is up, and both junglers are actually going towards their bot side. And Shady actually maybe even doing the Drake right now, quite early on in the game. But you have Cheesy Crispy, who does know that because there's a ward in the pit.
Yeah, and he does go towards that. And also the bot lane from Wordwood of the Red Lions gained the tempo, or the priority on the bot lane now, and is able to rotate, as well as the Nico. So the Drake is safe for Brotherhood of the Red Lions, and the Lee Sin is destroyed, who tried to steal it. Also the Karma goes down, and now Corona difference is fighting back here. Morgana has been taking double flash from Your Name and Happy Faker, taking out White as well. Corona difference really doesn't give up any objectives in this game.
Yes, no, and we see that they're all, right now, they seem to all be very careful to what they do, and they know what is going on, and they're quick to react. We had immediately a TP from Happy Faker coming in, which totally changed the tide of the battle, alongside Your Name coming in. So definitely they're here to take the win this time. They're not gonna let Brotherhood take it.
Yeah, and here you can already see they have picked a team composition that can match the early aggression of Brotherhood of the Red Lions, what their previous team composition was not able to do. And yeah, that's why they are able to take those fights now, and they weren't in the first game. And now the snowball is starting to roll for them.
Yes, and that's really good, because Happy Faker got 2 kills out of these confrontations, and he's just gonna bully Kinetic right now. Kinetic is already being very careful. He's pushed back towards the turret, because that's Atrox is 2-0, man. He's already getting dangerous here.
Yeah, it's an Atrox who is 2-0, and it is an Yasuo who is 1-0, it is a Kai'Sa who is 1-0. So their kills are really perfectly dispatched throughout the team.
They can really all take advantage of this. We also have Kai'Sa, who is already level 6 on the bot lane here. with Karma being a bit behind, but that's not a problem because it's Karma.
And now on the top lane, Artvox is trading against this On, and he can just put up so much pressure against him while still having the lane push against him, or having that freeze. That's really good.
Yes, and also those kills on Happy Faker are gonna come in handy because Harold is up now, and that could be the next objective that junglers are looking for. And with a 2-0 Archrox right around the corner of that Harold, that can be very strong. Okay, now have level 6 hit here for Rakuzi.
When I can see Cheesy Crispy is looking for that Herald right now, and he's even starting it sneakily here, and Brotherhood of the Red Lion doesn't have a ward in the pit, so they are not aware that the Herald is currently being done.
Yes, so now there's a free Herald here for Corona difference. Meanwhile, Tim Shady is looking for counter jungle. However,
there's nothing up.
Raptors are done. And also I realized Rakuzi did do the pack now, and I think it's on his support on Reseal. As he at level 6 now.
That, just shortly coming back to that Herald, that was actually really well executed. Artvox had the priority on the top lane, so did Yasuo on the bottom lane, on the middle lane. And now we have the dive on the top lane with Lee Sin coming in, has to flash out, goes down to the tower, and so does Artvox shut down. And that's the double kill for the On, who is getting dived. That was such a poor execution of a dive.
And that could be problematic. Now On is also at 3 kills. He's also brought the Bramble Vest, which is really good against Aatrox. And man, that was unnecessary. They could have just pushed the lane, popped Herald, and that could have gone out way better for them.
I don't even understand why. That was just kill greedy. You didn't need that kill.
Yeah.
You could just have popped the Herald, get the tower over the On. What should On do? Yeah, he can maybe try to wave clear, but no, he can't actually. Not against 2 people pushing and a Herald. And yeah, I don't understand this dive. That was just greedy and very poor. Now we have on the mid lane fighting going on. Nico with her ultimate, Yasuo with the ultimate as well, and Wukong going down. And Nico is in a lot of danger too. The return kill, or yeah, both kills, but it's a double kill for the Yasuo here.
Yeah, now you can see that Your Name really handles this champion really well. And he came out of the 2v1 situations with 2 kills still. And it wasn't a situation like we had in top lane. And now Cheesy Crispy on the mid lane popping down the Herald. Short is going to be down soon, which means that Your Name is going to be able to roam around the map. And that is going to be really dangerous.
Yeah, but unfortunately all the turret plating gold goes to him alone on this Lee Sin, which is, yeah, maybe not the best. Ignite is being put on the Aatrox here, and I think that's just to drain a little bit more life from him, because On needs this time to breathe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially against a champion like Aatrox, who can just... I mean, he can spam his Q, like, this just was his Q.
Oh, and now Corona Different wants to know it on the bot lane, looking for the engage here. Exos is out on the Kalista, and Lee Sin hits the Q, doesn't follow up though. Kaiser is the first one to go down on, TP down with the ultimate. Tim Shady going behind, taking out the Karma, and now Brotherhood of the Red Lions won this fight and is able to secure that Drake. On the other side of the map though, Aatrox is pushing top.
Yeah. Definitely doing the right thing here. On is forced to back, and he has no TP up, so he's gonna get some platings out there. And we had, fortunately for Corona Difference, I think the AD carry got too greedy here. GV420 going in the middle of the enemies with no real front line there was a bit too greedy, and he died in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
Aatrox getting a lot of plates even. I want to switch. As Kinetic is now arriving back into the lane. Whew, so quite a lot going on in this game already.
Yeah, again, a lot of tempo in this game. Not like in the first set of today. We once again have a lot of kills, a lot of early aggression, a lot of jungle pressure also on each lane. And yeah, so far Corona difference with a 4k gold lead, which is quite a lot.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, one out of the Red Lions, they already have 2 Drakes. And yeah, the game is definitely not over.
Yeah, no, far from it, because both team. I mean, we have 2 teams with a very good level once again here, and even a 4k gold lead is something that Brotherhood of the Red Lions can come back from. It's not yet such a substantial lead that it would pose too great a danger. They have to be patient now and slowly get back in terms of gold and to pick some kills here and there, get that Callista, get some items on that Callista, and then they can really turn it around in that turn.
Yeah, and now it is Brotherhood of the Red Lions looking for the engage here. Wukong ultimate together with the Nico ultimate taking out the Lee Sin. Artvox deploying his ultimate in order to escape here, but the second charge of Wukong's ultimate knocking up the Artvox here. On ultimate is still dispatched, but they decided against the dive, so that was a little bit wasted. But yeah, it's just an ultimate, will be up soon again. Artvox getting out of the situation, but Brotherhood of the Red Lions once again slowly fighting themselves back into the game.
Yeah, taking those picks with Nico coming up in the river here, and yeah, slowly filling up their pockets. How your name is still? One, yes. And he was able, unfortunately for Brotherhood of the Red Lion. Your name left alone on the mid lane. He was able to gain a lot of farm, and he's now ahead by a whopping 4 DCS from the enemy mid lane now, alongside with his 3 kills. Nico has also 3 kills, but those 4 DCS, they make the difference here.
Yeah, definitely.
Very aggressive.
Exhaust being put onto this Aatrox here on the top lane, and I feel like On sometimes he's just throwing out summoner spells.
Yeah.
But he can.
I mean, it's free real estate, right? He's got the keystone for that. He can do it. Also, we have Herald, which is about to spawn in a few seconds, and we have that Nico coming towards the top lane, and Happy Faker is really deep in, and he is now between the 2.
Oh yeah, and that will definitely end up in a kill for Brotherhood of the Red Lions. White getting that one. On the other side of the map, however, Corona different strikes back, taking out the Morgana and the... Yeah,
and the Callista.
Callista.
Yeah, so very good reaction here from Corona Difference. We have the Nico on top lane. We can easily engage in a fight on the mid lane. We have the numbers here. So they really did a great exchange there, and they can put a lot of damage on that turret on the bot lane here.
Team Shady tries to defend that, but he also has to be pay attention here, because he can easily be dived if he's not paying.
If he's not careful, he can
Careful, yeah.
Yes, and we have a second turret now for Corona Difference, who slowly but surely chip at Brotherhood of the Red Lions base by taking turrets after turrets. They now have the bot, the mid open. I think next target is going to be the top lane. We have the bot lane which backed here. And we have the Yasuo on the top lane now with an Aatrox on the mid.
Yeah, so not the last game we have seen that rotation from the bot lanes towards the mid lane or the top lane in order to secure that Rift Herald, and that's something both teams decided not to do at all this game.
As an I think in this situation there is an argument to make for sending that. Corona Difference could have sent their bot lane on the top for the Herald, but Drake is about to spawn too in a few seconds, and
Yeah,
giving
true,
Brotherhood
and it
that
looks
for
like
Drake.
Both teams are looking out for that. The cam does want to show us the top lane, however, as Yasuo is fighting against this Ornn. The Ignite is slowly ticking, and he takes down the Ornn on the top lane. And that's actually crucial, having the Ornn down now with the TP for Brotherhood of the Red Lions. They lose a lot of pressure around that Drake right now.
Yes, and also a very good move here, sending the Yasuo actually top lane. He's got Conqueror. With his ult, he gets Armor Pen. Really good against that one, who's stacking up armor. He was against Aatrox, that's normal.
Sneakily, Corona Difference was trying to take the Drake there, but they are paying for it with their lives. Double kill goes towards the Callista, and Happy Faker and Cheesy Crispy are re-engaging as well, not getting anything out of that, and this just feels a little bit like a pure int.
That was too bad. Sometimes you gotta just give it up, right? They should have reset, maybe taken Herald. That would have been a great idea because they had the top lane pushed through. That was a useless fight and that cost them quite a bit. Didn't cost them that much. They're still ahead in terms of gold, but Brotherhood got some free gold for that, and that is too bad for them. Also, Brotherhood is now with 3 Drakes, so they are at the doorstep of the Soul, and Corona Difference has to be very careful now. They cannot give up another Drake because that could be very problematic for them.
Definitely, next dragon will be a crucial thing to look out for. But for now, they are good on that because it will not be up for a few seconds, and therefore Rift Herald will be the next objective both teams have to look for, and it's already been pinged by Brotherhood of the Red Lions.
It's already well on the way. There's 1 minute and some seconds left before Baron spawns, so if they want that Herald, they need to do it very soon. However, Corona Difference really does not have many people on the top side right now, so they would probably not be able to contest it too much.
And I think Brotherhood of the Red Lion will also not go for it at this moment, so I think we had no Rift. Yes, we had 1 Rift Herald during this game. And once again on the mid lane, Kai'Sa is under a lot of pressure. Nico with a nice ultimate. Tim Shady coming in, dealing a lot of damage, taking out the Karma with the second chart of his ultimate. Lee Sin going down as well to the Morgana here. And now Your Name is being chased down by Brotherhood of the Red Lions. Still using his ultimate, trying to do as much as he can. But it's not enough. Brotherhood of the Red Lions with a really strong comeback into the second game of the confrontation.
Yeah, it's almost closing the gold gap here. There's only 1k gold difference. And they got shut down also on Your Name, which was quite heavy. 550 gold.
Oh, Artfox is getting rooted under the tower. That will be crucial. Oh, and he barely survives because I think Rakuzi just a little bit miscalculated the damage of his spears there.
Oh yeah. And now I think Corona Difference, they just take fights they should not take. They are too ballsy going into the game. We once again have GB420 going just too deep and then ending up between his enemies, and his front line, the rest of his team is not there yet, and they all coming one after the other. You had Your Name just coming in after everybody was dead. So that is really too bad for Corona Difference, and they need to maybe cool down for a bit and rethink it and play a bit more careful right now.
Yeah, I also find it funny how Brotherhood of the Red Lions, after they won the fight, they were starting the Rift Herald still with On and Nico, but I think it despawned before they were able to finish it, because no one of them has it, and there's a Baron now.
Well, that is too bad for them. That would have been even the bigger bonus. But at least they have that for Corona Difference. We also have next Drake in about 1.5 minutes. Yeah, overall, we have the bot lane of Corona Difference now on the mid lane. It gets pushed by the Nico, and overall now, the situation is now dire for Corona Difference because, I mean, the Kalista has picked up 5 kills. She is at her second item. Dekka is gonna start to do some damage. Nico too, they're starting to get a lot of kills.
And they also start getting towers now. They were able to take their first tower on the mid lane finally after the 20th minute. Now we have the engage onto the Lee Sin here, who is just exploding. And Tim Shady, he once more goes in with the ultimate. Kalista is behind, sending her spears into the bodies of the enemies and dealing so much damage with that. It drops really low here, but yeah, that's very clean played by Brotherhood of the Red Lions, who will be able to secure the next Ocean Drake with that, I believe. As it is spawning in a few seconds.
And that is gonna be the soul for them too. So a big buff, and now they're even ahead in gold. And we now really are at a turning point in this game, I think. Can safely say that Brotherhood of the Red Line is definitely ahead now. And yeah, we just have those catches that happen for Corona Difference. They're just out of position and they get catched, and that costs them a lot. Fortunately. But it's still not over.
Yeah. But as said, the Ocean Drake goes to Brotherhood of the Red Lion, so does the Soul, and that always is a very strong factor going into their hands now.
Yes, especially that Ocean Soul is gonna come really well for that Callista, for that Morgana, and they're just gonna stack that Lifesteal and Leech. They're just gonna be able to fight for so long, and that is gonna be very tough for Corona Difference to break through.
And also it's a very early Dragon Soul. I mean, how often do you have Dragon Souls that are in the maybe 25th, 27th or 30th something minute, but in the 23rd minute, 23rd minute, already having a Dragon Soul is quite insane. And now they're even starting the Baron, and Corona Difference, they seem to be aware of this, orientating themselves towards the place there, but yeah, they might be just a little bit too late and also not have the power to fight this at the moment. Now the engage from Brotherhood of the Red Lions, the Wukong ultimate throwing everybody up in the air. Yasuo ultimate, however, dealing a lot of damage for Corona Difference. Kai'Sa and Lee Sin do go down on the side of Corona Difference, and so does Happy Faker as well. Your name, once again, the last man standing, fighting the Ornn here as good as he can, but that's the ace for Brotherhood of the Red Lion. They have the Soul, they have the Baron, and as I know Brotherhood of the Red Lion, they want to finish the game now.
They're gonna close it off. They just have to be careful to not be too greedy here, because the death time is already about to go up. Yet we're so early in the game that those death timers are still quite short. They're able to take that mid lane turret, maybe a second, but that's big if. Yes, they do go back. I think it's safer that way.
Yeah, it's really good that they don't be too cocky right now, and they spend their gold, they reset, and come back stronger into the Rift here.
Yes, and once again, we have Tim Shady here, just setting the pace of the game. He's such a great player here in this esports league, and he is able to take those engages, those Wukong ultis, which totally set the fights in their favor. Just an incredible pick, and maybe they should have banned the Wukong, because it is quite strong.
After such a performance once again on this Wukong, I would say so too, but you never know. But yeah, I also think that Tim Shady, he really shows in this game why he is the MVP of the season, because even though his KDA might not be the best in this game, well, 5-14 is still a very good KDA. I would love to have my junglers in solo queue having that KDA, but yeah, what did I want to say? I think the real quality that shows here is what he brings to the lanes. Like, he's really setting up those plays and what should happen around the map. What objective should we go for now? Yeah.
And it also shows, I mean, the Dragon Soul so early in the game also definitely is in his favor.
Oh, and here we have the engage, this time on from Corona Difference, as they want to catch out one person, but Kalista is dealing so much damage, and now Karma and Lee Sin already did go down. Aatrox under a lot of pressure goes down as well. Kai'Sa, I don't know where you are there, but definitely not in a safe position, being chased down by Tim Shady. Now, yeah, Brotherhood of the Red Lions taking out the first inhibitor tower on the bot lane. I think Tim Shady will be taking care of the one in the mid lane, and the inhibitor will be going down as well. And yeah, I think Brotherhood of the Red Lion wants to finish this now, engaging here on the Yasuo under the Nexus towers. He will be going down, and Ornn can tank this for hours. First Nexus tower goes down, second one will follow, and so does the Nexus. Brotherhood of the Red Lions taking the second game against Corona Difference as well, and going into the finals of Post Esports League.
Now we have the deciding factor. Wukong was the MVP of this set again. Like, wow, okay, we have to calm down a bit, because a lot has been going on in this set between Brotherhood of the Red Lion and Corona Difference. Starting with the pick and ban phase. Daniel, a question to you. Wukong wasn't banned after such a big performance on game 1, knowing that they had troubles detecting Wukong, where he would be going, such. Why didn't they ban Wukong, in your opinion?
I don't know, because I mean, the Wukong definitely is really show, and Team Shady really showed off on this champion now in that first set today. But I think banning the Wukong overall doesn't give you too much, because there are more champions like Wukong that you have to ban as well then. And those number up to more champions than you have bans. For example, if you leave the Wukong open, or if you ban the Wukong, what would you have to leave open then? Would you leave the Kayn open maybe? I don't think that's a good idea against Team Shady either. So yeah, I think there's no really good option there, but yeah, maybe the Wukong ban would have been an option.
So we have to go back to a controversial and critical situation, which was at the early game when the jungler from Corona Difference went to the top lane and were diving the Ornn, and the critical pause coming into the play after the referees talked it out with the coordinator and an admin. It was said that Brotherhood of the Red Lion are now in their last chance absolute for the rest of the Post Esports League Season 1. One more break like this will make them disqualified from the set. So this was really a poor judgment of making a break, especially knowing they are not allowed to take breaks during a team fight, and that was just a little bit underhanded, we could say, but nevertheless the situation was cleared, and now Brotherhood of the Red Lion can't have such a situation again ever for the rest of this Post Esports League, which means also the grand final. Now coming back, the great bot lane from Corona Difference at the beginning, winning 2v2 the first fight they had, great potential from them. Now we've seen Brotherhood of the Red Lion playing the Kai'Sa Karma, and now we've seen Corona Difference playing the same bot lane. What was the difference, Loic, between those two teams playing the same composition bot lane?
Well, I think the problem here was that Corona Difference's AD carry went sometimes way too deep in without any frontline or any rest of their team members there to protect her and peel for her. And that is quite problematic because it's still an AD carry. Kai'Sa is still squishy, and yes, it is sometimes really good to go balls deep in there, and you can wreak havoc through the enemy backlines and do a ton of damage. But if there's nobody there to protect you or save you, you're just gonna die. And that definitely was their problem there. And this turned out really bad for them in a lot of confrontations.
We've seen also that Corona Difference was way more aggressive in the second game, which I think you will agree with me, it was the right call to be more aggressive than being too much passive like in the first game. We've seen the aggressive Dragon Pit contest. Even though they lost the Drake, they got 2 or 3 kills out of it, of Brotherhood of Red Lion, and gain even 4,000 gold lead for at least 10 minutes into this game. We've seen another great 1v2 from the Yasuo. You said, Daniel, Yasuo is usually banned against this guy, and there is a reason for it, and I think we've seen this reason. He's very strong on this character, he knows what to do, and he has like a great overview overall about the map, which was poorly missing for the rest of the Corona lineup, I feel, because how many times they went into team fights like where Yasuo wasn't even near the team, and they were like just destroyed in under 10 seconds. Yasuo had no time to join the team fight. Now, how come that something like this from his lineup that's actually pretty strong and decent, missing this communication so crucial at those times, Loic?
Yes, definitely. That was also a very big issue. Your Name definitely proved himself on that Yasuo. He had very beautiful fights, and He even came out with proof it. He is not someone who takes useless fights, and he is someone who knows when to engage, and when he does engage, it goes out really well. And as you said, he was always on the side lanes pushing a bit, and unfortunately was never able to join the fight in time. He always arrived too late to the party, and alone against 5 people, even if you're the best Yasuo in the world, you're not gonna do anything.
Yeah, especially with the whole lot of CC that Brother of the Red Lion had with the Nico, which was crucial with her ults, and of course Ornn, who also played a major role, getting 1v1 against Yasuo, but that I think it's normal, being Yasuo a shredder of tanks. After those amazing plays from Your Name, the 1v2 he had, Brotherhood of the Red Lion won 3 big team fights in a row under 3 minutes or 4 minutes. They just turned the tables under 5 minutes with 3 beautiful big team fights where they picked off one jungler, which was Lucien, always mispositioning compared to his team. And now tell me, how is it that you can be mispositioned 3 times in a row like this without that your team saying to you, "Hi, listen guy, can you please stay back, don't go that far in anymore, because we have no vision, we can't be there." Like the second pick where Lucien is in the upper side of the jungle of Brotherhood, he's just running there doing nothing, and he gets picked off and destroyed. And from this, our Brother of the Red Lion picked them one by one with the movement speed and stuff. So they got 3 big team fights with 4 kills each. That's 12 kills under 3 minutes or 4 minutes. That's big and huge, especially for a team composition. Being around Yasuo actually during this composition, and he wasn't even near those team fights. He couldn't even participate. Now, Daniel, how was it possible that something like this was mentioned in the team communication? Basically, and obviously not was mentioned, because he was picked 3 times. I mean, 1 time is one thing, but being picked 3 times in a row.
I think, yeah, you mentioned a lot of mistakes now Corona Difference did. First of all, their team comp was around the Yasuo that they didn't play around, and then the Lee Sin mispositioning sometimes. And I think really it comes down to their shot calling, and maybe also them not being used to play such a composition and don't know how to handle it during the mid game. That's at least my explanation I could give why Corona Difference had a good team composition and they had the early lead, but they were not able to execute it in the mid game, and therefore lost their snowball and gave Brotherhood of the Red Lions the possibility to come back into the game.
Especially 25 minutes, they had Dragon Soul winning each Dragon Pit contest. They won the Baron after a great team fight, and then they aced the whole team in absolutely 1 move, actually 1 rotation. So that was also the downfall for Corona Difference. Now, the last team fight, again, I mean, it was horrible of them how they did it. They tried to fight it off into the jungle when Nico is saying, "Hey, thank you. You don't go anywhere. You don't have a lot of space. I like that with my ult. Come in here." And they were shredded. And again, Yasuo not being anywhere near. But we have to highlight the performance of Tim Shady, our MVP of the season. He was monstrous during game 1, but I feel like he was even better in game 2. What do you think, Loic?
Well, he's definitely one of the main reasons why they won this game so hard, because he was able to, from early on in the game, be able to set a certain pace to the game, and he was able to basically carry other teammates like the Kalista, mainly the Kalista, also the Nico, to a point where they were able to dish out a lot of damage in the end game. So definitely Tim Shady here, once again, with very strong performance.
And so this set ends Brotherhood of the Red Lion with a clean 2-0 versus the Corona Difference lineup. Great props to the guys. They did very well actually throughout the season, and they did their best in the second game, but it wasn't enough. Brotherhood of the Red Lion taking it cleanly 2-0. So now we will go to the break, and afterwards we'll have the final set of the day, which will be Outplay eSports versus Royal Family Esports Knüppelclub. Another great game we can't wait to see. Don't go anywhere, because after the break we have a surprise for you.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself, there's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on.
wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, I still spin inside your orbit. Yeah. You say that I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space, just my luck. Push me away, you understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand. I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. I wanna see you, but you fall apart. Even though you told me to get back your heart, still spinning inside your orbit. I should probably start to walk away. I'm hoping that you'll stop and make me have to stay, 'cause I'm floating in your orbit. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, I'm stuck in your space. Just my luck, push me away. You understand. There's nothing left to say. Pull me back, take my hand. I wanna leave. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Pull me back, take my hand, call my name. You understand, I wanna stay. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. 'Cause I don't wanna walk away. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Better off, better off. I am wicked, you're insane. But I wouldn't have it any other way. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If we're knocked out, we'll go the distance. Pound for pound, we're a perfect match. Pulling punches, or toe to toe, we're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together, we're better off. And we can.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, into the Post Esports League playoffs weekend. Now, before we start continuing in the program, we have the big surprise for you. You waited the whole stream for it. You will be able to win up to two Samsung Galaxy S20 during the playoffs weekend. And that's how it works. You have to type into the chat POST, P-O-S-T, in capital letters only one time, and you post it into the chat. And after the playoffs, few days after the playoffs, we will contact you for the lucky winner and tell you and give you your Samsung Galaxy S20. So if you're looking and you're ready, start writing POST, P-O-S-T, in capital letters into the chat and win one of the Samsung Galaxy S20s that we give away during this playoffs weekend. Now, before we start with League of Legends, a quick update for the other disciplines who played round 1 off stream today, which is Clash Royale first. Let's see the brackets which we have. So, we have Magic versus Gibona. Magic being one of the who finished first in the season. So he was like the big boss of the season, and now almost lost against Gibona, which was last seed in the playoffs. Then we had a confrontation of the Royal Family eSports friends, Turtle versus Blackie. Turtle went out victorious and managed to pass into the quarterfinals. Another Royal Family eSports player, Shy Guy, won against Hair Benny LP with a convincing 3-0. We have Orange versus Silent Voice, who won also convincingly with 3-1. So we have on the first side of the quarterfinals Magic versus Turtle tomorrow, Shy Guy versus Orange, and on the other side we have Enmity Black Pearl, the German player who played against Merdil, the Dux from Duxedom Esports, and won 3-1 the confrontation and advanced like this into quarterfinals. Then we have Outplay Esports Barry winning the confrontation against Royal Family Esports Lord Luca with 3-1 convincingly. Then we have another Outplay Esports player, Crypto, the third seed of the season, winning convincingly 3-1 versus The Boss 8. And the final, 8th final, we have Kolio, who dominated 3-0 against Belgral. So we have on the other side of the quarterfinals, Enmity Black Pearl, 2nd seed versus Outplay Esports, 7th seed. And then Crypto, 3rd seed from the Outplay Esports lineup, and Kolio, who had a convincingly number 6 seed and also a convincingly win in his first round. So those are the 4 games we will be broadcasting tomorrow. Next discipline will be FIFA 20, the next bracket, giving you updates. I'm waiting, and here it is. So knowing for FIFA, the 4 best players of the season got 1-3 win, advancing to round 2 immediately, which was X Fabinho, it was Standard de Liège Shadow, it was Fury Class 27, the underdog of the season, and Outplay Esports LXB FIFA. Now in the 8th of finals we had the big clash and the big rivals, Last King Kevin from Team Slick versus Cicinho, which comes from Outplay Esports, and the latter winning this game 2-0. Afterwards we have the confrontation Progrès Niederkur, Diogo Santos, well-known player here in Luxembourg, versus Louis Lux 8, the last seed of the playoffs. Couldn't make the upset happen and lost 2-0 versus Diogo Santos of Progrès Niederkur. Then we have a surprise, Pristino 7th seed winning against one of the early season favorites, Abdu Brown, who had not an as good season during the season and lost 2-0 versus Pristino. Great job to you, Pristino. And then in the final game, we had Ivan Nilsson, one of the new challengers who arrived during the season, who wins 2-0 convincingly versus Team Slick's Malka, also another well-known player in Luxembourg. So no confrontation was left to random, only 2-0 victories, which means we will see tomorrow X Fabinho from Outplay Esports playing his brother of the other Outplay Esports player, Cicinho. So 2 Outplay Esports players, that's very amazing for this team, having so many good players in the lineups. Now one of them will sadly leave us tomorrow after these quarterfinals. We have Standard de Liège Shadow, who will go up against Progrès Niedercourt Diogo Santos. So 2 soccer clubs who have sponsored a FIFA player will be playing against each other. We have 2 free agents, Fiori Class 27, the underdog, the French player coming from Thionville, around the Thionville region, never heard before, and is now in the quarterfinals, waiting for Prestino to challenge him to enter the semi-finals, actually, going to the Luxembourg Gaming Experience 2020. And last but not least, we have Outplay, its 3rd player in the quarterfinals, who waited as a C3, Alex Bay FIFA, versus the new challenger rising, Ivan Nilsson, with his passive and defensive gameplay. Now, those are amazing games, and we can't wait for them tomorrow. So if you're a FIFA fan, tune in tomorrow for watching those broadcasts live here on Post Esports League Twitch channel. So that was for the off program. Now let's get back right to it. We have now the League of Legends final set coming now. The League of Legends bracket looks like this now. We have Outplay Esports versus Knüppel Club live now. Brother of the Red Lion, with its convincing 2-0 victory against Corona Difference, will be in the final and waiting for us during the grand finals at the Luxembourg Gaming Experience. Now the question is, who will join the Brotherhood lineup, and will it be the favorite, the dominant giant Outplay Esports, or will it be, I would say, from the 4 players, for the 4 teams, Royal Family's Knüppel Club? Now we can't wait for it, so let's jump into the next game of Outplay Esports versus Knüppel Club. Now, I welcome back Fresh Tana for this on the caster desk. Welcome back. Now, we have Outplay is playing its first game today, and Royal Family winning a 2-1 set against Team Slick, getting exponentially better at each game, coming with a huge momentum into this game. Do you think they will be able to close the gap with this momentum which Outplay has, because Outplay is the dominant giant? Fresh Tana, what do you think can change now in this first game for Royal Family's Knüppel Club?
I think that underdogs have always a difficult task to win against the clear favorites. So I wish them best of luck, but probably, at least from what I expect, is that Outplay will more or less just play it cleanly out. I mean, Knüppel Club really struggled in the first game, even lost it against Team Slick. So they had a hard time to come in here, needed to reverse sweep. And in the end, I think Outplay will just play comfortable, just try to snowball the early game, and then take the lead to 2-0. But I like underdogs, so maybe we can see a win from Royal Fam.
So clearly we said at the beginning of the show what were the weaknesses of Outplay Esports, and that was that they know they are the team's favorite, right? So they know they are the strongest team right now of the league. On the other side, you have Royal Family jumping up in a momentum-based game with Team League finishing 2-1. Loic, my question to you: what will Royal Family Knüppel Club have to do to stop the early momentum, the early pressure that Outplay Esports exerts versus their opponents, and how will they be able to punish actually the overcookiness that maybe some of the Outplay eSport players lineup has.
So as you mentioned, they might get a bit too cocky going into this game, maybe seeing overall family as just a tiny hurdle in their way to victory. However, there's always a small chance for the underdog to come out victorious, maybe take even a game from Outplay, maybe even 2. Who knows what is going to happen. However, it's going to be a very tough time for them. I think the thing is, a team like Outplay, they're organized, they know what they're doing, they can get into the game very early, get a big lead, and from that start snowballing and totally destroy their opponent. And that is something that we saw Royal Family do in their last game against TSK, but it is something that Royal Family as well as TSK struggle with in general, as we saw in their 2 first games. They just have difficulty starting that snowball.
Definitely. And we can't wait now to see the first game. So without any further delay, let's start the game 1 and the final set of today. Game 1 between Outplay eSports and Royal Family eSports Knüppelclub. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Trax.
All right.
So we don't see yet. All right, let's
there's
go.
the pick and ban phase.
So
All
yeah.
right.
So as you may know, Outplay eSports is a very strong team.
Yeah.
I think we said they're the clear favorites. They already have made a name for themselves also during this past eSports league. And main thing is they have a lot of prominent players. They have a lot of players who have a certain name to them and who are known strong players here in Europe. We have the Dynang on the top lane. We have in the mid lane we have Ginge. We have Daikara on the bot lane. We also have Valerian in the jungle, who used to play for Brussels Guardian against Ginge actually in the last few LJX tournaments. So we have a very strong team here. Really, what do you think is going to come out of this game?
Yeah, I think they will just show us that they are stronger, I guess. They will just make their own game, and the Royal Fam really needs to adapt to that, not falling behind too much, and hopefully maybe getting some picks in. But I mean, you said it, there's Ginge, there's Daikara, there are so many famous players in this lineup, and to win against them, you really need confidence, you really need a good early game, and just maybe a little bit luck, but luck is always a factor. And so we
what is going
come on, the pick and ban phase, I don't know,
Yeah,
just
just went
stop,
out.
but that's no problem. I think we saw some bans, for example. I didn't really watch them because I was talking about the players of Outplayed, but we will remake the lobby, we will remake this pick and ban phase. I think everybody will ban the same champion, like always. This is always the same thing if somebody left the lobby or if there's a DC and stuff. So can always happen. And just same picks, same bans, and then we will see what will happen.
For those. I already saw from the corner of my eye the Zillion ban, the famous Zillion ban. Even Outplay prefers to ban that one. That is to say how strong Herbie can be on that Zillion. So yes, we already have the Volibear ban, which was already there. We're going through this quite quickly.
I think there was a Kalista ban, yeah, exactly, because Daikara played her a lot of times in this normal season, so of course you don't want him on his champion. Then the Zillion, we talked about a lot of times, just a really strong champion there. And the Rakan, if we see at the support position of Outplay, they played really a lot of Rakan there. So 2 bans who make absolutely sense. And even the Echo, Let It Roll played a lot of Echo in the season, so some target bans here and there. And even the Gangplank ban against Outplay, so nothing too fancy here in the pick and ban phase, just target bans. And now the Karma as first pick.
Yes, we also have the Volibear ban. Actually, in retrospective, we had the last games where Royal Family had that Volibear 3 times in a row, and even if he had a hard time starting up the engine, let's say, during the 2 first matches, in the 3rd match, that Volibear really showed and did some great moves with those wombo combos. So also a very strong ban on there. And now we have,
and now we have Leona here for Herbie.
for
I think they played it in the series?
during the
Or did the enemy team played it?
I think he had
At
Leona
least there
one
was
game.
a Leona.
There was one Leona, one game. think it was also Herbie on the Leona.
Yeah, could be. And no, the Ornn, I mean, the top laner here from Royal Fam played Ornn a lot in the normal season, so he just wants the comfortable pick for himself. With Leona and Ornn, they have just an easy to play comp. Both can just hard engage. You have even some sort of a long range hard engage, because both can really hard engage on a long distance, so really good to catch some people. And for example, you can really easy catch the Karma with that. I mean, she has some movement speed, but you can try it. And now with the Olaf and the Esri, you more or less dodge those hard engages, because Esri can always jump out of the Leona ult, for example, and Olaf can't be stunned if you ult with his Ragnarok. So they more or less hard countered here a little bit the team comp from Royal Knobel, but we will see how it will go. And now we have even the Nunu pick here for Let It Roll, and like the name suggests, he wants to let it roll. The snowball, so he is a Nunu player. And now the Aatrox ban.
Yes, but the Olaf pick, very strong, as you said, against those CCs, definitely a counter for those, but also now called Ignite My Soul Valyrian. He has proven himself on that Olaf. It's on that pick that he got his last MVP title during the season, and he just shredded through the enemy team with that Olaf. He is really good on that champion, so that is going to be really dangerous for Royal Family, who have locked in their last ban. So they had an Aatrox ban, probably against Dynank, who's also shown himself with Aatrox quite a lot, and also shown himself to be a very strong Aatrox, and the Cassiopeia ban. Which, I don't know, we didn't see much Cassiopeia throughout the season, but it's definitely the kind of champion where I would see Ginge have a very strong performance on, actually.
Yeah, but, I mean, LeBlanc is open. And, I mean, the Ginge is known for LeBlanc, so they could pick it, and it could fit well into this team comp, just because you can dodge those hard engage spells. But in the end, they decided to get this Silas, who can steal this hard engage ultimates. For example, just stealing the Ornn ultimate and just doing this really strong impact ult for themselves. So really good pick there. And with the Gnar, you have a winning matchup on the sideline. Gnar can really kick some asses there in the top lane against the Ornn if he gets ahead. Because if he falls behind, Ornn can solo kill him. It's the same more or less like with the Urgot. If the Urgot gets ahead, then it's a hard time for Ornn, but he can always kill Gnar, especially if he has the mini Gnar. Then just hit him with the ultimate and then just run it down. So that's possible here for Royal Fam, and they tried to get the Syndra in as the last pick there.
Yeah, so you have actually a team comp that we've already seen, kind of from Royal Family Knippel Club. We have Leona here. We have the Sivir, we have Syndra, which already played also, and the Nunu, which in the last few games got banned actually for 420 Let It Roll. So, as you said, he definitely knows how to play that Nunu too, as the name also suggests. So, going into this game, who do you think drafted the better team here?
Yeah, I mean, the easier to play comp is on side of Royal Club. Just hard engage. Everybody of them wants to get in, just press their R buttons, and then just try to win those team fights with this hard engage. So that's more or less easy to play, but if you fall behind, then it's maybe hard to come back, because that's the only thing. And if you don't want to engage because you lose the team fights anyway, then it's hard to make anything with an engaged comp. But they have always the Sivir, and Sivir is a really good pick in this team comp, because there's the Sivir 300 CS power spike that you just wave clear, just wait, and at one point of the game, Sivir just gets all the free minions from the super minions if they really lose some min heaps, and then Sivir just scales. So that's always a good pick in my eyes for a team who wants just to try something but don't fall back too behind. And with the Syndra, they have always some outplay potential. Just press R and someone dies. Yeah. So that's okay. So I really liked the team comp from Royal Family. And on the other hand, I mean, it's a really strong team comp, but maybe difficult to execute. And there we can maybe see the skill from Outplay, that they just execute this team comp well and maybe snowball from it.
Yes, definitely have a team comp that is going to be able to move around the map quite a lot. We have We have an Olaf who usually runs pretty fast. Silas, who can easily gank lane. Azrael, Also with his E has a lot of movement and mobility. We also have a bot lane which has a lot of poke here actually with the Karma and the Ezreal. And we have Dynang on the Gnar. I think he's also played quite a lot of Gnar. I think he had some games with Gnar at least during the season, and usually a very strong performance in general on bruises from Dynang here. So I think here the thing is Outplay has a lot of experience. They have a lot of experienced player. So as you said, even though the team comp is harder to play, it is something that Outplay can definitely execute. So we will have to see how Royal Family responds to that. I think they'll have to not take too many risky engages in the early game. They'll have to wait for that Sivir and that Ornn also with their own upgrades to scale quite well into the end game. And I think that is going to be their goal here.
Yeah. And just imagine if Sylas steals the ultimate from Sivir, then you have just Sivir movement speed and Karma movement speed, and then the Olaf just runs in with I don't know how much speed into the backline, so Syndra can't really kill him, and that could be crucial in those fights. And a really good thing about the team comp from Outplay is this winning split push, because such a team can always try to play around split push, just sitting back, having Karma for the disengage and in general a lot of disengage stuff, and then just let Gnar push the side lane, just let him get the towers on the side lane and everything is fine. So they can always play around this type of win condition, and in the end you have even a small poke composition, because you have the Olaf access, you have the Ezreal Qs and the Mantra Qs, etc. So they have even a small poke comp, which isn't too good against hard engage comps, but at least you have some sort of sieging while Gnar's on the side lane. So I really like both team comps, and we will just see which team is better in the first game, I guess.
As you pointed out, they may have the poke comp, but they also, on the other hand, in addition to that, they have a lot of disengage, actually.
Yeah.
Gnar can easily disengage a fight. Olaf, well, obviously with his ulti. Sylas got a tiny dash, I guess. So I would say he's one of those champs who can maybe a little less disengage compared to his other teammates. But Ezreal Karma also with the can monitor the E, easily disengage. So very consistent here. Alright, we're heading into the game now. And it is loading a bit more than usually.
Yeah, that's always if you spectate games. Just takes some time to load it all in, but that's okay. And like as usual, we have 3 minutes delay, and we talked about both team comps. And if you would have one choice now, which team comp is better in your eyes? Just say one team.
Based on team comps, I really like those team fight comps. They're so interesting to watch, and even if they struggle a bit in the early game, once it all comes together and you have the AD carry who starts getting his items, the tanks who can tank all of the hits and peel really well for the AD carries, I think it's the kind of comp that always runs up really well and is really nice to look at in the end. With the wombo combos we saw from Royal Family actually in that third game.
Like with the Volibear and just the team fight was over after 2 seconds. That's really cool. Yeah.
So on that aspect, I really like Royal Family's team comp. But the one from Outplay is, in my opinion, also really interesting. Just they have so many possibilities. They can do so much. And I mean, that Valyrian on that Olaf, trust me, he's going to show some stuff to Royal Family, and that could be very bad.
Yeah, and I was thinking about your point about that Sylas can't really that good disengage if they get engaged, but you can just play 1-3-1, and Sylas is on the side lane because both Sylas and Gnar have teleport. So and then Ezreal can really easy disengage with the Karma together, and Olaf can't be caught because of his ultimate. So they can just sit as 3 in the mid lane, can't get engaged. And meanwhile, you lose some towers because of Sylas split pushing, because of Gnar split pushing. So we have an early engage here from Herbie on Trigger Happy 12, but amounts to no kill, as it is still pretty early in the game. Nobody has level 2. The Mantra Q hits here. A lot of damage coming back to Herbie. Yeah, and that was, I don't know, a kind of good engage, but on the other side, as Leona, you don't want this trade on level 1, because now if you want to go in with level 2, you are low life, so we want really survive the level 2 engage, and that's why you usually don't trade
And we have the hard engage. The end guy goes down in first blood here for Trigger Happy 12 on his Karma. And as you said, the thing is they got some damage from that trade before. And now we have Outplay, which pushes back. Karma gets her ulti back. She always has this edge so early in the game where you have to be really careful. And that ended up in the first blood for them. And they now even have level 2 before Royal Family. Flel respawn, still level 1. And this can go bad real fast for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, because they lose some XP under the tower, so they even get a small lead from it. And as melee against range and the support position, you don't want to get poked too much, because normally you win the all-ins, because melee champions are really strong in those all-ins, and poke champions or range champions usually lose them, so they need to get a lead from poking. So as a melee champion, you just try to stay back and then try for an all-in. But the all-in on level 1 was just, I don't know, not the best idea. And so they got punished here from the maybe clear favorites in Outplay.
It's just quite greedy indeed. Oh yeah, this top lane. Same old top lane.
Yeah. And in this case as well, so Na just tries to get auto attacks in and tries to poke with Q, but if the Ornn, especially with level 6, can engage Na, if both are full life and Na is a mini Na form, then usually the mini Na can't really deal with it.
We have the catch here in the river on the Nunu, who drops really low and will go down at the hands of Dynank, who picks up an early kill, and they keep chasing. Dexco is forced to flash back towards his turret, as he has the numbers disadvantage there. So a lot of early kills here for Outplay, which brings them some money in their pocket. And yeah, and on top of that, we have on the top lane already quite a big discrepancy in terms of farm. And that is something that throughout the season has also always played in favor of Outplay, even if they did not get early kills. They are all really good at farming.
Yeah. And in this top lane matchup, he even builds the Cull, so he just wants to farm and just wants to get fed. And if he even gets some kills now, then it will really be hard for this Ornn. And Nunu's mistake, more or less, there was that he had no pressure. So Na was pushing in, so he can always roam bot side. And in the mid lane, I mean, yeah, we have range versus melee as well, but Jinx just roamed, maybe lost 1 or 2 creeps under the tower, but at least he just roamed to his team, had his map awareness to help his jungler, and then it's just a 3v2, and they just win it.
And he picks up the assist in that, so definitely plays in his hand. That is also something that Jinx always does. He roams around the map really well without it costing too much for him. I mean, he's still ahead in CS right now, so didn't cost anything at all for him, actually. And here we have a Nunu gang coming on the mid lane. We have the stun from the Syndra, and Jinx is forced to back. Another stun from the Nunu. He drops low, and that's a kill for Isan on Jinx. Yeah, man, those Syndra stuns, Isan seems to be hitting them quite well, actually.
Yeah, and that's important. Like we said, you don't want to fall back too much in the early game, and getting a kill on Syndra can make the change, because if she gets ahead, she can always delete someone with the ultimate, maybe turn a teamfight around. And so it's really good that she got the kill there, not Nunu, for example, and maybe they can snowball from it.
As in the meantime, we have Rosaling Grave already at the Drake. As I mean, it's no life. I mean, he can get those early Drakes for free. It's no life.
Now, most of the time, you try to make some sort of a cross-map play. If the enemy jungler is a spot side, that you try to make something. And now we see that Nunu at least thinks about a gank, but he just sees that the bush is warded, so he can't gank there, and so the cross-map play couldn't happen.
Yeah, we have here our engage from Dexco onto that Gnaw. And the engage from Herbie here on Trigger Happy 12, who is starting to get some damage in. The Ignite goes down. He is very low and goes down. Daikara is forced to disengage because alone he's not going to do much. And there we have it, as you said. The advantage, once that Leona gets into the range of Karma, she can do a load of damage. There's the root, the stun, and we have a gang on the mid lane. Unstoppable. Oh, Valerian dropping really low, actually. being forced to flee, but Ginge is here to stop the Nunu from chasing.
Yeah, and I think with a little bit better movement, he maybe could have killed the Olaf there, but then he probably would have died anyway. So he
Maybe.
didn't trade the kills there, and now
Very low deck, so the flash from Dynank to confirm the kill. His second kill now in the top lane, and he has the wave pushing, so he's going to be able to get some turret platings even on top of that.
and this kill was could happen because of his flash lead, because On didn't have a flash, so Na could flash to make the kill, to secure the kill in the end.
And she's now gonna reset. He's gonna have. He has a lot of gold in his
Yeah.
pocket right now. He's ahead in CS. He's got 2 kills. He has the call and a turret plating.
Definitely. And now Olaf even gets the next objective here with the Herald, with Shelly. And again, Nunu is in the base, so no cross-map play there, so 100% jungle control here from the jungler from Outplayed eSport.
Yes, he's taking. And we have already one outplay early in the game, putting a lot of pressure in the game and setting the pace, and a quick pace at that, right off the bat against Royal Family. They have a 2k gold lead already after 8 minutes in the
Yeah.
game. So
That's a lot. On tries his best, but in the end, now he's pushing, and now you could try to freeze it. You can try to push him more and more in, maybe get some plates from it, and now he can even dive. I mean, he
could've.
would have had the ultimate.
you have the engage here on the bot lane as Karma drops really low. Gets killed by Plal. We have the TP coming in from Dynank here on the minion. He has ulti and Megagna, but not for long. And they are at disadvantage in terms of numbers as Ison is coming down from the mid lane. Very well played here from Royal Family. They're picking up a kill. Meanwhile, on the top lane, we have Daxcore pushing the turret and getting some platings. So Royal Family is not going to go down too easily.
Yeah, they try and fight, and that's really amazing from them. And one thing about really good communication there from Outplayed was that they saw that Syndra was roaming and Ginge couldn't really come close to that, and so Na didn't try to fight.
Yeah.
He rather disengaged there. Now we even get this severe kill to Daikara. But in the end, just a good communication, saying, yeah, I can't follow and my mid laner's coming, so don't fight there, and they didn't.
Yeah, very beautiful dodge here from Ginge, but I think it's not gonna be enough. He's very low now. Is he gonna be able to escape? Ooh, the dash here, clutch coming in. He goes into the Baron pit, but Nunu did anticipate that. He gets stunned, is very low, and still survives because it's a Silas.
Yeah.
And we have Dynank joining in and actually killing the Nunu without any issues, and he's gonna keep going here. The stun goes down. Ginge comes back in and picks up the kill. And once again, we have that communication here from Outplay eSport, which is really on top here. We have Dynank immediately moving towards Ginge and helping him out against this 1v2, actually.
Yeah, those rotations are key. This map awareness, just moving to your teammates, knowing that they need help. Just amazing teamwork here from Outplay. And in the meantime, we even got the first tower in the bot lane because of Shelly knocking down the tower. So we even get some rotations in. But at the moment, the bot lane will probably stay around bot side because of the dragon spawn. And after that, we will probably see that Outplay will rotate to the top lane.
Engage here on Plel, who goes down in a matter of seconds. And here the Ragnarok on Valerian. He tanks the snowball from Nunu, but they're unable to fight this because they're already too low. We have a TP coming in here from Daxcore. Here comes the ulti. Is he gonna hit? He hits the Kama, who goes low and is taken down by Ison here. And that is too bad for Outplay eSports as Drake is up and Royal Family rotates towards this one. Ooh, Ginge here trying to get the kill on Ison, but can't go too deep. Royal Family now is gonna finish that Drake, take back a Drake from Outplay eSports.
And this was a good re-engage, so they just waited out the Ragnarok and then just tried to kill him after that. So really good decision there from Royal Fam, and they really do their best to don't fall back too behind. And so at least they got a trade. That's something.
Engage on the mid lane from Jinj, but he gets knocked back by that Syndra.
But in my eyes, the biggest problem in this game will be the Nah.
Yeah.
I mean, you will never ever stop him in the 1v1 with the Ornn, and then he just will destroy the base, maybe even killing Ornn after and after, and it will be so difficult. Oh, the red buff steal.
We have an engage here on Valyrian, who drops the Ragnarok and does a lot of damage to the Leona, but is forced to go back as there is damage coming back. Plel picks up a kill on him. Jinj goes in on Ison, puts a lot of damage. We have the ult here from Nunu. Jinj drops really low and dies in the end. Outplay might have been a bit too greedy there, going into enemy territory so deep, so early in the game. And Royal Family is able to almost close up the kill gap.
Yeah, and what a cheesy play here from Let It Roll, who just waited that Jinj will move in and then just press the ultimate, and Jinj couldn't see it because of the brush, and then he was just slowed, couldn't come out, and died there. So really, that's why people banned the Nunu against him. Just really smart boy there with the ultimate usage. And in the end, just getting a kill again for Royal Family. And I mean, they are still behind for 4,000 gold, so that's rough, but mostly because of those farming leads a little bit, and of course the tower and stuff. So just some gold there.
Usira dropping holds in order to dodge, to be able to dodge here. Jinj is engaged. We have Leona coming towards the bot lane, but Jinj should know.
Good ultimate there to save the tower, just for the wave clear. But I mean, now when he sees the Olaf and the Karma, he will drop the tower instantly, and then Outplay will just get the next tower. And if you look at the map, the Herald spawned, so even this object will go to Outplay.
Yeah, this Rose on the Grave is immediately there. They were on the way towards top lane anyway, so that's a free Herald for them. And Jinj is able to hold the bot lane on his own quite well, actually, in a 1v2.
Yeah, and what a clean movement from Nah. So he always positions quite nicely to just always get the most auto attacks in to the Ornn, because he knows, okay, Ornn will move to the tower, so I move forward the whole time. Just really good kiting there from the Nah player, and in the end he got this top lane tower.
Yes, and now we have mid lane turret getting destroyed by the Rift Herald, which is gonna get a second charge attack actually on the second tier turret. So that's a lot of damage falling actually onto Royal Family's base here.
Yeah, those 6,000 gold there for Outplay. And yeah, this hard engage counter with the S3 really good.
And we have here an engage from the Nunu. Ragnarok is dropped. However, quick disengage because he could not have won. He was alone there. Yeah, Dynang dodging Sub-Zero here with his dash, his hop. So yeah, there's also something that's really great on Let It Roll. He had the great ulti, as you said before, but he also uses his E really well, actually. He's able to control it quite well and get some nice stuns in with it.
Yeah, I mean, he is a Nunu main. I would expect that, but yeah, it's always nice that he have a good driver license there with his snowball. And now the first items come in, the first power spikes, like, I don't know, the Ludens and the Protobelt and the Essence Reaver and stuff for all of them. So first items will be complete, and the second items as well in a couple of minutes. And then we have the Infernal Dragon map, so in this case we could maybe get an Infernal Soul then if they take 3 dragons in a row.
Which would be really good for Outplay actually, because it works quite well with their poke heavy comp here on the Olaf, Azrael and Karma. Also for Gna it's going to be quite strong, so yeah,
they will just roam to the bot lane now, just contest this dragon, I guess. And that's a really good ult pickup to have this Ornn ultimate on Jinj, just to hard engage them if they need. And now Na maybe gets caught.
Oh,
Or he caught someone, I don't know.
Or he just goes all in. Mega Gnar is dropped. Here's the stun on Leona, who is just unable to do anything. He drops low, gets shut down by Ison, however. But we have Valerian dropping very low too. And overall, Royal Family fighting back against that engage quite well. Taking out the enemy jungler, which is key in such a moment as Drake is up. And they go for the re-engage here on Daikara, but he's just gonna arcane shift over the wall. Oh, and flash even. Oh, Jinch going onto Isan, who drops low. Coming from the side on the AD carry. Plal goes down. And Jinch drops also quite low, but we have Karma coming up right up. And yeah, Dexter and 420 Let Roll are forced to go away here, because this is too dangerous.
And that was a 3-to-3 trade, I guess. So really even trading there from both teams. In the end, Jinch could at least secure some kills there together with Daikara. So not the worst thing what could happen, but that Royal Fam really could fight that well is surprising.
And here we have Nuno getting wanting to engage, but getting engaged on his own, and he drops really low. Valerian picking up the kill on him, and now we have Ornn all alone in the middle of the enemy team, and he just goes down. Oh, and Dynank once more.
Yeah, throws that rock to them, but in the end, they just disengage, and now they will do the dragon from the side of Outplayed. And then, I mean, 7,000 gold lead now. And last time I said it was 6,000, and they even more or less lost the fight. They gave up some shutdown gold on the Snar and still got more gold out of it. So it's just amazing how they do that. It's more or less from all those farm leads. Every single lane has a farm lead. Okay, not a support position, but you know, it's just a support gold. So
Top jungle mid.
yeah, that's just a lot of gold there. And we even got some anti-heal now. So Sivir bought the Executioner's Calling. That's important against the Olaf, against the Silas. So good item pickup there.
It's definitely, I would say, even a necessity, seeing how Jinch very often, really low life in a fight, heals himself to a sufficient amount of health in clutch moments very often, and definitely a good call on there.
Yeah, and we have 3 player with the Conqueror, so a lot of healing from that. Fleet Footwork heals. And Karma, even with the Mantra W, heals a lot.
Yeah.
And she has the Fiend's heal, so tons of healing in this Outplay team comp. So having some anti-heal is crucial for the fights.
And then Outplay is now pushing the border kind of the map towards Royal Family's base, starting to pick up a lot of vision into the enemy jungle. And Baron is now up. There's also been a ping here from Outplay eSports. And Nuno goes towards the bot lane. Outplay knows it. The snowball goes over the scuttle. They immediately go for that Baron.
Yeah, that's a really good call, but I think they will stop it just because they see Nuno is now coming. But really immediately they saw Nuno walking bot lane, and instantly there came the pings to Baron. So really good communication from them. And what you can see was that Silas was bot lane, now was top lane. So they set up the 1-3-1 there, like I said, in the champ select. And you can just always play with this kind of lane association.
And here we have a hard engage on Daikara. The stun hits another stun, and Daikara goes down immediately. But I don't think he should be the focus of this fight, as we have here Jinch coming in from under. Plal goes down at the hands of Rose on the Grave. Gargnarok is dropped. Now Herbie goes down too, and we have Dynank keeping 3 people busy by himself on his Gnar here.
Yeah. I mean, okay, they got the catch on Daikara, but in the end you lose 2 people, maybe even lose more, because Jinch is pushing bot lane. You maybe get this mid lane tower, and yeah, I mean, it was a catch, but in the end you didn't get anything from it. And a small detail about this catch was that Daikara didn't have the cleanse when he was caught, and then after he was dead, the cleanse was up. So it was a perfect catch, more or less, maybe perfect timed there to catch him so that he has no clans. So that was amazing from Royal
Yeah.
Club. I would think it was just a little bit random. They didn't really knew if he have clans or not. But if they knew he wouldn't have clans there, that was perfect. But got punished for it. Lost 2 members, lost 2 towers, 1 tower. So didn't really work well.
Wasn't quite as worth as they maybe thought initially.
Yeah.
And yeah, and we have said Agnar now just actually being unstoppable in my opinion. He was on the mid lane and he totally blocked deck score. I think it was the Ornn, Syndra, and the Nunu. He just kept them on the mid lane. They were not able to join the rest of their team, and their bot lane just got decimated there.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys saw that, but even the macro play from Na and Jinj there, so they tried to synchronize both ways. So if you saw, Na didn't really auto-attack a lot to push the wave. Rather, he waited that Jinj would push, and then both lanes now crush more or less at the same time. So really good understanding of wave management there from the top lane of Outplay, just setting up those waves to get some deep vision here in the jungle to maybe get the Baron because your side laner Jinj is pushing. So really insane stuff from Outplay there.
You have here the ulti from Leona who hits nobody, unfortunately for them. Yeah,
And they even used On the Hunt from Sivir, so they used 2 ultimates for at least getting the flash from Trigger Happy.
yeah, for Johnny Roll going towards Dynang, but that can turn south for him because Dynang does a lot of damage here. Magagna is popped and we have Valyrian getting shut down in a matter of seconds as the rest of the team joins and Dynang is also taken down. However, on the bot lane we have Jinj and their bot lane going on that Ornn and pushing him back towards the base and taking a tower in exchange at least.
Yeah, maybe if they are fast enough, they can even get this dragon. But on the meantime, they will lose probably the Baron.
Might lose the Baron, but I really don't think that Royal family can start that much with a Baron buff, unfortunately for them. They're not in a position where it can help them so much. Meanwhile, if Outplay gets the 3rd Drake now, they will be able to force Royal family into a team fight they do not want to take because they're just so far behind.
Yeah, one thing, I don't know why they used the teleport from Ornn. I mean, it was clear that the enemy team will probably just go to the dragon, so they just more or less wasted the teleport from their top laner. But okay, in the end they got the Baron. But if we look at the tower score, so they got not a single tower at the moment. And no, okay, maybe Outplay will lose 2 towers against the Baron buff or something, but that will not break the neck for them. So it's okay to give up this Baron to give them the match point for the Dragon Soul, and that's the most important thing. Because with this Dragon Soul they maybe can do something.
As now all agglomerating on the mid lane, while Dynang is still pushing on the top lane. We have Royal family taking their first turret on the mid lane, but all of Outplay is there for the exception of the Gna to defend. However, he has TP up, so he can join a fight if need be.
And if the question is, normally you don't want to fight against the Baron buff.
Yeah.
Just be safe. Oh,
Here
they
comes
even
the
come to
engage.
TP.
They go all in with the Sivir ult. We have the TP from Dynang, but he quickly walks back. We have Irby a bit too deep, getting a lot of damage. We have Nunu going in with his ult. Ragnarok getting dropped, and a clean disengage here from Outplay eSports, who, as I said, they do not want to fight that because of the Baron buff. And they're still able to dish out a lot of damage, though, on Royal family. Oh, we have Herbie out of position, yet getting caught, and he goes down very easily.
Yeah, and I don't know. Normally you don't want to fight against Baron because everybody of this Royal family lineup just gets bonus stats on AP and AD. So and fighting against that is just a disadvantage. So why would you do that? In the end, okay, it worked out. You got a catch on Herbie, but I think that was just a misplay from him and not really good play from Outplay. So they just punished this little overstaying from Herbie.
We have nice dodge here from Jinsha as he's getting attacked on the bot lane and is forced to flee because he cannot fight 1v2 against this two with Baron buff, and he manages to flee.
And that's good for him. And now we will just again see the 1-3-1, I guess. Just Na and Jinj will just try to push the side lanes. In the mid lane, they are quite safe. And then just, I don't know, get control back in the game. They always have the control with this gold lead, but they are dropping some kills and dropping some team fights. So that's not really something we are used from them,
Well,
I guess.
Royal Family is starting to get their items in over time. We have already 3 Ornn upgrades amidst them, which is really strong. And also there's this Baron buff, which finally is over for them, which means they could technically still fight once again. But they're at the numbers disadvantage here as Nunu engages. And Karma is caught. Stun after stun gets taken down. And Resonant Grave once again is forced to use his Ragnarok very defensively to disengage. However, in the meantime, we have Jinj, as you said, on the top lane pushing. We have Na pushing on the bot lane. Royal Family is going to crash onto him. So I think he's going to go away there. Not play too risky.
Yeah, and this is the point of the game where I want to say again, kills don't matter if you don't get objectives. So in this case, okay, they got the Karma. Fine, but they did nothing with it. So, and in this case, the catch didn't really matter.
Ooh, and we have Daikara here getting some damage in from 420 Let It Roll, but he gets way more damage in return. And I don't think it's safe to try to cheese them because they're just going to poke you to death.
Yeah, and I think a big advantage at the moment from this team, Royal Fam, is that they just are trained with each other. And Outplayed isn't really...
Isn't really, but we have here Daxco getting caught on the bot lane, and that's no use. He goes down as the bot lane joins him. Fortunately for them, Ragnarok is over, but we have one GA proc, another GA proc as Herbie goes down. Here we have Dagnunk in Magagna, gets pushed back. A very good push here from Ison because as we would have gotten stunned, Jin joins in to take the kill. And now they only have Nunu up, and the waves on bot and mid lane are pushed up to the base. And they're just gonna take down one turret, another turret. Nunu alone cannot even defend one turret. First inhib turret goes down, second goes down, and then inhibs are gonna go down too.
And they could even try to finish. Because Nunu doesn't have any type of wave clear. I mean, he can try to roll in with a snowball, but that shouldn't be.
Yeah, he's just gonna die, and that's gonna go bad. Second Nexus turret goes down. Nexus is open, and the focus is in Nexus here. They get a lot of damage. Herbie goes down, as does the Comrade. Nexus is taken down. Here we have Outplay eSports with first win against Royal Family, ladies and gentlemen.
So now we have our first result of the first game. Outplay eSports wins as waited from them. But it wasn't that easy actually. If we are looking at the game, it took them 30 minutes actually to find victory in this game. Now we've seen early aggressive plays coming from the Outplay eSports lineup. But also we have to give props to the Royal Family bot lane, who had a very decent start, trading very well, not letting them get pressured too much. Now, Fresh Tana, maybe we had the jungler from Outplay eSports, who had in the early game 100% of jungle control, which means he was dictating the game pace. So what are you saying about this? Was that because he was just too good controlling everything, or was it just that the jungler from Royal Family wasn't able to follow him closely?
Yeah, I think in the jungle it isn't about the player in the jungle itself, more about the team, because if the team tracks the enemy jungler down, and if they have map pressure like in the top lane with the Na, he could roam to the river to kill the Nunu. So it's all around the whole team, not around the only jungler. And in this case, Outplayed just did a good job in the early game, support to their jungler, and then he could just do everything he wanted because of the pressure the side lane has and because of the pressure Jinj has in the mid lane. He could just do every single object there, like the Dragon and the Herald, and then it was just a good game from him at itself. But not the jungler wins the game, but the whole team. and normally.
Okay, so you're saying that again, communication is key. Again, for League of Legends, that's known for the big players, but here we've seen what communication can make the big difference, especially now in the jungle position. We've seen now both jungler being actually pretty good. They did great plays, like Let It Roll from Riot Family with his Nunu, being clever how to use his ult in the bushes. But we've seen now 3 comfort pick for Riot Family, with whom they actually crushed Team Slick before. That was Sivir, that was the Nunu, and I think Syndra in the mid lane. That was the 3 champions that helped them actually crush Team Slick. And now, even though they had a pretty even game in the early to mid game against Outplay, the difference, I think, in skilled players was a difference, especially after the mid game, because we've seen the solid lead was taken. Like, Outplay never lost anything without getting something. Like, yes, okay, you got 2 kills in bot lane, we get a tower, or we get a Rift Herald. Okay, you get a tower on top lane, we get 2 towers in mid lane. Like, every time the return they give, it's impressive actually to be able to do it all the time. Now, Loic, how do you explain this kind of play? Is it planned, or is it just intuitive? They know what they have to do when being pressured on other lanes.
Well, I think a lot of those situations come from that experience that Outplay has and Roll Family might not have. Mainly all of their individual players, they have a lot of experience and they know what to do in which situations. And I think that is what gave them the ultimate edge against Roll Family, because in the end, I feel like Roll Family still had a very good game against them. There was a sliver of hope coming up, even though they were behind for the whole game. They had some fights which they took and were really great. But in the end, you have those macro plays that Outplay did, which just, let's say, outplayed Roll Family in the end.
Indeed, macros was the difference, a big difference between both teams. We had the Syndra of the mid lane. We already talked about the player who had great stunts, actually, who played decently against Ginge on the lane. In the end, you can solo carry with Syndra in a game like this, where team fights are everything. She was able to get some picks with the ultimate, killing early some AD carries and junglers, but it wasn't enough in the end, as the healing came strong into the lineup from Outplay. Though you were also pretty surprised at Royal Family using the calling item to stop the healing, so that was also a good pick from them, but that wasn't enough. They were like, since mid-game they had 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead, and it just snowballed more and more. And towards the late game, I feel like Outplay eSports took it actually pretty slow. Could we say that, Fresh Tanner?
Yeah, of course, because they have just two winning side lanes, so they can't just wait until the enemy team does some misplay, for example, and then they just have pressure about the side lanes. Maybe they lose someone in the mid lane, but meanwhile they get an inhibitor, for example. So they can take it slowly and just take it safe slowly, and just don't do a misplay, and then you win the game, I guess.
And finally, we have the last scene at 30 minutes. Riot Family engaging, actually pretty strong, well done. But at some point, after Outplay eSports just run away, they turn around and win the team fight out of nowhere, where they had the bigger lead, of course, but like suddenly 4v5, I think it was pretty convincingly. And then afterwards, when respawning the final player, they just went to the top lane, I think, and they just crushed the inhibitors from Riot Family, and from there on it was over. Riot Family didn't know what to change, what to do actually, and yeah, I think that was over. Loic, how do you explain the sudden returns you can do, the turnarounds that Outplay used 2 or 3 times during the whole play? Was that maybe something they baited in before, or was it just like intuition, like Fresh China said, because of their experience they have?
Well, the experience plays, of course, always in that quite a bit. But I also think that it was kind of planned that Royal Family would take and engage, because they had a very strong engage. You cannot deny that. They have a very strong team fight. However, it seems like they did not take into account the 2 GAs that Outplay Esports already had, and they took down Dainang, for example, and he came back even stronger with the Magagna, and at that moment the fight totally turned around. You had Jinstand coming in from the side, and definitely had those turnarounds during the fights, which definitely played into Outplay's hands. And yes, experience does have a say in that, but also maybe they did kind of bait Royal Family into engaging.
So, like we said, if you have an angel besides you, you will be safe. They had 2 angels and took the first game from Royal Family's Knippel Club. Like this, we go into the break with a 1-0 lead from the Outplay Esports lineup. Peeps, don't go anywhere, because after the break, the second game is on. See you soon.
We can't stop, 'cause together we're better off, and we can. Better off, better off. Better off. I am crooked, you're clean cuts. I'm wide-eyed, your eyes are shut. If I'm knocked out, I'll go the distance, pound for pound. We're a perfect match, pulling punches, or toe to toe. We're always on the road. Worse or better, we can't stop, we can't stop. 'Cause together we're better off, and we can. And we can. And we can. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. It might take some time, but I'll be alright. I'm moving on, moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. Moving on, moving on.
Won't you take me to that place? Take me to that place. Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me to that place? Won't you take me there, man? Because you said enough, said enough, you said enough. Because you said enough, you said enough.
I know it's a game, I'm not gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me. It's all just a game. You think I'm gonna play, but maybe you should do whatever you need to erase me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the final set, game 2 between Outplay eSports versus the Royal Family Esports Knöppel Club lineup. Now, before jumping into the game, just a quick reminder that you can win up to 2 Samsung Galaxy S20 during this weekend. Simply write post in capital letters in the chat, and after the playoffs, a few days after, we will contact you with the winner. Now, Don't forget, post in capital letters in the chat. Let's jump now right into the second game. We have Outplay Esports dominating the mid game of the game 1 and closing properly, cleanly this game. Now, Riot Family had some time now to strategize and find a way around those individual monsters we have in this league. They were pretty decent up to the mid game. They have chances. It's not like Riot Family loses the whole set. They have clearly win conditions that they can fulfill if done correctly. Daniel, we welcome you back here on the caster desk. Happy to join us for this final game. Or hopefully not final game, but maybe final game if it goes like the game 1. Sorry to Riot Family for that. But let's be honest, if they play like they did in the end, they will lose because Outplay Esports just crushed them in the end. There was like no chances open. They took like 3 tempos off their play, just played it easy, chill, and then killing it at the end and taking everything with them, every inhibitor, every tower, and also the Nexus. Daniel, what do you think Riot Family has to do now? What do they have to change as they're probably one of the stronger compositions around Syndra, Sivir, and Nunu didn't work well for the late game?
Hard to say what they have to change. Yeah.
Or
To
maybe,
be
a good
honest,
question, yeah.
or maybe Fresh Tana, maybe you have some
Yeah.
inputs for that?
I mean, they were even in kills, but they didn't really got towers, so a lot of gold came from those towers, so the gold lead was on those towers. Then they didn't really get dragons, so maybe try to get dragons, try to get the towers. I mean, they had good team fights and even some picks here and there, but in the end, kills aren't everything, and they need to farm a bit more. They need to get those towers just to get those. I think it's 1,000 gold for the team or something, like every single tower, and maybe even some platings. I don't know how many platings they got, and in the end, those things maybe can change the game. But if everything stays the same, then it's a really hard time for them.
Yes, so it will be a repeat mode, right? Now, Riot Family had clearly strengths, like the pickups they had with Nunu and Leona were great. The pickups were very precise. They don't mess up too much, actually, what we call execution. But I think, like you said, it's like just the macro gaming, and of course also those early turret plates. Outplay was more objective focused, whereas that Riot Family just like, oh, I have kills, we have kills, that's okay, we don't have to change anything. And actually, starting mid-game, they saw the difference of gold climbing out of up to 5,000 gold, even more later. Daniel, do you think that we will see again the Syndra, Nunu, or Sivir from the Riot Family lineup, or will they just decide to use or try a different composition and try to surprise Outplay Esports?
I think it comes less down to the composition that was wrong, because they were actually executing not too bad on their composition, and it is a composition that they are used to play. So I think in the draft I wouldn't change too much, except for maybe other bands. But I believe they really have to come down to the macro play more and play more around these objectives. Even though they realized Outplay Esports was on the objectives, they executed really poorly around them.
So you're saying that changing to more objective-based playing will help them actually getting maybe a win out of Outplay Esports. We hope that they will be able to change something and actually get a win from Outplay Esports, which would be a big upset, actually taking even a game, as the level between both teams is phenomenal. Though if you see the player caliber that's in Outplay, maybe Riot Family has like a lot of knowledge because they know each other, and that helps reduce the gap, which Outplay still misses a bit, like the team composition, the the team fights around communication. They just do basic stuff they know from their experience. But Royal Family actually is very good at taking picks, as you said, and maybe if they just start to focus on objectives, they have a chance to don't let Outplay eSports snowball this early lead on towers and objectives, actually. Now, we will get into game 2 in a moment. I heard the studio, the lobby is ready. Just one quick question I have is the jungle difference. We know that when you play solo queue or duo queue, usually if you lose, everyone writes jungle difference. But here we have seen 2 players who have been MVPs during the season on this role. Do you think that they have to shut down the jungler from Outplay eSports to be able to win this game, Fresh Tana?
I think the jungler, the Olaf, did a good job, but he got caught a lot of times. For example, at the dragon, that's because they lost the dragon, and later in the team fights, I think he always died because every single time Sundra just ulted him and killed him instantly. And I think that's kind of his role, because if he gets the ultimate, then Ezreal can safely damage them, and then maybe even Chinch as Sylas can safely damage them. So if he dies, it's not too sad for his team. But in this game, I don't think that Olaf really did the biggest difference. So Nunu really did a good job. Maybe in the early game, as he got caught there in the river, that wasn't really the best play. But in the end, he did quite a good game, the Nunu player. So I wouldn't say it's jungle difference per se. Yeah, it was a good game from both sides, I guess.
So it's really just the experience showing off from Outplay eSports just being a difference. Now, let's jump on to second game without any further delay. Casters, take it away.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, what was your opinion on Royal Family in that first game? Overall, like.
Yeah, I mean, they played a really good game. In some portions of the game, I really thought, oh, maybe they can get it. Maybe they can get the win, especially when they won some team fights and got some picks here and there. But as a caster, I always see then some problems. Like, for example, the Gnar. I couldn't really find an answer how they can possibly stop the Gnar split pushing, for example. And if Syndra keeps ulting the Olaf, then they will probably never really threaten Ezreal, for example. So I saw some problems in the team comp, and in the end, it wasn't enough. So I think they really did a good job. But Outplay is just really strong. That's the problem. So it's not that our team, Royal Family, makes too many faults or is too bad, but OP is just extremely strong. That's a bit sad. But I mean that's how it goes. Sometimes you fight against a better team, and then it's just a better team, probably.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Outplay eSports, that is a team of players of another caliber than we have on the side of Royal Family. But I was honestly surprised how good of a challenge they were setting up for Outplay eSports, still dragging that game further and further and further. And that sneaky Baron they did against Outplay eSports really stayed in my mind, which basically just saved them 3 minutes of the game. But still, that's something.
Yeah, I mean, getting the Baron, and I think they even got 1 tower with it, or maybe even 2. So what was a good play from them, and so it can work. You can beat OP, but you need a lot of luck and skill, more or less. And now we have the pick ban phase, and we see more or less the same bans, I guess. At least the Kalista, Rakan, GP was the same like last game. I think they banned the Cillian and the Woody Bear. I don't know about the Echo, but probably maybe they banned them. And now we have the Ornn first pick again for them, and on the other side it's the Aatrox.
Yeah, I guess the Ornn first pick is quite obvious, as Dexco has been playing this champion basically the entire season. He has a 64% pick rate, and I think it's the highest pick rate in all of Post Esport League, playing this champion basically every week. So yeah, I think he has shown performance on a champion, and yeah, maybe he forces his team too much into one playstyle with this.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't pick the Na, because Na worked just very well in the game. You had the winning split push on their side and just crushing this on and just go for it again, I guess. But in this case, they just took the Aatrox. He has a good matchup as well into the on, so can work as well. Maybe a little bit more threatened to the backline, because Na engages are little bit obvious. He needs to jump in and okay, pick up on phase is more or less over now. At least the first pick phase. And we have a Zyra, Nunu, and Ezreal and a Karma got picked.
Yeah, just shortly back to the Aatrox.
Yeah.
I think it's also a very comfortable pick for Dynank. He has a 40% pick rate, I think, on the Aatrox, so that's definitely a comfortable champion for him. But yeah, Ezreal, Karma, and Zyra, Nunu on the other side. What do you think?
Yeah, it's more or less the same like last time with the Ezreal Karma, and especially the Ezreal is important against this Ornn and the Nunu just escaping. We saw it so many times that Nunu was trying to snowball Ezreal and he just jumped over the wall, so that will happen over and over again. And the Ornn pick, and the Ezreal is good against the Ornn because he can dodge the ultimate as well, so that works. And I mean, they won their lane with Ezreal Karma even at level 1, so just go for it again, it's totally fine. And now Sylas and LeBlanc, Sylas and Cassiopeia got banned, but not the LeBlanc, so maybe we see the LeBlanc from Ginge. Would be awesome, I guess. And on the other side, Xavier got banned, so we will see another ADC from this ADC from Rolfheim.
Yeah, and also Plal's Ashe has also been banned, so his champion roster has definitely been closed in a little bit. Kaiser is something we have seen already from him, so maybe he's gonna go for that one.
Yeah, and Kaiser would work with this engaged type of composition we see with the Ornn, with the Nunu. She can always follow up with the Killer Instinct and then just jump in to the backline, kill them, for example. So works well for them. And now they need to blind pick a mid liner there, and maybe we see then a counter pick from Ginge. And it's the Syndra.
Yeah, I think Syndra currently a very comfortable pick that you can also blind pick, because it's not too risky to go for Syndra.
No. And I mean, Orianna is one of those champions who you can blind pick always, and it's always a good team fight champion, especially in a team fight comp. Because the Syndra, I mean, we saw the problem with the Syndra last game. She can delete someone, but after that it's over. And Orianna has a little bit more damage to the whole team, so I don't know about the Syndra too much. There's even the possibility, but we won't see it, that you swap Syndra as ADC and play the Kaiser in the mid lane just for an AP Kaiser build. It can work, but we will not see it, I guess. Just a friend of mine plays a lot of Kaiser mid lane and is pretty strong with it. And Dit Sing Sao is a really strange pick for me, because it's such an early game jungler, such a champion we don't see too often, I guess. I think we saw it last Worlds or the Worlds before that. We saw some Sing Sao, but I don't know about him.
I don't know either, and it hasn't been seen throughout the season either, so maybe that's a little bit of a cocky pick as well from our Play Esports here. And yeah, maybe Valerian or Rose on a Grave or Ignite My Soul, however he's called right now, because he has changed his name so often throughout the season. But yeah, he wants to show off a little bit with something new.
Yeah, and no, we even saw the pick from Ginge with the Zoe. I think he played it once in the season. I can't remember, but Zoe is just a strong pick. It's the poke heavy style like we see from Ezreal and from Karma, so just try to poke them down. With the Sing Sao, you have a lot of early game, so he just tries to carry you in the mid game where Aatrox and Zoe and Ezreal spikes, and then, I don't know, win the game in 25 minutes or something. That should be the thing they should play around, because Sing Sao is really that good in the late game, as well as Aatrox can be stopped. So I wouldn't recommend them to go into the late game against the Kaiser, who can scale freely, and against an Ornn who buys all the items for them. So could be hard if they really get to the late game, but I'm comfortable that that Outplayed eSport know what they do and that the Singsaw will really make some difference.
Yeah, and I mean, also Outplay Esports throughout the season, they were known for closing off games really early on. And I think with that team composition they drafted right there, they are definitely able to do so if they get the early lead against Royal Family. However, Royal Family in the first game, they showed that they can drag out the game if needed.
Yeah, and they did a really good job. With this team comp, I mean, they may be lacking a bit of wave clear because last game they had Severe, so Severe can stall a lot of games. And now we still have the Syndra, who has some wave clear. Syra can wave clear a little bit as well, but they maybe could miss wave clear in the later stages, so maybe stalling is a bit harder now. But we will see. And especially the Syra is really important because last team comp with Ornn, Nunu, and Leona, they really lacked a lot of damage. I mean, okay, they could burst down Olaf or something, but I think consistent damage was really something that they lacked. And now with Syra, they have a little bit more damage on those team fights. They don't really need the engage from Leona, and so they can use this damage tool from Syra to maybe get some more kills.
Yeah, definitely, because Kai'Sa also brings follow-up to the engages from Nunu or Ornn. So I think engage is not the lacking thing, and Syra, with her ultimate, she can deal a lot of damage during team fights.
Definitely.
I think both bot lanes are really interesting to me. What bot lane do you see ahead here? Because both have those very poke-heavy supports.
Yeah.
And I also feel that Kai'Sa doesn't lack much behind Azul in terms of damage.
Yeah, I mean, in both will buy tier, so both will buy mana with the first backport, so they are not really the best early game champions. Before the backport, both are really strong, especially Azul is one of the strongest champions before he backs, because then he has mana and it's not really that great. And I would say that both lanes can easily win the lane, because if Syra always snares Karma and they just burst her down, then it's over. But on the other side, Syra really dies really, really good, so you can just burst her down, and if Singsaw comes down and just kills her in one hit or something, then yeah, Syra isn't really that helpful. So I think both bot lanes can do their stuff, and we will see how it works out.
Yeah, and with that, we are starting into the second game of this confrontation. Outplay Esports against Royal Family. The first game was going towards Outplay Esports, but not without any chances for Royal Family. And now we will see, can they make it happen? Can they maybe take down the giant of Post Esports League?
That's a good question. And probably we will see it in a few minutes. So I'm hyped for this maybe last game of the day, but maybe we see the comeback from Royal Family.
I sure hope it's not going to be the last game.
Yeah, it's always cool if the underdog gets the upset. That's right.
Yeah. So as a caster, obviously you have to be neutral. But
yeah,
at the bottom of my heart, I'm rooting a little bit for Royal Family here.
Yeah, it's always hard if you cheer for the underdog. Then I just want to entertain the viewers of the stream. And so if we have more games, then it's more entertainment for them. So it's nothing against OP. It's just about I want some entertainment, and I want some. I'm here to cast, and not here to cast 6 stomps and then go or something. So I really like competition, and that's why I more or less maybe hope that Royal Fam wins. But in the end, the better team should win. So and if Royal Fam is the better team, then nice, get your reverse sweep, and if not, then it's not. So it's fine.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. Coming back to the game, then cleanse on Syndra.
Yeah, it's important. I mean, just a sleepy bubble, and here's the thing. It's the only CC, so you can more or less only cleanse the sleepy bubble because the other guys don't really have a hard CC. Some has a knock-up, or okay, Karma can root you, fine, but if Karma can root a Syndra, then Syndra did something wrong, I guess, because she can always just push her away. And so just taking it against against the Zoe in the matchup, I think it's a good choice. Maybe not the best choice, but now you are safe at least in this matchup, so it's okay. And in the top lane, we again see this Ornn who just takes the healing pot and doesn't buy anything, so he probably bought a control ward just to place it down everywhere.
Yeah, and really interestingly, Rose on the Grave immediately went for level 2 mid lane gank, and it even ended up in Syndra's flash going out. Unfortunately, that was not on camera, but we can see it is on cooldown.
Yeah, and like the level 2 Tsing Sao gank, I mean, come on. So some things never change. Like if the enemy would have a Twitch jungle, so you know he will gank level 2. So I would have predicted this Tsing Sao gank in the mid lane, but you never know. And no,
talking about ganks, Nunu is coming bot lane, but so does Xin Zhao. They want to turn this around, and here we can see Xin Zhao so strong early on, taking the first blood on the Nunu. Kai'Sa has to flash out here, and so does Zyra, has to escape. And Zoe is also coming to the party on the bot lane, and Royal Family being immediately pushed back from Outplay eSports.
Yeah, the small little pedal star was trying to hit them, and now here comes
the
the
and
dive.
now even the tower dive from Xin Zhao,
And
taking out the Kai'Sa.
And he survives. That's pretty insane. And this roam von Ginge reminds me about the first game we commentated today, where Ari just did nothing for 20 minutes, and Ginge just coming down at minute 3, just roaming. And this is the difference between some mid laners. Just roam, help your team, and those are the players which will win you the game. And Tsing Sao just popping off, getting 2 kills in the early game. That's everything he needs. And he's just such an aggressive jungler and will do something with it. Oh,
and no, Xin Zhao is on the mid lane. And once more, Syndra, she doesn't have her flash up. And that's her destiny now to die here. Nunu, however, together with Herbie, want to turn this around, the situation. But yeah, Xin Zhao seems so dominant in these early stages that he's really unfightable.
Yeah, what an amazing performance. I mean, I criticize him a little bit because of the Tsing Sao pick, and I thought, what do you want with Tsing Sao? But I mean, he is 3-0 in 4 minutes, so it's pretty insane from him. Good pathing there, good ganking, and just bringing his team ahead. And that's something Tsing Sao needs to do. If Tsing Sao doesn't get some kills in the early game, it's over. And in this case, he just does everything right.
Yeah, definitely agreeing on that. Now Artworks pushing in the on the top lane and going for the backport, and you can see Dynamite already has a heavy farm lead here. Well, the wave was pushing towards the on, who was able to cancel that out a little bit now. But overall, Artworks with a lot of dominance over the on.
Yeah, and this will not change about the whole game, because Aatrox just will always fight the Ornn, and if Ornn gets a little bit help and maybe some kills, then he can solo kill Aatrox, but it won't happen.
And once again, Outplay eSports ganking the bot lanes. Dynamite Giant in with the flash, as well as the Xin Zhao coming down, and the entire bot lane was annihilated. Ginge is under a little bit of pressure on the mid lane, but is able to stun 420, let it roll here, and able to, yeah,
survive.
And
did they try the cross map play? So while they fought at bot lane, they tried to get a play happen in mid lane, but Ginge just survived that, even has his flash still, so that's a really good performance from him. And okay, you get a tower plating in the top lane from this roam from Aatrox, but here we see just the difference between those teams. Aatrox just teleporting with level 4 in the bot lane just to get 2 kills for his team was just a good thing from him. And now we get the first dragon or OP there, the Infernal Drake.
Oh, and I feel like Ornn feels like he has to do something against his Aatrox now. But Aatrox has also lit level 6 by now, has to flash out now, because this Aatrox heals up so much once he pops his ultimate. And Dexcore is able to escape here, but had to use his flash and will lose a lot of lane pressure.
And he wanted just another plating, was just free because at some point Aatrox will get to the top lane again, and then he just, I don't know, a little bit overstayed there, but okay, she got platings. Maybe 2, maybe 1. And now, because they did the red buff, no, not red buff, but the red dragon, the Inferno track, they now swapped to the top side. And that's something I was talking about, I think, in one of the early games of those playoffs. Just after you get the first dragon, rotate with your bot lane to the top lane, just to prepare.
Oh, and Xin Zhao goes hard here onto Kai'Sa, but together with the Zyra, they are able to fight back this Xin Zhao. Okay, going in alone is maybe a bit overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, it could work, but in the end it's still 2v1, so don't try it at home.
Ooh, Nunu might be able to find the Xin Zhao now here in the jungle. All of Royal Family joining in, and that's the shutdown. Unfortunately, going to the Zyra.
I wouldn't say unfortunately. I feel that Zyra can just solo carry most games because she just has so much damage. So the shutdown gold on Zyra isn't the worst thing what could happen if the Nunu would have gotten the kill. That's maybe a little bit worse. But I like Zyra with kills. And now Nunu is snowballing in there.
Fair enough, and Royal Family, they do want more. Looking for the Aatrox here on the bot lane now. Zyra following up with her route. And oh, Kai'Sa flashing behind under the tower, taking the kill on the Aatrox actually and surviving the situation.
Yeah, and this is just an important cross-map play because, like we mentioned, they will just get the Herald now for themselves. So OP at least with an objective for this death of Aatrox. And now the Sleepy Trouble Bubble hits, but no kill there after the flash.
Yeah, and I think getting that Herald early on is also very... Yeah, you can get a lot of worth out of this Herald, because with the turret platings you can get so much gold out of a Herald.
Yeah. That's really important. And now they even know that Xin Zhao is probably there, and they can always just spawn Shelly to get some platings. I don't know what their Kara is at the moment doing, if he pushes or if he slow pushes there. You can't see it at the moment. But maybe they try to stack a wave just to dive the Ornn. I don't know. Now they should just spawn it to get those platings, probably. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think they realize that Royal Family is coming towards the top lane, and Ornn is also looking for the engage now. Nunu hitting his ball here. Kai'Sa immediately following up the engage onto the Ezreal. However, he survives. And yeah, the situation going without any kills so far. Now Jinj has hit the sleeping bubble onto Ornn. And now it is Rose on my grave who is going in really deep here, taking out the Ornn. And also Nunu is in a very bad position here. Double kill for Xin Zhao.
Yeah, now they can probably still spawn this Herald. But they don't do that. Just taking the wave there. And in the meantime, Aatrox is pushing against the Syndra there. Sidestepping the stun. Meanwhile, Jinj pushing mid lane. So just a 1-3-1 again here from OP.
Yeah, and Xin Zhao is therefore also able to comfortably counter jungle the Nunu here.
Yeah. And now the question becomes, what do they want? So, for example, Dragon is spawning, so they Kara and Trigger Happy should roam to the bot lane. Ezreal is moving to the top. That's maybe not the best option for him, just because the Dragon is spawning. And now the Kara sees it, and now he moves bot lane. So, just a little mistake from him, but in the end, they will probably get this Dragon and Xin Zhao
is coming to the bot lane here, and they want to dive that Syndra here. Dynang this time around taking the kill. And on the mid lane we can see Nunu is under a lot of pressure because Daikawa with his Ezreal is there, and now Jinj joins in as well, and for 20 let it roll, loses his life due to that, and that means that Xin Zhao can easily attend to Drake now.
And now we take a small look at the gold in the banks of those players, and if you just see the gold from Xin Zhao, he has 5,000 gold, most in the game, and even more or less 1,500 gold ahead on the opponent jungler, so he is just rich. And the other players just more or less have some gold more, a lot of gold more on the Aatrox, for example. It's the farm lead, it's the 2 kills, so what do you want more?
Yeah, Outplay eSports also spawning the Rift Herald now on the mid lane, taking down that first tower of the game. Oh, and Herbie has to flash out here now, do it to Jin's sleeping bubble. And Trigger Happy is joining on the top lane. Why did he heal? I don't really understand, but Herbie, ooh, is being taken down here. Kill goes to Karma. And Outplay eSports with a very solid early game in this first match.
Yeah, there could be a little bit of misunderstanding there. I think Kirby just wanted to hope that they forgot about him and just sitting in the brush where the ADC just wanted to heal to get the movement speed so that both can maybe run out. So maybe a little misunderstanding from both players, but in the end they just get Herbie there.
And now Outplay eSports is in the process of taking down their second tower on the top lane. And their lead is actually huge if we look at that we are only in the 13th minute. Now Nunu is joining in an attempt to fight back against Outplay eSports here. Kai'Sa joins in as well. It's the shutdown on the Karma. And how is Outplay eSports going to respond to that?
They maybe try to fight here.
Yes, also the TP is coming in from Dynak now. And Xin Zhao dealing so much damage to the entire team. Nunu now with an ultimate from the brush here, taking out the Xin Zhao, getting the shutdown. And if all of Royal Family can survive this now, that would actually not be too bad for them.
This little Roller is such a smart boy. Again, this brush play where he just stands in the brush and just hits his ultimate to slow. This time Xin Zhao down and just killing him there. That is insane again. And now Herbie in a 1v1.
Yeah, and I think in a 1v1 as a Zyra against an Aatrox, you don't have to do much. So he is going down here. As well as Outplay eSports taking the top lane tower against Syndra because she was just not able to defend against Ezreal and Zoe there.
Yeah, and that's just free tower now after 40 minutes. Lot of gold, and especially the plating gold, because they got the whole plating gold in the mid lane for sure. I think 4 platings for sure in the bot lane, and then probably 3 or 4 platings in the top lane. So that's so much gold. And yeah, they can't just snowball from it. Now the question becomes, there's still a Herald, so maybe OP should just group to this Herald, and it seems like they want to do that because Xin Zhao moves up, and then just after this Herald they can probably make the Drake happen, and then we see.
Yeah, and we can see Outplay eSports, they have 3 towers, they have 2 dragons, they have a 6k gold lead, and they have the lead in the kills as well. Does Royal Family at this point of the game still stand any chances?
That's difficult. I mean, you really need to, I don't know, one-shot everybody of them, because Aatrox is a threat. If he can just Q the whole backline, they will instantly pop. Then Xin Zhao is a real threat there. He can one-shot everybody there. And then, I mean, you can never underestimate the Zoe bubble pedal star combo. She will just one-shot you from far away. And even Ezreal, if you don't focus Ezreal, he has a lot of damage as well, because he isn't really behind, he's ahead. So it's difficult to win those team fights. That you really need to make a lot of things happen.
Yeah, and talking about team fighting, Outplay eSports is engaging right now. Zara already went down, and now it's going for Plel here, who will be the next one on his Kaiser. And Outplay eSports, they are even well, they are not really diving, but at least they are doing a lot of damage still under this tower with that Zoe. And Royal Family has to retreat completely to their base, and that might end up in a Drake, or first the mid lane tower and then the Drake.
Yeah, they can even push for a second mid lane tower there for the inhibitor tower. At least getting tower. The inhib would be maybe a little bit too risky, but getting this tower should be fine. Shelly out attacks and kills the tower. And meanwhile, that is a good macro play there. Just sending things out to the Drake, just to secure the Drake, secure both objectives, the tower and the Drake. Just some clean plays there. But they want to fight that.
Yeah, Royal Family doesn't want to give that up so easily. Now we have the Nunu here going for the Anya, and he will want to try to burst that dragon down now. And it goes to Royal Family actually.
Yeah, and they wanted too much. Like, either get the tower and nothing, or get a Drake or nothing. They decided for both, and they lost one of that. So, was a bit too greedy from them, and now they even lose cover maybe.
Yeah, Royal Family, they want to go even further, but here we can see Aatrox escalating to Royal Family with the double kill already, and he isn't finished yet. Dexcore is the next one, triple kill for him. Zoe has taken down Nunu, and Sinzao taking down the Zyra. That's the ace for Outplay eSports in the 18th minute.
Yeah, and meanwhile Daikara just pushes the tower, so they won just 4v5 there, maybe together with the Astro ultimate, we don't know. But just an insane clean fight there, getting all the members, getting the ace in the 18th minute, 18 kills, 18 minutes, so every minute one kill. It's just an insane game from them. Way better than last game, and now they show us the dominance they should have had in the first game as well.
Yeah, now they already have 8 towers on their account. Oh, Dynak is in a bad position here, might be going down, but he tries to fight back, at least gets the Zyra in return, but he will be shut down now. And the kill goes to Nunu.
This healing, it's so ridiculous that he can just kill the Zyra in 1v4. And now he has even the death stand, so he won't die in the next fight, I guess. Or very slowly at least. And yeah, we have 12,000 gold lead here for OP. It's really insane. And if we look at the gold anytime soon, then yeah, just look at top lane. Just see those numbers and think about it. He has double the gold than on. I mean, just double. It's so crazy. Yeah. And you would expect that Tsingzao maybe had a really big gold lead because of this early game, and at the moment he kills
Talking about Tsingzao, he's going to be engaging the on here on the bot lane. On the other side, Royal Family tries to go for the cross-map play. Trigger happy. He has to be careful here, but is able to escape thanks to the rest of his team. Now Plel is being taken out by Xinzao here, and Outplay eSports, they might be going for that final engage now. Herbie is the one going down first, and Ison goes down as well. Daikara chasing the Nunu now, and Dexter, he's just coming back now out of base, seeing his entire team has died. Outplay eSports, they might be finishing that game right now with basically everyone of Royal Family being down.
And it's even faster than Product of the Right Lion finished their game.
True. And it is the Nexus that is open now. Both Nexus Tower have fallen. I think they just want to get a few more kills on their account now. But Nexus should be addressed soon. And then we have another finalist for Post Esports League. Outplay Esports, the giant of the season, going to the finals alongside Brotherhood of the Red Lions.
Oh my goodness. Now, we all hoped for Royal Family being able to get a clean game out from Outplay. Well, let's say it like this, you don't always get your wish come true. like that. Now in 3 minutes, they had 3 kills on Xing Zhao. Like a questionable pick at the beginning. You say like, you don't see that character actually anymore. That champion isn't used anymore, and like he comes and just super early snowballs everyone out of it. What a crazy performance from the jungler in the early, helping his team snowballing from this point out. And then what the hell was this performance on Aatrox, doubling the gold income compared to his opponent of On. Like, this is crazy. Fresh Tanner, explain how something like this is possible in just 20 minutes, doubling gold against your opponent top laner.
Yeah, it's just some global gold things, like if you get towers and dragons, all the people who are around get some gold, and the plating gold, he just had more farm, he has all the assists and all the kills, and then he just can't double the gold because Ornn really didn't get much gold. He didn't have too much farm, no kills, no assists, so Aatrox just get all the gold in the world while Ornn didn't, and then he just doubled it. It was really amazing.
And we can't say that Royal Family was bad, because that's not the case at all. We've seen pretty decent and solid responses from the Royal Family lineup, where they turned around and took some solid kills from the Outplay lineup, which were maybe overstaying or a little bit cocky, thinking, oh, I can get 1 kill more, or this kill is also possible, and then just like Royal Family, calm down guys, we can play the game though. And we've seen some great reaction from Royal Family in the beginning of the game, but just after some time the gold lead was too much in every lane. Every lane was just snowballing out of control, and at 18 minutes the first ace coming from Outplay eSports against Royal Family, just a insane performance from this whole lineup, coming strong for the second game, stomping actually Royal Family and finishing the quickest game we've seen today on stream in just 20 minutes. That's a big, insane stomp. Now, Daniel, a question. How do you explain that Xing Zhao working so well in the beginning?
Well, as it was mentioned by you, Feshtana, Xing Zhao is a very early game jungler, and he was able to get, I think, 4 kills in 3 minutes. So that's quite insane, and I think it is also coming down to Royal Family not really knowing what they were up to. And yeah, he started with a level 2 gank, already getting the flash out of the Syndra, and he was also clearing a little bit of jungle, but mostly was really ganking a lot in that early stage. Ginge also joining already on level 3, and yeah, with those rotations, they got an early lead that was pretty much unbeatable. And for a team of the caliber of Outplay eSports, once you have a snowball, you will not drop it anymore.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we expected from this lineup, choosing to use a heavy roam composition, executionally perfect, like the Zoe early on the bot lane, putting some pressure, even though she didn't have any kill or assist out of it. It's just the pressure alone that was enough to put pressure on the bot lane from Royal Family. And just if we just come back and watch how much actually Xing Zhao was ganking lanes, and he was still ahead in farm. So that's also a pretty big performance, but because usually junglers who go usually on ganking mission, they have less farms, so usually they have 10-20 farm less, but here Xing Zhao was able to have a perfect pathing, a great pathing, coming up first on it was the top lane I think, and then going on bot lane, just putting pressure over all the map, having the Drakes on his objective list. Just an overall perfect performance. I think he was the carry of this lineup, even though we can say anything against this monstrous Aatrox on top lane. And like this, we have Outplay eSports versus Brotherhood of the Red Lion in the Grand Finals at the Post Esports League Grand Final in September. Now, Prashtana, Daniel, my question to both of you, what do you expect coming out from those both finalists, knowing they had a tiebreaker situation already in the season, which ended in favor of Outplay, but has the Brotherhood lineup a chance against Outplay if Outplay plays like now in the second game?
I think if they play like in the second game, then it could be rough for Brotherhood. But because of the first game, we all saw that Outplay can plead, so to say. So if a Brotherhood of the Red Lion doesn't make the mistakes, like in this case Royal Family did, then they have a good chance if Outplay plays this kind of sloppy game, the first game, then they have a good chance. But if Outplay really plays at the peak of their performance, maybe even train together before the finals, then it could be really rough.
Daniel?
I don't have much to add to that. I think Brotherhood of the Red Lions is definitely not to be underestimated. They can be a very, very strong team. And I think they have the advantage that they practice a lot together. And there is a lot of time from now on until the finals where this team can practice together. And I think if they put in the effort, they might be able to take down Outplay eSports, because I feel like Outplay eSports, from what I've heard from them and how confident they are also, I don't think they are going to practice a lot.
Thank you, gentlemen, for this analysis. Thank you for being with me today. Big applause to you both, having casted great games. This concludes the playoffs for League of Legends with our both finalists, Outplay eSports and Brotherhood of the Red Lion, and their MVP of the season, Team Shady. Now, we are back online tomorrow for some Clash Royale and FIFA action, starting off with Clash Royale at 10 a.m. Be ready to tune in, and let's see you tomorrow for Clash Royale. See you soon and see you tomorrow.